And hello and welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriot Time Car, and it is so good to be back here. Joining me on the desk tonight are Matthew Fitzstewart for the first time and Jake Spawn-Tabiri back again. Gentlemen, how you guys going?
Yes, certainly going pretty well today, Pastry. It's good to be back in the LPL. Good to see some big teams clash.
And good to have you here, Fish.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here. I'm excited to be casting the bloodiest league in the world. This is going to be great.
Certainly is here, but don't forget we do have quite a lot going on today. We're back in the LPL, of course. We had a break for the Lunar New Year, and even to add to that, there is cross-group play and a new patch as we move to 6.1 Spawn. I know you've been keen. Finally, the groups are playing against each other.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely massive. The groups able to play against each other just means that they're going to be able to, I guess, finally figure out who really is the top of these groups. Is going to be so impressive to get to see the first game, especially EDG versus LGD, rematch of last year's semifinals and spring split. It's going to be great. Yeah,
it should be a great one to start things off. But I guess to move forward, we also have, again, a new patch here. 6.1 is where we currently are now, which is a whole different ballgame. Fish, I know you had a lot of questions for this one. It's really exciting to see the patch finally change over.
It sure is, Pastry Time. This is 6.1. Gangplank's been nerfed. Trundle can no longer bite those turrets. And the best part about this as well, Runic Echoes. Return of the AP junglers. And we're going to see that terrorizing Udyr in solo queue as well.
I mean, maybe even in this game, who knows? There's been some pretty crazy stuff happening going on. But just in general, it's been such a great thing to watch. And the teams are exciting. The league, like you said, Fish is the bloodiest one ever. But I don't know, Spawn. I'm trying to think, what else can we get that would have been delivered? It's been a 2-week break. The teams have had a chance to sort of move it on. What are we expecting from maybe some revitalized teams?
Yeah, and this certainly is a big thing. What are we going to actually see out of this? Being able to get like LGD after a break, are they able to fix some of their errors looking across the group? RNG, they started off so well, but will they be able to continue that consistency with such a new roster, all these superstars? So a lot of unanswered questions everywhere, but the biggest one's got to be QG. This team has looked phenomenal. They certainly look like one of the top teams in the league, and we'll see whether they can continue their dominance.
I think for me, it's maybe can EDG actually catch QG, because they were the dominant team. They've been good for so long. And LGD, I guess, is the flip side of that story, Fish. We've seen LGD just struggle and struggle and struggle, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's right. They're currently 1-4, only picking up a single win. And they're currently sitting with so many defeats. They only picked up their last game against EPA. Hopefully they can do better in this match.
Yeah, and I guess on the other side, we do have RNG, of course, finally picking up a loss, which was rare for them, just to see how they were looking so good and then finally suffered a loss to IG, who are almost on the rise. RNG will be playing again today, Spawn, here. I'm very curious to see just how, if they can keep their form up.
Yeah, I certainly am curious about that as well, because they ran into a really good rookie, and that is hard to do. So RNG, you know, they did drop their first game, but they're a young lineup. They have some great veterans on their bench. I'm sure they got around them, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them bounce back and continue that rampage, because this is a team that now we're starting to expect big things out of them.
Yeah, and like we've mentioned, it's just been a different thing from all of the other teams here to see who's been kind of going here and there. I guess our questions are still with LGD, and it feels like everything's just not quite coming together. And I guess with our first matchup coming up, LGD versus EDG, we will have 2 best-of-3s tonight. Gentlemen, I want to open the floor. How exactly do you think LGD are going to take on a team like EDG, who with Clearlove have just looked so good?
Well, LGD, they definitely have to step up to the plate because they have been absolutely struggling in the LPL so far, and they used to be the champions. They've played against EDG before. They've taken them down before. They have to step up here in this cross-group match in order to step up to the plate in the LPL.
Yeah, and I, for one, am really, really interested to see how they continue to try and improve that communication.
Well, we will check in with our standings right now. You can see QG still atop there of group number A, 5-0, looking good with Sank and World Elite. Currently tied for second, World Elite. Almost a Cinderella story there. Moving into group B, though, RNG 4-1. Still at the top of the group, but with a loss. EDG, though, hungry to catch them. IG as well, looking to maybe catch them there as well. And that's the team we're excited to see. Don't forget, after the whole weekend is over, we'll actually see the IG-EDG match that we just never got to finish.
Yeah, we certainly will. And that was an absolute massacre of a first game out of Invictus Gaming. I really want to be able to see if EDG can recover and take that.
Well, let's look at our schedule for today. LGD versus EDG will kick things off. A huge match, like you mentioned, Spawn, as we are going to move through our second match. RNG going to be taking on World Elite, 2 teams that are looking to move up the standings. Amazing to see how these teams have done. It feels like a whole new LPL with teams like RNG, teams like QG really stepping up to the plate. But let's start with our first matchup here. LGD versus EDG. Just amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is going to be a game that people would have been expecting big things from time and time again, because this is what I guess the LPL is all about. LGD were able to upset them. They got so close this last time in the Spring Split final. They lost out by 1 game. Def picked up a pentakill in that game and got EDG to MSI where they eventually won. So, this really has been the back and forth across the last year. LGD is the only team with a winning record against EDG, and EDG want to hit back very, very hard.
Yeah, we sort of already highlighted it before, but on the flip side, there's just so much going on as far as Clearlove versus Firelord goes. Very polarizing players. Fish, I want to go to you. It's just so weird to see these two junglers. One is literally undefeated with the team, and the other one has not picked up a game win on the roster.
That's right. They have incredibly polarizing junglers. So far, Firelord has had absolutely no impact at all, whereas Clearlove been fantastic for the team. They haven't dropped a game at all.
And he's been going crazy. He's been playing Rengar, he's been playing Graves. You did mention that there could be some changes potentially with the AP junglers coming out. I wonder if he can play Elise. Will we see an Udyr? You never know. But Spawn, I know you're a big fan of the jungle. Can Clearlove keep this up?
Yeah, he certainly can. Clearlove had an absolutely dominant Spring Split last year. He had the highest KDA. His Lee Sin KDA and Nunu's KDAs were out of this world. And we'll see, speaking of KDAs, they're on the screen. We'll see whether he can continue to dominate in that fashion.
Great segues. We are going to go through the KDAs. QG still dominating at the top of most of these leaderboards. 7.2 for V right at the top there. Looper sitting actually looking pretty good. He's been a player that's looked so much better.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's improved out of this world and has been able to get so much done in that top lane. I guess the resurgence of Looper has been amazing, but Clearlove and Swift, they're the two players that you really got to look for in the jungle.
Yeah, you said it already, but they have absolutely monstrous KDAs. 20 for Clearlove, had close to 30 at one point, and Swift is in monstering through people. I'm surprised MLXG's is that low, to be honest, but I think it's just because he's so bloodthirsty.
Well, he is very bloodthirsty, but that should show in his KDA. It's 5.9 here. Look at Clearlove.
I think it dies a lot as well, unfortunately, as he moves to the mid KDAs. Doinby sitting atop. He has been playing out of this world. I've never seen him play this good.
Yeah, he certainly is. For someone that came across from Korea, had big question marks over him, certainly has shown that he is a premier mid laner in the league. Xie, also the man on that screen that looks very good. And this is easy if you're Uzi.
Yeah, it is easy being Uzi. Hope we get to see him as the weekend moves out. But Uzi, 1 game, 14 KDA.
But look at Pekko, 12.3 as well. He's been playing fantastically for Xiaogu this entire split.
Yeah, he certainly has. Been playing every single game, which just looks great. As we do have the supports here as well. More still reigning supreme. I'm surprised Mata actually is that high, but Mako just behind him there as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Mata and Mako are the ones that are very impressive in that because they are the roam engage heavy supports. And we'll see whether they're able to continue to be able to do, I guess, what they do around the map, initiate the fights, make sure that they're able to get what they need going without being able to give up too many kills.
Well, we are going to take a look through these two teams. Lots of history between LGD and EDG, but it looks like we'll start on the blue side of the rift this time around. LGD will start game 1 there. Don't forget, it is a best of 3. Here is the LGD side. We'll have a look through the lineup. We talked about a couple of it already, but I'm curious to see who they play. Acorn's been around, but Marin will start today in the top lane. Marin, Xiaoxi, Wayless, Imp, and PYL.
Yeah, the big one there is Xiaoxi, not going with Amy, the person that they picked up. But as we go through the lineup, you take a look at Marin, ex-captain of SKT, world champion. He's a very good laner, I know, Fish, but hasn't been that great so far in the LPL.
Well, he's a fantastic laner. He just has not been adapting to playing with his team at all, but still, fantastic in lane.
Yeah, we've seen Xiaoxi now on your screen, the jungler. You mentioned Amy. It's weird to not see the jungler they handpicked almost, it felt like, to come in, but it's been a bit awkward as Wayless looking good in the mid lane there as well. This man is starting to step up.
Yeah, Wayless has definitely been stepping up for LGD. His past few games with them have been phenomenal. He's been dominating that mid lane.
Yeah, he certainly has. An Imp there, AD carry. Once again, another world champion. This one from Samsung White and a couple of years ago. Still as dominant as ever. Still as risky and greedy as ever, Pastry Time, but has shown some good play.
I think that reflects in his KDA. 1.6 something, I think it was, but Imp still doing Imp things as PYL will round out the lineup. Bit a bit off, I have to say. Such an all-star support in China. He looked so good last year, and it just feels like he's not having the same impact.
And this is the thing for me. He's the captain. He's their shot caller. If LGD isn't right, a lot of the blame has to rest with their support player and their coaching staff because we expected huge things out of this squad. They had 2 upgrades after they won the split. They got Amy, they got Marin, and so far, it just hasn't looked that way.
Well, hopefully we can see PYL pull off the same shot caller he did against EPA, because that was fantastic from LGD. If he can keep that up, that will help them out so much in this match against EDG.
Well, going to be hard to stop a rising EDG as we will take a look through the other side of the rift for game number 1. EDG have just looked so good when their MSI winning roster has come back, and they'll start it here again today. Koro, Clearlove, Pawn, Deft, and Mako.
Yeah, and look at the coaching staff even. Aaron, Rapidstar sitting there on the sideline. This team, top to bottom, looks phenomenal.
Well, we'll start in the top side here. It is Koro, who's been phenomenal pretty much ever since halfway through, maybe start of last year. The Nara is back. He's playing Nautilus. He's playing Poppy. He'll do whatever you want, but this man is just monstering people.
This is the monster himself. He's been playing so many carry junglers, and he has put EDG on his back with that massive 20 KDA as well.
Yep, Pawn, of course, will start in the mid lane today. Athena will not be present, at least for this particular one. We heard that Pawn was having a few back problems, but he was back at least for game one.
Yeah, and that's the thing for EDG. You know, we said they look good with the MSI roster. Can he stay healthy? How is his back? He went back over to Korea, but we'll see whether he's able to keep that up.
Yeah, and there's Deft, of course, the AD carry that never seems to be irrelevant, especially when Kalista is such a prominent champion in the meta. But we'll go down to the bottom lane, Mako. The support that, fun fact, gets the highest gold share of any support in the LPL, but man, he does work with the gold he gets.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's kind of like a semi-carry out of the bottom lane. They trust him to engage a lot of the fight, so it makes sense that he gets a higher gold share because he's just always there, starting it off, making sure he gets lots of assists.
Yep, loves to make plays. He was a big Annie player when that was a thing in the last year. But it's just been great to see Mako evolve as a player. EDG look unstoppable when they're playing at their peak. So how are they playing today, I guess, is a big question. And how are LGD playing may be my real question.
Well, LGD, like we've been talking about this entire time, they've been down this entire split. They're 1-4. They really need to play the same way they played against EPA. If they can if they can do that against EDG today, they have a fantastic fighting chance against one of the tier 1 teams in the league.
Well, it's very tough opposition to maybe do that against. EDG, like I mentioned, have not dropped a game since Clearlove went back into the roster, since going back to the MSI roster spawn. What do you think LGD's chances if you're taking down a Titan like EDG?
Well, this is the thing. EDG just was able to not with Fire Lolly in the jungle, not get the same kind of team fights that they were looking for. He was getting caught out a lot. They couldn't set up, and they're such an objective-focused team. That kind of falls into LGD's hands because LGD know where they can find EDG around the map. They've always been able to take team fights to them. It's kind of been a flip of a coin in the last year, and we'll see if LGD are able to rise to the occasion today.
I think for me, a lot of questions may rest in that jungle position. We've seen sort of the flip-flop of Amy and Xiaoxi. Both junglers have had good and bad moments, I have to say, on the Rift, and you already know what Clearlove's going to do. Get in your jungle and kill you.
Yeah, Clearlove's been doing that this entire split. Since he's been back on EDG, he's going to get into your jungle and kill you, and hopefully he's not able to pick up Grace, because if he does, LGD.
And the other thing is that the reason they might be playing Xiaoxi is he is a little bit better of an early game jungler, you have to say, than Amy. Amy controls team fights reasonably well, at least what we saw on UP. So we'll see whether that is the case, whether Xiaoxi is still able to get things going in the early game, keep Clearlove out, and maybe set his team up for some success.
I think the other thing there as well is that the way the gank pressure is coming, I didn't quite see Clearlove's gank kill rate, but it was very high. It's so weird because we talk about this a little bit with Clearlove, but sometimes you get farming Clearlove, sometimes you get I want to kill you Clearlove. We haven't seen the Lee Sin just yet, but boys, it feels like we're not too far away from it.
Well, so far we've only been seeing Clearlove that wants to kill people. We haven't seen Clearlove that's just been farming too much, but hopefully we will see a hybrid of that Clearlove today.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, again, big shoulders there for Xiaoxi to try and get some stuff done. I think LGD's problems have always started in the jungle, it felt like. We talked about TBQ, who coincidentally actually playing amazing over on OMG. We'll see him later in the weekend. But I guess moving through the rest of it, I just hope LGD can get something together. The talent on this team, you said it already, Spawn, it's just unreal.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at why LGD haven't really been performing. Their lane swap has looked a little bit bad. They haven't been able to get things done around the map. So a lot of it has to do with that macro play. We talked about LGD, very famous for farming 3 lanes last year. This year, not able to get enough gold onto their resources. They were a good laning team. Sure, Myron's kept that up in the top lane. Wayless has started to fall behind. PYL hasn't been performing, which hurts Imp very much. So it really does start at the start of the game. I think that's why they're playing Xiaoxi. They want to get the ball rolling early and hope that their superstars can take over after that.
Well, Imp has been performing really well for LGD so far, but he is still doing those Imp things where he gets caught out on random places of the map, and it's just been hurting LGD quite a bit when he does that.
And it's so great to see this matchup again, because we finally get to see Imp versus Deft again. I only just realized that we are going to have the former Samsung brothers battling it out once again, and it feels like every time we see these two, something crazy just happens.
That's right, and it's something crazy always happens when it's Imp or Deft inside the game, and it's going to be an amazing fight in the bottom lane between these two.
Well, looks like we are going to have Champ Select on your screen. It is time to draft for our first game between LGD and EDG. Bans are already done. Twisted Fate, Bud, Alistar, the bans from LGD. EDG selects Ryze, Callista, and Lulu with Lucian, the first pick there.
Yeah, so much respect given to Mako so far. Have a look at that. Double support bans out of LGD. PYL even takes his Bard off the table, of course, one of the first professional players to pull that out. On the side of EDG, more standard bans than anything else.
Gangplank is going to be locked in by EDG as well. This champion has been slightly nerfed on 6.1, so not as effective as we've seen him before.
Yeah, but we will get some Pirate Porn on Summoner's Rift today, Pastry Time, as Atlas loves to say, because Porn really was the person that started to pick this up early and run with it during the end of last year, had it exclusively banned away from him during playoffs, during Worlds, and we'll see whether today he's able to pick it up.
Yep, hit that $1 million keg in one of those early games to really open things up. Gangplank still a potent champion despite the small nerfs that you touched on there. Rek'Sai, though, is going to be the selection for Xiaoxi. That will be the jungle with LGD, with Braum taken away, trying to find a support. They already banned two.
Yeah, exactly right. So straight away, Mako goes on to his next best champion. I want to hit the Rek'Sai. The Rek'Sai is so huge right now. Talk about a vision control jungler that can keep you out of his side of the map. Rek'Sai is going to do great things for Xiaoxi, and it also allows him to gank early. Knock up on the W means that he can get into any lane he wants and try and impact.
Yeah, and like we said, LGD's jungler maybe where they can look to sort of step things up, as EDG will consider picks 3 and 4. Janna was the selection for PYL, a classic champion for him, so we'll see how he performs into the Braum. But 30 seconds left now for EDG. What do they want? Is it going to some fun stuff, maybe?
Well, we have seen Nunu played here as they hover over that, but Gangplank being picked up by EDG. You said this could be going over to Pawn, but it is definitely a flex pick. We could definitely see Koro pick that one up in the top lane if he'd like. And Corki is still available. He has not been touched by the nerf back just yet, and still a very strong power pick.
Feel like there's just some fun stuff happening for EDG, but they are going to settle with maybe a few more meta picks. Graves is locked in. That should be Clearlove's pick. And Corki, almost a flex now, is going to be the pick for Deft.
Yeah, so far they've swapped it one game each. Deft's had it for a game, Pawn's had it for a game. They lost with Pawn on it against RNG, of course, so we'll see whether that is the case still. But I want to go to the fact that now Braum becomes huge for this team. They're going to be running probably a Soul Tank, and the ability to disengage and engage off your support pick, if it is a Braum, is just absolutely massive right now for Mako. He has a lot of work on his shoulders with the composition so far and needs to be able to get it done.
Clearlove is going to get his Graves in the jungle as well. That is a huge champion for him to pick up. He's been dominating the LPL with that champion alone so far.
Well, we'll have to see if Xiaoxi can keep tabs on him with the vision control jungle of Rek'Sai, as we are seeing LGD try and finalize their draft for game number 1. 10 seconds left. And it feels like a lot of these bans, like Spawn mentioned already, were quite targeted. So strong picks left open across the board. LGD need to make some last-minute decisions. They will go with Ezreal in probably a solo lane, and Poppy gets through all the way to the end.
Yeah, so it will be a mid-lane Ezreal. Poppy will be going into the top lane for Marin. So we'll see whether it is a mid laner or a top laner. As Fish pointed out earlier in this, of course, Gangplank, fantastic flex pick, although we have seen it out of Pawn in the past. And this is a very flexible draft from both teams so far.
Yeah, you can see EDG now deciding on their final pick, 35 seconds or so. So a bit of time to decide. It seems like Pawn is going to get the Pirate once again, as it feels like they're cycling through solo laners, but Koro, I've been really impressed with his ability to play multiple different champions. You need to have flexible solo laners in this metagame, and you couldn't ask for a better one. Series Ari's actually the selection, which does mean it's Koro's Gangplank.
And that also means that Def will be picking up Corki in the bottom lane as well, a champion that we normally see in the mid lane.
Yeah, so a very heavy AP composition, you have to say, although it's balanced quite nicely by the top side of the map that will begin to scale up, of course, once you get some farm onto Graves. Gangplank, once he hits 2 or 3 items, will start doing ridiculous damage as well. So I like what both teams have put together. I think that the win conditions for LGD are a little bit easier. They are a siege composition with a Janna, with a Poppy that can successfully disengage. On the side of EDG, looks like a lot of zone control pick potential.
And you mentioned that there's a balance of both AD and AP on the side of EDG, but look at the side of LGD. They're almost a full AD team composition with just a little bit of magic damage from Ezreal.
Well, you can see the comps once again. Poppy, Rek'Sai, Ezreal mid, Lucian, Janna there for LGD with EDG, Pirate in the top lane there for Koro, Graves, Ari for Pawn, which should be exciting. Def, of course, on the Corki, such a good Corki player, and Braum to round things out for Mako.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the resurgence of Pawn's assassins in the mid lane, and this is once again another assassin being picked up. He wants to be able to dictate the pace of the game with Clearlove. They're going double aggressive mid laner and jungler, so we'll see whether that is a continued trend.
And an assassin pickup here for Pawn is fantastic, especially with AD carries being so popular in the meta right now, and LGD are running 2 of them.
Yeah, I like the team comps from both teams. Again, we expected big things here from these two in particular. And here we are onto the Rift for our first game of the evening as the LPL is back, and what a way to celebrate as LGD and EDG will take to the Rift for game 1. It looks like all the players spreading things out right now, but this could be an explosive matchup, gentlemen. There are so many good champions on both these teams, and the players themselves, they'll make them work.
Yeah, they certainly will, and so much damage on both the teams as Koro and Myron are butting heads in the top lane. Xiaoxi now coming, but look at that, Grassman Undying Bandit. It's such a fun interaction on Gangplank, isn't it? Queuing people for 10 gold, getting some life back.
And just like that, EDG have taken the lead.
I feel like no CS, but still a gold lead. Tight stuff there. I feel like Lunga started something very questionable. Hopefully, Koro doesn't go full cull, but we'll have to see as they are going to have everyone spread out once more. Looks like LGD are going to start on the blue side jungle. And EDG still deciding, actually, by the looks of things.
And does look like we might get a lane swap coming in from EDG as well, as we do see Corki and Braum heading up into the top lane.
Yeah, and this is interesting. You know, you don't necessarily want to throw your Gangplank into a lane swap. He will suffer a little bit against Poppy in the early game until he gets some extra points in his barrels, but should be able to farm up that lane. On the flip side, not great at repelling turrets. They will have a fairly quick push, but I think this is more to isolate Wayless and Pawn in the mid lane, allow them to go at it.
Yeah, and I think that's the matchup I'm excited to see. Now, you said it already, Spawn. Assassin versus the Ezreal. More of a poke champion there for Wayless. Feels like kind of a Varus throwback, if nothing else. But if there's one thing Pawn likes, other than roaming and killing people, it's killing his lane opponent.
Certainly is, so we'll see whether he's able to get that done. Of course, we already mentioned it. Ahri against AD carry is very, very good, but the mobility from Ezreal should be able to keep her at bay, at least at the start of the game.
It sure is, and he'll definitely be able to go toe-to-toe with own lane, if not be able to at least just farm on his own. We do see Mako's just trying to knock Xiaoxi off with his jungle camp.
Gets actually one of the wolves, keeps Xiaoxi out of there, but Myron's headed down. We'll see whether anything is going to eventuate, but it looks like everyone just backing away. See if EDG continue to try and break the meta with their lane swaps. They like to send Koro back to lane, but Gangplank very easy to dive before level 3, so I think that they will just settle for a 4-man push.
Yeah, by the looks of things, jungling continues. Koro hits level 2, clear level 2 there as well. Deft on his own right now, very cheeky from Mako to get in there with the Braum and get some vision down. As they do pop back into the mid lane, Wayless and Pawn just hanging out.
So there's actually a 3 buff. As you can see, blue buff is still on the side of LGD, which means that EDG successfully cleared theirs. They went to Wolves on the side of LGD because they were greedy, and now it's going to be able to be picked up.
And EDG are now also going to be able to send 3 people up to the top side and start this massive tower push. I wouldn't be surprised if Killilove joins them shortly after.
Well, looks like it could have the 4-man push. You kind of mentioned it already, Spawn. The EDG special was how far they push it. I know you love when they play this really fast into the tier 2.
Yeah, and you know, they changed it a little bit. They used to push for days, and they would just challenge you to a race. And that's how they used to break the freeze in both lanes. But lately, they have been teleporting back to the turret. Good to see they've gone away, revised that strategy, and now getting back to standard.
And LGD has said you're on as well. They're going to race them for those towers too. They've got 4 people in the bottom lane pushing as fast as they can. Killilove is still yet to join EDG on this top side.
It's actually kind of greedily moved over there, but LGD are going to finish first by the looks of things. It should be close. Killilove really hoping somebody walks by, but I think he's busy taking the Gromp instead. LGD going to proxy this wave up just a tad. And looks like we are going to have towers falling nice and shortly, so we'll see where the teams go after.
Yeah, we certainly will. And you see both turrets are going to fall down. They'll give Soul Experience over gold over to Koro, you assume. Although he actually moves out of range, and they give it to Deft.
Yeah, Deft's going to be one that picks up this gold. Koro stays slightly, so he'll pick it up as well.
He halves it. Okay, so in the end, they halve it. Deft must have been waiting on an item, something like a Sheen, to be able to go into lane against Solution or maybe help out with some turret pushing. So not much happening in the end, apart from the fact that Killilove might pick himself up a cheeky Herald for his trouble.
And you mentioned he was going to wait for an item. It is that Sheen you were talking about.
I like the aggressive Rift Herald as well there from EDG. Mako, he's taking the brunt of it. We did nerf Herald's damage in this patch, but maybe not enough as poor Mako barely going to live. They swap aggro one more time, and this is an aggressive take here from EDG. They used to do this with Dragon. Not so easy or worth it now, but Clearlove and Mako will get the buff.
Yeah, the reason they're giving it to Mako is that it gives you a movement speed buff out of base, and they need him to get to lane as soon as possible. Will also buff up whatever lane he wants to go to and allow them to push through, maybe hopefully break some freezes. So I like that. It's also good to keep Clearlove in the jungle at the moment. Graves only wants to farm up, not really interested in ganking at this stage of the game.
EDG are still going to stick to the lane swap, though. They're keeping Deft in the top side of jungle, and like you said, Mako is going to be the one that's running back into lane to buff up those minions and help Deft out.
Well, now it interests me that Deft actually wants Mako in this lane, because he's going to buff up the creeps, and it's going to push back against him. He just held it off turret, maybe for some added safety on this wave at least. And once again, I still think Poppy does better in this swap. Gangplank really will struggle.
Yeah, you can see the CS right now between the top laners in the swap, actually quite even, so Koro able to keep up, but Lucian pushing up nice and aggressive. Xiaoxi hanging out on this side here as well. Koro does have a couple of kegs here and there to try and get some vision down, but LGD might even push for something else. Imp is playing so far up, he's actually going to go into Koro, get the trade damage down. Koro going to slap him, Minion Wave helping out as well, and that's the Imp things we know and love. So aggressive.
Yeah, it certainly is, but all of a sudden there is a turret dive set up. PYL is full health, Xiaoxi is there as well, so instead of Koro being able to challenge for this minion wave, he has to go back, make sure he's healed up, and cannot get any CS.
You see Pawn in the mid lane getting some decent damage down onto Wayless. These two are dead even in that mid lane.
Well, you can see Wayless just going to keep poking it up though. Pawn with the ultimate could get aggressive, but Clearlove continuing to jungle, I guess on his safe side now. Taking those wolves away. Level 6 is the crucial level, of course, there for Graves. And might be able to hit it after this gromp. He has been power farming in this jungle. Currently 4 creeps up on Xiaoxi.
Yeah, and it's important because one's a Rift Herald and 2 have been gromps so far. So even though it's 4 creeps, they're worth so much more gold. Now that's a 4th Rift Herald to give him an advantage. So Rift Herald gromp to give him an advantage. So we'll see whether that is a continued trend, whether he sticks to the big camps and all the gold efficiency.
I do believe that Mako and Clearlove have spent more time in the opposition's jungle than they have on their own side of the map this game so far.
Yeah, they certainly have, but it's been mirrored fairly well by Xiaoxi. He was trying to keep Koro off the farm, so you saw Koro even made a brief stint in the mid lane to try and get something done there. Now he's swinging bottom. They want to continue to take turrets, and this is what we said. EDG special, challenge them. If they want to freeze the lane, just let them race.
Yeah, sort of a delayed push here, but they are going to go in for it. 4 members here with Pawn, just off to the mid lane, still fighting Wayless. And this looks like it is going to go down. Koro zoning out with the kegs. Marin really can't get in there, although they are making some rotations here.
They are going to send Janna and Rek'Sai up to defend this inner turret. But look at the bottom side. Imp is freely pushing the bot side, soaking up all that farm and experience.
Yeah, he certainly is, but is it worth a tier 2 turret at this stage of the game? We'll see whether EDG want to stick around, try and get it done. You see Clearlove, he has his level 6. Deft has level 6. This is a very volatile situation.
Yeah, you have to be careful here, certainly. The Sheen, nice and cute there from Deft, getting it early, able to poke out the tower. LGD cannot defend at this point. Imp keeping that lane all the way deep down in the bottom side. And they might not stop here.
Yeah, they want to make it hit turret because then it will rebound and they'll be able to freeze it up themselves. You see, as soon as the minions start hitting turret, they walk away, not worth the risk. And all of a sudden, EDG have all the tempo on the map.
And you mentioned they like to push to the ends of the earth, and push they have. They've taken down the inner turret on the top side, and they've allowed Imp to just sit in this bottom side farming up, but like you said, it might not be worth it.
Yeah, it certainly isn't worth it because they still haven't got a CS lead. It is 2,000 gold the advantage right now for EDG. You can see that through the CS, through the extra turret. And LGD, we said that they're strong laners. EDG's response, we don't give a damn. We're just not going to fight you on that level. We'll play PvE all day. You can farm if you want, but we're going to take your structure.
And it's funny to see LGD, the team that were known for such crisp macro play, in particular against EDG, falling quite far behind earlier, just based on good map play there from EDG.
The mid lane has been completely isolated so far, so you can see Wayless has fallen behind slightly in terms of minion score, and Ari is already back to pick up a tier 2 boots and a Lindsay large rod.
Yeah, and you have to say that's expected. You know, as soon as Wayless gets that tier, it's no longer a winning lane. You have to cede some control because you're stacking up the mana. The Sheen helps out a little bit, but on the side of Pawn, he's got a needlessly large rod. He's ready to kill people.
Yeah, we are going to reset just a tad. We'll see just how aggro Pawn wants to get as EDG continuing to play around the objectives. They've actually swapped to standard lanes now. So we are trying to hold that as Koro and Marin will go head-to-head. Poppy with the ulti, but Koro happily farming up with his Phage for now. EDG, we're around the Dragon area. Looks like they're not going to get too aggressive for it just yet.
And just based off map rotations alone, EDG are 2,000 gold ahead of LGD right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can see that they're picking up bottom lane. I wonder if they're going to send Clear Love down there one more time to shadow the deft Mako lane, make sure that they can push them off that turret. Because right now, across the board, EDG is starting to climb ahead.
Well, it's a dangerous time as well. Clear Love actually went back already, does have the Warrior enchantment finished with that Tracker's Knife, so he can get aggressive if he wants to. Blue buff will get donated over to Wayless as Xiaoxi does the duty there. Very cute from Wayless, popping himself back over the wall into the lane. But that mid tower actually taking quite a beating already. Pawn also going to go ahead, get himself his blue. And with Koro sitting up towards that tower, it feels like the position does favor EDG at this point, and the gold, of course, does as well.
Yeah, as we said, he just wants to hover the bottom side of the map. Very hard to dive a gangplank, although it looks like that's what Xiaoxi wants to do. So we'll see if this is a continued trend and whether Clear Love's... Oh, there they go.
We're going to see Marin and Xiaoxi try and jump onto Korra. Marin's already blown his cooldown. There goes the gangplank ultimate as well. He's going to flash over behind his turret. That might be enough to get away. Marin is going to take a tower shot. First blood goes over to Koro.
Yeah, and Koro with a huge outplay, able to get the ultimate down, sets up a keg in advance. Here goes Mako.
Yeah, could be trouble here. Def going to go nuts here as PYL already exhausted and hit by the Brawn passive, trying to stun it. Clear Love in there. He takes it out, and they might die for him. They can't quite get it, though.
In the end, they're able to trade 1-for-1, but this is why you do not show your jungler top unless you know exactly where Clear Love is. He will make the play. In the end, they trade across map. Force Imp off his freeze, and that is horrible news for LGD.
And it was fantastic play from Korra up in the top lane, able to survive that 2-on-1. EDG so far ahead right now.
Yeah, looking good here as Pawn continuing to hammer that mid turret there as well. 2-1 up in kills, a good healthy gold lead starting to grow a bit more. And Clear Love's not done. He's going to go into the jungle and get aggressive onto Xiaoxi.
Yeah, he's already a level up. He feels confident because he has that warrior. Xiaoxi's stuck around. PYL's also there, but I don't think they want to fight this.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to. Clear Love still wants to stay inside of LGD's jungle for as long as he can. And it's Graves' #1 enemy now, the wards.
This is the Clear Love special, man. He just gets massive. He's level 8 already with the Warriors. Wayless tries to get creative. Pawn still hammering that turret down. It's actually close to falling naturally in that lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. He was looking for a cheeky Thunderlord's proc there. If he had got it, maybe would have been on even footing. However, you see Pawn with the kill summoner means that he is always the one with the initiative in lane. Here's a gank.
PYL is going to get locked down by Mako. Clear Love is going to buckshot him to death.
Yeah, so in the end, that's just a blatant face check. They have no business being on that side of the map. It's always really important to control the jungle at that stage, especially with mid lane turrets still up. And time again, EDG coming out ahead.
Yeah, and the turret will fall. In fact, Imp could be in a spot of bother here in bottom side. Clear Love and Mako going to go for it. Q will land. Imp will pop the Kali, but Clear Love uses the collateral damage. Imp gets evaporated.
Yeah, and in the end, EDG time and time again, because they have control of that jungle. That's what Clear Love was setting up. Able to get behind the LGD members. That's 2 kills just from that vision control.
And EG have done a fantastic job of capitalizing on Imp doing Imp things. He just sat in that bot lane this entire game, and now they're punishing him for it.
Feels like nothing is safe right now as Marin and Koro at it once again. No, not going to go too aggressive there. But Koro, despite the lane swap, starting to accelerate a bit here.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. It's because it's been on Marin's side of the rift the whole time. Here he goes, wants a piece of him. Actually, he doesn't.
Yeah, apparently gives up on that little adventure as mid tower did fall as well. 3-1 up in turrets currently for EDG. Has continuing to run LGD in circles. Looks like Dragon could be a thing there as well. I think Mako's hanging out.
If first you don't succeed, try again. Here they go.
And they are going to try onto Korra right now. Xiaoxi and POL putting some decent damage down onto this gangplank. Xiaoxi will flash forward, trying to get the last few auto takes. A true shot barrage for Wayless will be enough. LGD pick up a second kill.
Yeah, they're able to get the kill, but at what cost? Across the rift, they are trading a turret. So we'll see whether they're able to secure the top lane. They actually have to. Xiaoxi's coming up here. If they don't get it, it's just not worth. He just flashed.
You know,
Xiaoxi just flashed.
Having some fun maybe. I think possibly mispressed the button there.
He wanted to smite a creep. I know exactly what he wanted to do. He got greedy and he just flashed on the spot.
Well, a little awkward there as LGD are going to look to take this turret at least. Xiaoxi's poor flash.
And Myron turns around and he's like, and that's why you don't smite my cannon minions, mate, because they're mine.
You can see EDG now trying to capitalize on their lane swap advantage. The lane swap's giving them so much advantage into this game. And Pawn has just been wrecking this mid lane as well. He's been destroying Wayless.
Yeah, he certainly has. Goes for a kill build. Not only the summoner, but now he has that Luden's Echo. Look at how much damage it does on the return. Wayless still goes with the armor item first, not the fighting item in terms of mana immune. So going to continue to fall further and further behind. And now they just need to find a way to stop this bleeding.
Well, right now the vision control's netting Pawn all of this free space. He almost took out the tier 2 in mid by himself. We'll see if the bleeding will stop here. Koro returns to top side. Ulti up from Wayless. looking for something. Might find Def. They hit him in the nose, but should be okay. Imp still down the bottom lane farming. He needs to secure this.
And even though Imp's been farming the bottom lane this entire game, LGD are still 4,000 gold behind EDG right now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and he's not even up in CS, realistically. He's got a kill over Deft. Sure, that's something, but Deft, with that Trinity Force, going to be stronger right now. So LGD have honestly got nothing out of
I
this.
feel like we've seen this before as well. Def with a Trinity Force starting to fast push charts with his team. I feel like, again, there's a reason we see him on the Corki is EDG complete control of the game right now. They did get the Dragon as well off the other side. And we'll see where they want to go next. Howard is back up. Remember, EDG took a very early Rift Herald to start things off. And it seems like blue side jungle is the next invade pack with Deft being protected up the top.
Deft is being protected very nicely up on the top. EDG are going to do a good job of controlling the opposition jungle once again. And look at LGD. They've gone shoe shopping. Swifty boots all round.
Ooh. Xiaoxi ends up getting that blue buff, but there was a nice triple keg there, as you were mentioning. Shoe shopping there. They've all got the same fashion. They've all got the Swifty boots. Want to run quickly around the map. Don't really blame them. I would want to run as quickly away from EDG right now as possible.
The lead is looking pretty strong there as they will take the Rift Herald once again. Xiaoxi hanging out on this side, but is spotted by a pink ward. Little too dangerous to clear it as it seems like EDG going to start charging down that mid lane and take that tower that Pawn did such good work on earlier.
Yeah, and you can see that the way they're forcing LGD to go through their base by controlling the side of the jungle that they want. Now they swap sides. They're looking to put even more pressure down because there's a tier 2 in the bottom lane, not one in the top lane. Expect EDG to continue this trend. So LGD, every time they cheat through the jungle, there's a potential they die.
And EDG now, they're going to meet Xiaoxi in this bottom side. Switching some members over to the mid lane as well, pushing in for that inner turret, and they take that one down.
5-2 up in turrets already. Up in kills, of course, are EDG, and it's just, again, the macro play. EDG running over LGD in this early game, and might not last too much longer than this at this point. LGD trying to group to save this tower in the bottom side. Imp burns the ulti, but Clearlove going to let him have it.
And in the end, they also use a Gangplank ulti.
Couple extra ultis there as well. Graves also used. There we go. Use all the ultimates as Mako blocks the true shot Barride. Quest complete though for EDG. They'll still take the tier 2 in bottom lane.
Shame on you, Marin, Xiaoxi, Janna, as well as Pawn. The only ultimates left up. I don't actually know what they were trying to achieve. They've already forced them off the turret. In the end, another tier 2 falls. 7,000 gold.
7,000 gold, and that's the 6th turret for EDG now. They've just been dominating Summoner's Rift. LGD just look hopeless in game 1.
Yeah, and this is the thing. LGD, they're like, you know, we're great individual players. We're going to take it to you in lanes. We're going to pick superior matchups time and time again. This game, EDG have just been like, we're just going to move around the map and destroy your structures, get gold, try and fight us, kids.
Yeah, and I'm impressed by how much gold Corey's ended up with. Here's the Trinity Force and a BF sword already with the boots upgraded there as well. Luden's son, of course, for Pawn. That's why he's been so aggressively pushing. And Deft on the way to whichever item he decides. Their BF sword done. Could be IE, could be BT. Deft does like both.
You're impressed with Koro? I'm impressed with Pawn. He's ahead of the CS by like 10 at 17 minutes. He's been sneakily taking some Raptors over the wall, but with the way he's been pushing up in lanes, staying aggressive, rotating between turrets, to be able to have that much CS just shows how confident the guy is at the moment.
And Pawn has been really confident in this mid lane. He had to be, because EDG started that lane swap. He had to be confident in going toe-to-toe with Wayless.
Well, you can see, looks like Pawn is still down the bottom side. He will continue the split push as all those tier 2s and outers are done. It's just base turrets to break here. If I know EDG, I'd expect a very early Baron perhaps here. That's how they love to close these games out.
Yeah, it certainly is, you know, around that 22-minute mark, pick a team fight, get the Baron, try and close out. Of course, Clearlove's probably going to have more, I guess, an easier time killing Xiaoxi than that pink ward right now. 5 auto attacks on Graves, that's quite a lot. That's 3 reloads. So, see, he called in some support there from his AD carry. Deft gets it done in short burst.
Well, Def could definitely be the support here, as Clearlove is currently 3-0-0 and has a lot of items to boot. He is dominating once again for EDG.
Plenty of bullets definitely in Def's reel of ammo there for Corki. Didn't need to use the missiles, of course. That would be silly. As Corey puts the keg down, goes back. EDG looks like they're resetting the map, going to buy up their next items. Pawn already with the Void Star, very cost efficient.
Yeah, it certainly is. He wants to just be able to kill someone. They've already got the Aegis of the Legion up as well for LGD. So just using the money he has to be as powerful as possible right now.
So far, LGD, they have done nothing at all to respond to EDG in any way. It just looks like their plan of attack has been sit Wayless in the mid lane, sit in bot lane, and try and survive this huge macro play from EDG.
It certainly is. Imp even burns the culling right there, gets absolutely nothing for his trouble. You can see they want to make a play. They're just too far behind, need to get the gold scaling. This game needs to go for another 25, 30 minutes if LGD have any chance of coming back.
Well, we're at 19 right now, so we'll see how far we get as EDG are going to start themselves up Dragon number 2. Bit of vision there for LGD, just off to the side. LGD might be trying to go in for this one. True Shot Rogers out. He will steal it, will Xiaoxi. Poppy ulti ejects someone. It's Mako back towards the base.
I'm actually really surprised LGD didn't fight that, although here comes Marin.
Pawn's actually going to get smashed into the wall. Xiaoxi will pick up a kill onto him as Clearlove is still trying to move forward and hunt down a revenge kill. EDG will lose their mid laner.
Yeah, so that was all off the back of Marin. He kicks someone out of the fight, then gets a tackle on Pawn as he aggressively dives in. That means that EDG cannot fight, and LGD looking to clean up.
Not done yet though. Marin going to dive his way back in. EDG trying to stay quite a while here with a man down. Nice kick there from Cora. He's going to zone Marin away. PYL on barely any health will live, but EDG out of ultis in time. LGD will get back safely.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to pick up a dragon. That at least stalls that win condition. They get a kill back as well. LGD, first signs of life. It isn't much, but I think I saw a leg kick.
It is their first signs of life, but they're still 6,000 gold behind EDG, and it's 20 minutes into the game. EDG could definitely make a Baron play, or any play they want right now.
I'm excited for the potential Baron play here as Wayless does collect his own blue. We'll take the Grump there as well for a bit of extra jungle. He does have the transform done. Iceborne Gauntlet completed as well.
Yeah, so the problem with the Baron play that we keep pointing out is the fact that they just don't have a tank. Like, who's going to tank it up? Gangplank, Graves. None of these guys can actually stand in front of Baron for long enough. If LGD actually catch any side of them, they're just going to go there and wipe them. It's one of the weaknesses of Graves' jungle. Takes it very quickly, but it does have a high risk.
Well, Def going to keep moving down the mid lane. Does have himself Infinity Edge components and that T-Force. Actually, I almost got confused there. It's Essence Weaver that Def's going for. Apparently his favorite item. I got confused with Cora's build, which looks very similar, but would be just as devastating right now. EDG trying to find a bit more space to fight, to be honest. They did lose one in the last little exchange, but with Baron not being an option right now, looks like Pawn Split Push is the only other plan they've got going on.
Is going to sit down in that bottom lane, as you mentioned. He is currently 0-1-0, but 15 CS ahead of Wayless, who was struggling that entire early game in the mid. But he now has his Manamune and his Iceborne Gauntlet, so he will be able to provide the cleanup that Ezreal normally does.
Looking good there so far as EDG going to just keep grouping, take whatever they can off the map, and then continue from there. Cora has recalled, but IE money not dead just yet. We'll have to keep an eye on when he does collect it. EDG
Right now.
very strong. Yep, that's what I thought. He's waiting in there for the gold. He does have it.
Yeah, so he's able to pick that up. That's a huge power spike. They can control vision around Baron now. There's no real way for them to phase check into Pawn, into Cora. So expect them to start dropping pink wards. They've got 2 in their inventories. Make sure they clear out that vision and continue to try and fight LGD. However, you have to say that Xiaoxi, Wayless, they've done a very good job of staying relevant throughout this game. Sure, they don't look as strong as Clearlove right now, but there are some win conditions left for LGD.
LG are now going to group up with him in the mid lane. They have sent Marin down to the bot lane. His teleport is available, but so is Koro's. He's going to meet him down in the bot lane.
Xiaoxi saw Clearlove.
Yeah, could be trouble here as Xiaoxi does see him, but Clearlove able to pop out of the way with the quick draw. LGD, no one will die as Pawn does go to meet his jungler. That would have been a nice little pick score, but LGD going to try and kick these wards out of their side of the jungle, get some vision back around the
Wayless
Baron.
missed the slow from the Iceborne Gauntlet there, which is what they were hoping to chase on, and Pawn actually ducked into Fog of War at the exact same time, of course, with, wow, nice block, Mako. With Ahri's 3 charges of the ultimate, you're able to get through terrain very, very quickly, so it just wasn't worth the risk in the end.
Pawn now is going to sit up in this top lane. Imp has been trying to farm the side lanes alone for an extended amount of time, and Pawn just threatens him with that assassination potential each and every time.
Well, I love what EDG are doing here. Move in, smite the wolf, get the vision, and then hope LGD come and meet you at Baron. But Trinket is used there. Will get cleared out. EDG.
No trinket available. They have to face check this.
Just looking for a pick. Xiaoxi actually going to be the one to get dove on the damage. Is there a Brawl multi out of Death? Blows him up as Mako is still hungry for more Pawn.
Yep.
He's going to dive in over the top. Look for Wayless there. Good juke back there. But I think Wayless just has to stand and take it. Death gets the double.
Yeah, so Deft able to get 2 kills. Pawn nearly fell down. But in the end, EDG used that vision control we've been speaking about it all game to get their advantage. They've started up the Baron.
They're going to start up Baron here, like you mentioned.
Ooh, actually, they don't. They pull out.
They don't have anyone to take it, like you mentioned. Only Mako and Clearlove could do that. So even with 2 kills, EDG are just not able to take an objective.
Instead, they'll reset. Start pushing down mid once again.
So
at
this
least
time I
continue
think
the
they
dance.
do have the ability to do it. You know, with the Rek'Sai still not back available, that definitely would have fell down. There's only 3 people. One is only a legit damage dealer in Imp. He once again fires out the culling. Not much happening there, buddy. So EDG, they're playing it nice and slow. They're still up like 9,000 gold at this stage of the game. Huge lead, but just not willing to risk.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. EDG do want to play this one out safely. They've more than far enough ahead for it to be okay, as Pawn continuing to look for picks here, getting the vision down. He's being very brave, but they have plenty of control. His team's right in his back pocket as Clearlove going to clear out this ward. Does get knocked up by a tornado, but...
That's like the Clearlove right now.
Yeah.
He's just sitting in it time and time again, hoping someone face checks him. It's not even that good. The wall slopes in a weird way. End of the line's hard.
Technically, the jungle in this game is Clearlove's jungle. He's been sitting inside of Xiaoxi's jungle and not allowing him to farm at all. He's taken away probably more camps than Xiaoxi has inside his own jungle.
I feel like Pawn also looking for a customer, but no one wheeling there, so he's just going to get that wave pushing down in the top side. 30 seconds till the Dragon is going to be back available. LGD did manage to steal one. That's a nice little stat boost there, but it's rinse and repeat here for EDG. All they have to do is wait around the Baron area and wait till something collapses, basically. Oh, very cheeky from Xiaoxi. I believe did get it for his team and does.
Yeah, he certainly did. So in the end, they're able to get everything. Def now looking for him.
Always cute to see them fight. Oh, red buff steal. Here's Deaths, like you mentioned, Fish. Jungle does seem to belong to EDG on both sides of the rift, which does seem a tad unfair, as Dragon is now up now in 3 seconds. Koro teleport ready as well, but he's already on that side of the map. Looks like EDG will consolidate and take the obvious objective.
They're just going to take the Insurance Dragon right now. They are 9,000 gold ahead of LGD. Being able to pick up this second Dragon will help with their pushing power and also be able to help them later on in the game.
Yeah, but look at the items that are being picked up. You know, they're working towards double Essence Reaver. So Gameplay, he's going to have his picked up. Essence Reaver's being picked up for the Corki. On the side of Pawn, he's going for another needlessly large rod items. EDG, they're just like that completed component ahead at every stage of the game. That means that it's terrifying to fight them.
It is, and it's just all snowballed from the early game. It's really just a matter of what mistakes did EDG make from this point, or what's their next move. It does seem like they want the Baron. LGD know that this is up, and they're just going to hide in the pit. In fact, it's recall time. Looks like time to spend some money.
So once again, they don't want the Baron, they just want the vision around the area because they want to bait them to come in, and then once the face check occurs, get the pick. They're much more of a siege kind of catch comp than they are an actual objective taking comp.
LGD, they need to do something to stop the bleeding because now EDG still 9,000 gold ahead, 6-3 in terms of kills, still 6-2 in terms of turrets, but LGD, all they've been doing to try and stop the bleeding is just stay in lane.
Well, we'll group up once again. Def will collect the red buff. EDG more than happy to take a fight if LGD are going to give it to them. Koro back in that bottom lane. Both top laners do have teleport for this next particular juncture. But right now it's just EDG. They haven't quite been able to crack the base. Definitely more of that pick comp, but if they find a pick, it shouldn't take too much more to blow the whole base down.
Yeah, and this is where pick comps kind of struggle. If you're not able to successfully secure vision over long periods of time, blue trinkers really screw with your mid game. You're not able to really, with the limitations on pick wards now, keep people out of your jungle. See, Xiaoxi went for that. Actually went over to Clearlove, so they retain some vision. But right now, Mako needs his sweeper back up, needs to get back inside that pit, be able to get rid of the wards and bait LGD into making the same mistake they made about 5 minutes ago.
Clearlove is still dominating the jungle. Xiaoxi desperately tried to get just one wolf. Clearlove uses his smite to take that one away.
Yeah, and more importantly, he didn't want the wolf, he wanted the wolf spirit. Like, he wouldn't even have cared about the 56 gold. He was just like, I want the damn vision in my jungle. Like, I can't see anything. I'm a blind man without my stick right now. So we'll see whether that is an objective that he continues to prioritize, because honestly, the longer EDG control this top side of the map, the harder it is for LGD to come back.
Well, Pawn actually getting chunked out there. Xiaoxi going to go in for the dive. Pawn could be in trouble. Flashes out of the way. Barely lives. There's a crit, I think, came out from him. The GP ulti will be burnt just to try and defend them as Xiaoxi running away from that pyre. But Clearlove, he wants blood.
They fire at Pawn. Oh, he's able to live in the end.
Good team communication there from EDG, making sure Anyway, ulti was coming out. So not quite there. I like the idea from LGD, though, trying to take that tower, but EDG able to group themselves back up, moving towards mid once again, and again, just rinse and repeat. We mentioned it already, EDG's lead will hold for quite a while in this game.
Yeah, it certainly will. They're still about 10 minutes away from any gold becoming a semblance of equal due to item inefficiency. One thing I love about Gameplay, I talk about it a lot, even though he gets a lot of farm, a lot of extra gold from his farm, has one of the most expensive builds in the game, so doesn't really care. He'll farm to the end of the game, continue to pick up IEs, and do massive amounts of damage.
Even though he has one of the most expensive builds in the game, he still has more items than his counterpart. Marin here has 3 complete items. Marin's still struggling to pick up his third.
Well, you have to think about what 259 CS looks like in terms of how many barrels he's shot to pick up the extra gold, how many times he's glocked Marin in the head for the extra 10 gold from the Bandit passive. Like, it's the little things with gameplay, and they add up so well. It's like the old Twisted Fate when you're able to gamble on cards. You just get so much.
Yep, planted all that booty. Has Koro, as he's looking good there on the bottom side, still being a thorn on LGD's side and creating pressure in the area. In fact, EDG just committing to the split push. Clearlove is quite strong, but Wayless will face check the Graves. Does return quite a bit of nice damage.
Finally, they've been able to repel Clearlove out of their own jungle. Finally pushing him back and saying, that's enough.
Is it my Grump now? Might not be. Clearlove looking for it. Grump will reset. Clearlove's like, nah, still mine. Pawn actually could find a pick here onto Xiaoxi. Doesn't quite know where the rest of OGD are, but I think they spotted them.
Got it.
Nice smite there from Xiaoxi, but Pawn, I guess doesn't feel like he has the burst. He won't go for it.
Yes, Xiaoxi with the nice Jedi mind trick. This is not the Rek'Sai you were looking for. Let me go, please.
This is a more juicy target for Pawn, though. So they're going to try and jump in onto Imp. He is spotted out by the blue trinket, though.
Yeah, but that's greedy. You know, he knows that everyone's in the top side of the jungle. He's seen them time and time again. Burns the ultimate. Imp used his E. He relentlessly pursued out of that, and Paul was like, all right, jig's up, I'm going away.
Well, EDG, seems like they're having a little bit of trouble closing this game, but the lead they have can probably afford a couple of stumbles here and there.
Get your pink ward set up. Go back to your objective. They started up this time because Xiaoxi doesn't go for the phase check. If he comes, just turn around and kill him.
Well, Xiaoxi is there, and let's say EDG, do you want to maybe make something happen?
Here we go.
Charging up the ulti, he misses though as Xiaoxi.
Koro's still taking Baron.
Blank damage is massive. Koro far too low as he's forced to push out of the way. Marin onto Clearlove off to the side there. He's going to try and take him out, but the exhaust is down. Xiaoxi on the other front there. He's getting low, but Pawn locked up. Exhaust is there. Wayless dives in straight in the middle of the fight, and Imp is firing away from the front lines. Pawn will finally die, and EDG just have to retreat.
And that could have been the best outcome for EDG because in the end, look at how many sub 20% health bars they have. So greedy, starting up the Baron, not committing to it. Now it's LGD.
This is going to signal LGD to try and take down Baron. EDG were not able to get anything out of trying to force that one. Koro is teleporting into the mid lane. Mako is doing his best to try and fend them up for as long as he has. Down to 2,000 health. Mako now being turned on. Koro tries to get the barrel steal, puts it down a bit too late. Baron goes over to LGD.
Do or do not. There is no try. LGD able to pick up the Baron. They commit everything to it. Do what EDG were not willing to. Finally, there's a window back into the game.
31 minutes into the game, and LGD have finally done something to stop the bleeding. It's going to be really crucial to see how they use this Baron to their advantage.
But look at the turrets. There's 4 turrets up for them with that Baron to take that aren't in the base. If they're able to get any semblance of a siege, this can become short work for them.
Yeah, delicious standing gold there as EDG will get something back there and take Dragon number 3 for themselves. LGD did well to steal that first one and deny the fourth, and of course the scariness of the fifth. LGD though, with the Baron, can start to be a little bit more proactive, maybe knock down some of those turrets you mentioned and get that gold back towards them.
Yeah, and look at what their comp's designed to do. It's a disengage out of Marin. It's the anti-dive of Xiaoxi and PYL. Imp and Wayless can freely hit these structures from the backline and continue to take them down. And there is limited wave clear on EDG's lineup that's immediate.
Oh, and Def gets the blue steal with one of his rockets there. Wayless even uses True Shot Barrage to try and take that one away.
Yeah, but they get the real objective. They get mid lane turret. Here comes the culling one more time.
Imp just loves it. He loves the culling. He just popped it on cooldown as Wayless. Actually starting to do some real poke damage. We saw how much work he was able to do in that last teamfight as EDG.
And now they're giving him a taste of their own medicine, controlling the bottom side of the jungle, making sure they can't cheat through it. You see that the gangplank, the Corki, has to go around the long way. Now they can continue the siege in the bottom lane.
Marin, very tanky, level 17. Deadman's Blade ticking away. He is looking for a dive if he can find it. LGD, though, will take the tier 2 import. Def gets hugely chunked, and he has to go straight back to base.
Yeah, he certainly does, and now the siege continues. LGD, they're unrelenting. All of a sudden, it's only a 5,000 gold lead, and they're not stopping anytime soon.
LGD are trying to do their best, get some damage down onto this inhibitor turret, especially when Deft is nowhere close to this bottom lane.
Don't forget, though, EDG, plenty of items and plenty of team fight in them. LGD have done well to put this game in this position. EDG's little team fight fumble does cost them, but if they can find one big fight, that'll likely end the game. So LGD still treading on a very very squishy ground.
Yeah, and honestly, they need to get another turret out of this Baron. It needs to be the mid or it needs to be the top, although top lane is pushing against it. PYL caught.
He's being caught out. Pawn is going to be exhausted immediately. Mako tries to jump in to save his ally. They're still going on forward. Pops his ultimate. Gangplank ultimate's down as well. Myron jumps into the fight and knocks so many people up. Pawn has to pop his Zonya Hourglass to stay alive. His Clear Love is trying to retreat. LGD Imp is trying to push forward. Wayless picks up a snipe with his True Shot Barrage. Jumps in aggressively as in the backlines. Imp picks up a kill onto Koro.
Myron take a bow. The huge Poppy ultimate takes 3 people out of a team fight. Xiaoxi able to dive in, does the exact same thing. The AD carries on the backline do so much damage at this stage of the game. Now they'll push through.
And you can see LGD's greed paying off there as Imp was able to get enough farm. Their carries are massive as LGD are going to be the first team when they were 10,000 gold behind pretty much to shatter the front of the base. Clearlove trying to defend. Xiaoxi getting low. This actually might be enough from EDG. Marin is going to get trained on once again, but EDG cannot take the risk. Wayless going straight in for it, but he lives through it somehow. Clearlove is going to die to Marin by the looks of things. He can't win that 1v1. And LGD pulling rabbits straight out of hands.
Yeah, and the cojones on Wayless to be able to jump in there. What the heck is going on? LGD, they're like, you know what? We're not going to go out without a fight.
I mean, in the pre-show, we talked about how Wayless has stepped up for his team. He was 1-on-1 against Pawn this entire game, but he's really stepped up aggressively in these fights.
And that's where we want Blue Ezreal to excel, you know. He's got the completed build now. He's able to chunk out the members. So much control. Xiaoxi being a bit greedy, but Wayless, this is a part of the game where Blue Ezreals love to be.
And you mentioned it already with the Baron. No real tanks on EDG, and they're sort of paying for it with LGD just going straight at them in these team fights. Pawn is going to keep pressuring now, try and keep the super minions out of the base, but EDG once again have to just hang out for a little while, and that gold lead has shrunk to about 4K, and 35.5 minutes in, that's barely anything.
LGDF also tied up on turrets as well. 7-6 in terms of kills. They're even ahead on kills now. LGDF completely flipped this game.
Yeah, they certainly have. I'm looking down the line, though. Koro's item build, it's confusing me a little bit. He's got a Last Whisper on Gangplank. Already gets 40% total penetration from his barrels. That's where majority of his damage. Ultimate does magic damage. So that's literally a Glock and an auto attack item, which doesn't make sense. It's less than half of his kit. Hasn't gone for something aggressive like a Youmuu's Ghostblade, or even a Maw, honestly, would be more worthwhile at this stage of the game. But see whether it's able to work out for him.
Well, certainly it could be one God Barrel away from ending this one for EDG, but right now it is LGD back in the driver's seat, surprisingly getting aggressive again, doing to EDG what happened to them in the first 15 minutes of this one. Imp is still pushing forward, happy to duel anyone that comes to try and fight him in EDG. The Baron buff has worn off. They're going to have to try and stop this siege.
Yeah, and the funny thing is they're still behind a significant amount of gold. It's still 3,000 gold at this stage of the game.
Throwing out his culling once again just to try and push EDG off of their own turret. Trying to pick up that last inner turret, the final outer objective for LGD.
Well, big objectives starting to come back up as well. As far as neutrals are concerned, Dragon up in about 50 seconds. That'll be EDG's 4th, and that's a big thing for LGD to take away, if nothing else. Baron up in 115. LGD more than happy to go there as well. I believe the inhibitor will be back for EDG, so they'll have a little bit of clearance room, but it feels like here, almost 40 minutes into this one, 37 have elapsed, and it just feels like the game is much closer than EDG would like.
Yeah, it certainly is. When you get a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes or whatever they had, it is very, very scary to see it shrink back down to 3, but they still have to recognize they have a sizable advantage. Maybe not on presence on the map, but they still have a very farm game playing. They've got Def on Corki, who does ridiculous amounts of damage late. This isn't old Corki, this is carry Corki, and we'll see whether EDG are able to bounce back and pull it together.
LGD is grouping up around the Dragon Pit, taking control of that pit. And EDG, they don't want to let this one go lightly. Imp is going to pop the culling once again to try and defer them away. Xiaoxi's taking a ton of damage. He's down below half his health. This may allow EDG to teamfight.
Yeah, that's the famous barrel brush. That's why. Wayless just took half his health.
Yep, link them all together and get the poke down. Seems like Koro might have studied pointers. LGD are actually quite bravely going to start this Dragon up. EDG do want it if they can get it, but they want a clean fight if they can get that instead. Dragon getting low. They will go down. Clearlove does secure it, but Marin gonna get knocked in and run straight to the front lines. Paul can't get anywhere, but the Mikhail's maybe just enough to save him. Shashi forced to flush away as LGD been massively chunked. Koro getting the barrels down, takes out PYL on the other side, and LGD scattered to the wind as Imp getting chased down by Mako and Pawn. Deft up to the side, finally slays Marin as Imp. He's trying as he might, but the crits are there. That's almost a wipe here as Wayless gonna get tagged by a charm. He will cleanse off it, but that's an ace for EDG.
Actually, Xiaoxi survived, so it's not an ace yet. It's a 4 for 1, but I like the enthusiasm pastry time. They're able to also pick up the Dragon, more importantly. That's number 4, puts a 6-minute clock on this game, and with 4 members dead, will go towards that Baron.
And that's exactly where EDG are going to move towards. Koro is going to use his teleport into the mid lane once again. EDG have their sights set onto this Baron. Xiaoxi is still up. He may try and contest this and potentially go for a steal.
Yeah, Shashi, the bug who lived, is going to try and look for the steal here, which would keep LGD in the game. EDG going to take the Baron, though. Shashi not able to get it.
And because of the ward, they know exactly where it is. You can see Deft eyeing him, actually just walks away. You know, I would have liked to go for the kill. But you do you, Deft. You do you.
And LGD are now back to square one. They are 8,000 gold behind EDG. And this is where they were before they were able to take the Baron away.
Yeah, it's a game of throws. It's not really the cleanest game we've seen. 18 kills at 40 minutes isn't honestly that bloody either. It's just been a game of now 3 halves, I guess. EDG dominating the map, LGD hitting back, EDG winning a clean team fight and taking away.
Well, it is certainly EDG's half, or maybe quarter, given that we have 3 of them so far now.
Well, that would be a third.
Shut up. I don't know how to do maths, and now everybody knows. Well, maybe there's a 4th quarter, we'll have to find out, but perhaps in the last third, thank you, Spawn, as EDG are going to Power Ranger as 5 down towards that mid lane, charge in, see what they can bust.
LGD now looking to try and take down their first inhibitor turret. LGD looking for Imp to try and regroup with the team. The Baron up minions are dealing a ton of damage to these towers. See, towers are getting absolutely melted for EDG. They're taking objectives down like it's nothing.
Yeah,
Marin going to try and use his ultimate to knock some people back. Misses everyone on the side of EDG. They get a free objective.
Yeah, talk about, you know, huge damage. You've got a 6-item Corki pretty much who has a Trinity Force. You have a 6-item Gangplank who has a Trinity Force. And you have all that AP on Pawn. Turrets are going to melt like butter.
Yeah, I like the commitment to EDG Siege, where they're like, man, we couldn't break it when we had 6 turrets, so double rapid fire cannons between the Graves and the Corki. Turrets pretty literally explode as the cannons are fired off them. EDG not done yet. They broke mid. Now they're going to run down bot and see what else they can get out of it.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's so dangerous right now because now they have the Gangplank ulti back available on Koro. As soon as that goes down on a turret, everyone has to run away.
Grouping up in the bottom lane now. They've got their eyes set on that bot lane inhibitor. Imp is using his culling once again to try and fend off EDG as Mako just jumps forward, takes the brunt of that damage. LGD desperately trying to defend from this push from EDG.
Let's talk about Deft item build for a little bit. He has no life steal. You know, it's just something that I've picked up. He doesn't really care. He's playing a poke AD carry to his credit, but that's a pretty brave build.
I like the Sterix. He's just going to tank it all with his face, it seems like here. Well, yeah, I think brave is a reasonable word there.
Is he a mage? He's got sorcerer boots. Is he an AD carry? He has a infinity edge. Is he a tank? He's got Sterix. No one knows.
Well, maybe we'll find out soon, as Def certainly doing a lot of damage. That much I can tell you for free. 4-0-3, Def looking good on the Corki, as per usual. As EDG looking for that one last little bit.
Actually, you know, across the board, they don't have lifesteal. There's like not one QSS because there's not really all that much, I guess, hard CC unless you count Marins. And that's just, with double AD carry and no lifesteal, my mind is just melted.
They need the Zeeks. Oh no, we took it out.
On the other side of the table, Imp has 2 lifesteal items to his name. He definitely wants to stay alive in these team fights with all these bloodthirsty EDG levels.
Yeah, and this is actually the item build I like out of Lucian at the moment. It turns you more into a mid-range bruiser through your lifesteal. It's kind of like the Yasuo philosophy. Do you go tanky or do you just get as much lifesteal as possible and try and live through the team fight? So as long as he's hitting people, actually surprisingly durable at this stage of the game.
Just one of those things where we saw the damage output before. They can melt him if they get a chance to, but LGD have actually held off quite well so far. EDG, Baron now one off, so only broke 1 in here, which is not too bad, but EDG were able to come back with the mid one down. It has respawned now, of course. Lane open, Dragon up in a minute 20, that real timer on that game.
Yeah, so number 5 is going to come up. You see that they're trying to get Scuttle Crab Vision. They'll get a shop in beforehand as well. Even the supports are honestly incredibly strong at this stage of the game. And we'll see if LGD can put up a last stand.
Speaking of the sports, Mako has picked up a Frozen Heart. He's going to be able to reduce the attack speed of everybody on the side of LGD and Mikhail's Crucible for PYL.
But yeah, I actually don't think it's that useful as Wayless finds Clear Love, chunks him out because, you know, when you look at Lucian, he's not really an attack speed, he's more of a spell weaver. Same thing with Ezreal. But, of course, oh wow, that's a 1600 damage crit out of the gameplay at this stage of the game. Of course, any additional armor going to help him out.
Yeah, not messing around certainly is Koros. LGD actually have found the inside track here. EDG though maybe looking for a flank. Carries at the back looking a little exposed. Marin, of course, is here and he does TP his way in.
Here comes Teleport.
If there's something here is they're going to go in from the side. Actually, Pornet's the one that's caught out. He looked for a big flank, but Marin is going to chase him out of it. Pornet will look for the re-engage. Gets nice damage down onto the Poppy. EDG chunked the Poppy and everyone else is still healthy.
Yeah, that's actually really greedy from Marin. Where he teleported meant now they can't contest the Dragon. It's up in 9 seconds. He has to recall.
He has to recall. Koros has his teleport available. EDG are going to try and take this 5th Dragon with no Marin available. This should be an easy pickup for EDG unless Rek'Sai can steal this.
You can see barrels coming out. Clear Love trying to secure.
And it's too late. They're already gone down. Shashi way too low. Actually, his death just going to fire away. 5th Dragon is there. Marin hits him out of the area, but Marin looks like he's going to melt. Pawn does die to Imp off on the other side. Imp still trying to chase people down. He does so much damage at this stage, but Clearlove cleans Wayless out in the back. Imp's going to get chunked out here as he barely lives with the help of PYL, but Mako's going to flash in for him. Shashi's still here, actually maybe going to turn it around, but Clearlove slays the carry. They'll chase in onto Xiaoxi and PYO getting chased down as well. That's 4. Could see the aces. Koro wants it, but not this time.
Honestly, the Gangplank ultimate was great. The zoning from Pawn was fantastic. That team fight, however, was all about Clearlove. He chases into Wayless, bodies him out of the team fight, then chases down the rest of the team. He's like an angry yokel with a shotgun, able to clean up house.
And with the 5th Dragon buff, EDG are looking to try and close out this game against LGD. 45 minutes in, they have 2 inhibitors. They're working on the Nexus turrets. The 2nd Nexus turret is going to fall. They're going on to the Nexus, and EDG pick up game 1 against LGD.
And it felt like it could have been a little bit cleaner, but as the Nessus explodes, EDG get what they want in the first game, and that is the win. But man, that was a roller coaster of emotions, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly was. That mid game was a really big question mark for EDG. When you are up by that amount of gold with the composition they had, you know, they had the siege, they're able to bait Baron so easily. Committing to it was just a huge error.
And I guess it's good to see EDG play well in the early game and still teamfight well in towards that late game as well. So we're going to check out a few highlights. There were quite a few here in this game. Marin got a little too low. Koro played this well to get first blood.
Koro played this one absolutely fantastic, using the extension of the barrel to pick up that first blood nicely in the top lane. And it was just EDG's game from then onwards. LGD trying to fight back at Baron, but just not able to do so.
Yeah, this was an overcommit here. You see a nice flash engage out of Marin there, completely deletes Pawn. This is what they should have been doing the whole game. Setting up picks, making sure they can get it done. But they got greedy once and it bit them. LGD came back, but credit to EDG for closing out.
Yeah, it felt like EDG had such a lead, but knew what they wanted to do and couldn't quite execute, which is rare for them, but bloody team fights across the board here as this is another one of them.
This was the massive team fight for LGD where Marin got that fantastic smash into the wall against EDG. They had nothing after taking so much damage from Baron, and LGD were able to pick that one up after the play.
Yeah, and honestly, they escaped like with the minimum there. They lost Baron, they lost one person. They should have probably lost more. This was a little bit of a questionable teleport, just the location for me, because he tries to separate the teams. Actually, that's not that one. It's a different one. This is a one team fight.
There are a lot of them here, but Marin pops his way in. You can see EDG able to fire away. The damage is a little too much. Pawn does pop the Zhonya's. And again, the amount of damage across the board, EDG kind of racing a couple carries, it felt like, but the damage ahead was great. Maybe this is not, that's just someone getting kicked out of Dragon.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is a Dragon pickup, and the great Gangplank ulti completely cuts the 80 carries out of the fight. Pawn goes over the wall. From that point on, they just completely zone. Huge barrels, critting everyone. Pawn able to get back in, and we mentioned him already, but Clearlove, what a performance one more time on the Graves.
And fair play to Wayless. He tried his best to kite back for his team, just that nobody was alive for LGD to capitalize on this blue Ezreal, and they just eventually all got taken down.
Yeah, sick cleanse at the end to try and get it done. But I just love what was happening at the end there. For me, the top laners played excellent games. Both Mara on the Poppy, even with the teleport at the end maybe being a bit wonky. And Korra's game playing was actually the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, we always talk about the fact that if you need to pick Gangplank, you need to be able to flex it, because otherwise people counterpick it with things like Lulu, although not available, or an AD carry in the mid lane, because very good at shutting down early to mid game by taking out the barrels, harassing him out of lane. So the ability to flex comes up absolutely massive. They see the Ezreal, they last pick the Ahri and Assassin instead of what the control that Gangplank brings to a game. And in the end, that is really what secured them a very well-rounded comp out of EDG.
Yeah, and is there maybe a worry about the jungle there as well? Because clearly they've had another amazing game on Graves. It's still a strong pick. There are definitely other junglers that are coming up, but can they just ban it and maybe deal with something else?
Well, the thing is, it's more of a playstyle thing, and because of the lane swap, how it was set up, Clearlove was able to go into hard farm mode. What we expected was standard lanes, them to take to it, and then Xiaoxi, the good early game jungler, to be able to kick him out of his jungle.
And we saw Clearlove once again, he was able to just dominate the jungle. He was in Xiaoxi's jungle for majority of that match and probably took more camps from his jungle.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes down. EDG do win the first game very nicely there for them. We'll have to see if LGD can bounce back. It was a close game one. Don't go too far. We'll be right back for game number 2. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here for the next game between LGD and EDG. Before we go there, though, we have an MVP to give out, and it was Clearlove back on the Graves once again.
Yeah, the jungler for EDG just having a great performance, able to very aggressively counter jungle because of a great lane swap setup, and you have to give it to him. Another game on Graves, another MVP.
And I've been harping on him this entire broadcast. He's been dominating ever since he's rejoined the roster for EDG.
Only died once, so keeping that KDA nice and healthy there as well. Not sure what absurd number he's up to just yet.
That's bad.
Oh, he died.
He's like an average of 20.
Awful
13.
player.
That's 7 less than 20. Math, pastry time, math.
We already established I'm absolutely terrible at maths. So no more maths for me out on the desk. Welcome back, though, as it's been fun so far. LGD, definitely some shining moments there, but EDG, it just felt like they still had it there. And we're kind of talking a little bit on the Breakfish. I know you mentioned it, that LGD, they've got all the things they need. They just can't quite execute yet, it feels like.
That's right. It just feels like they're very reactionary against EDG. It just feels like all they're doing is trying to stop the bleeding that EDG have been dealing to them. But at the same time, it just feels like EDG have no way to close out their game.
And I think the one thing for me is that the team fight's definitely still there for LGD, but let's waste no more time. We are back into Champ Slates here for game number 2. EDG did win game 1. They'll be on the blue side here for this one. LGD will hang out over on the red, and Kalista Twisted Fate, once again, we're seeing pretty similar bans from game 1.
Yeah, we certainly are. So we'll see whether keeping Imp off Kalista is still the recipe to success here. Pawn, of course, never going to get that Twisted Fate. Plays it so well from ahead, from behind. I think it was a famous game versus LGD where he was 0-6 on Twisted Fate and won the game.
Lux is going to be taken away by Edward Gaming. Seems that they don't want Wayless to get his hands on that champion.
Yeah, maybe it's because Pawn still wants to play Assassins. Lux shuts down a lot of the aggression in that mid lane, especially if it is last pick for Wayless. So get it off the board, make sure it's nice and open. I mean, they could still nullify with something like a Morgana, but much riskier to pull off.
Certainly is, as there's Ryze getting banned once again. As a reminder, still in 6.1, so Ryze, plenty of kick there in that kit. Still a very strong champion. There's 20 seconds left for EDG to decide on ban number 3. We've already changed it up a little bit here, but Ryze being banned away. They banned Lulu last time to complete their trio of bans. We'll see with 10 seconds left what they want to go with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Lulu, although Pawn does play it terrifically. Koro also willing to pick it up. See Rapid Star on your camera.
He's just so handsome.
He is. Really,
and
really
he's also
handsome.
a very good coach, it seems like, because EDG have only gotten stronger. It is Gangplank, though. They are going to respect the power of the champion. Actually, a blue side GP pan there.
This does mean that Alistar and Lulu are left available, so only one of those two champions could be banned out. Graves is still up as well, and I don't think LGD want to give that on over to Clearlove again.
Yeah, I don't know whether like in the current meta you can afford to ban Graves. There's just so many power picks right now, as you mentioned. Like, Corki was one that we didn't mention. Alistar, the fact that Lulu is still available. I expect them to take Lulu here. They probably will. Just way too powerful in the current meta.
Yep, they are going to hover and they are going to lock it in. Could be Koro, could be Pawn. Heck, could even Mako at this point. But EDG, they take the pick. They were willing to ban on red side. And if you're going to ban it on red side, you should be willing to first pick it on blue.
Yeah, I think there's been one competitive Lulu game in the support position. It was Afro move from the NA LCS. Was able to pull it off very, very well. So got your back there. Definitely still a support flex pick.
Technically, yes, I suppose. As LGD considering their next few picks here.
Yeah, and LGD do have the second rotation of picks. Alistar is still available, and I would not be surprised if this is one of the priorities for LGD to pick up in their second rotation.
Do you know what I would be surprised by? If they rotated Ezreal Nunu. That's what I would be surprised by, so I'm glad they're off that one.
Well, at least for now, it looks like maybe Kog'Maw has some interest. Again, still 6.1. As there are supports left open for POL as well. We did have Alistar Bard banned away last game, with Braum also picked up early for Mako. So POL is going to get a little bit more options, and surprise, surprise, it is Alistar, but Kog'Maw actually could be the mix-up there.
So this is 6.1, so Kog'Maw hasn't been buffed yet. But the thing about this is when we buff champions and they get ridiculously strong, pro players go, surely it wasn't that bad before the buff. And then they go play it. And then they figure out it honestly wasn't that bad before the buff. The buff probably tipped him into absurd territory right now on live, but still fairly strong on 6.1. They didn't want to give over the Kog'Maw Lulu because it's still devastating, like turret, like just throw picks everywhere kind of composition. So I like the fact that they pick it up. They need to make sure it doesn't get heavy engaged upon, but should still be able to dish out a lot of damage.
Yep, I like what's going on here. As we'll see exactly what Imps Kog'Maw can do. He's definitely known for it back when it was a bit more in vogue.
Oh, they won a summer off it. Like, let's be like brutally honest. TNT still has nightmares about Imps Kog'Maw. He was put in 260 CS holes at like 12, 15 minutes into the game I believe I sent them at Rusty a lot on Twitter, so if you want, go check him out. But he's an absolute monster on it.
And we are going to see the next 2 picks for Edward Gaming. It's going to be Nunu and Thresh being picked up for EDG.
Yeah, and this is why they didn't want to give them Cogmore. Like, you could see that they were terrified of this because Lulu Nunu, like, insert Jinx, which Deft is one competitive loss I think he has against Xiaogu. Swift played Nocturne. Once again, if you want to speak about Nightmare games, go check that one out. But this is just such a... This is what LGD used to run. Like, it's a Juggernaut comp. It's get them up in the front lane. Snake used to run similar things. Of course, it all started over in LCK. I will give some credit over there. So from the to the Ku Tigers, now the Rocks Tigers. So we'll see if they're able to continue the success of the composition.
Totally having some fun here as well. I actually saw the Nocturne briefly from Imp, who maybe remembers that game as well. But EDG have a great setup here for whatever they want to run. It's probably a big carry here for Deft, but LGD might just consolidate some of these picks. Go to some more standard things. Right now, it's a Rek'Sai Victor is what they want to look for.
Does look like Rek'Sai and Victor will be the 2 pickups for LGD. No, they're going to swap that one out. It will be Orianna and Rek'Sai picked up for LGD.
And I like this. Orianna does well against controls mages, has great team fight presence. You know, generally the hyper carries they run are a little bit less mobile. Hey, Twitch, talking about a mobile AD carry. So I agree that this should be the composition. You know, when you have something like a Rek'Sai, when you have something like an Alistair to get the party started, Orianna always fun to play.
Certainly got plenty of time there as Deft going to go through a couple different champions like we are expecting. Relatively strong scaling carry.
So this is what I want to find out. Is it Hurricane Jinx or is it Rapid Fire Cannon Kate? One is very good at shredding through one person with the picks. The other one very, very good at cleaning up whole team fights, and it will be the Jinx.
It is Jinx. Once again, we'll have to see if the Hurricane does come out. We've seen it be a little bit more popular as Jinx picks up a couple.
The reason Hurricane is so popular right now on Jinx is because Rockets crit. Hurricane gives you the extra bolts. And when they crit, it kind of like mini implodes on itself. The wave clear is so phenomenal, as well as the fact that you have a lot of range.
EDGL is going to pick up Zed into the mid lane, going up against this Orianna.
If I know EDG, I would never be careful about that one. They've played EDG. They've played Zed in some wacky situations.
Clearlove is ready. He remembers.
Like, yeah, he remembers 2 years ago. Like, he's like, put me in, coach. Like, that's a top lane Nunu for you. Give me my jungle Zed back. I'll see you at 25 minutes, by the way, because I'm not ganking. But of course, it probably will go into the
have to think that Pawn is going to keep on the Assassin train. He's been loving them, and into Ori, not too bad there, but it'll be interesting to see how the mid laners do go. Looks like we do need a champion for Marin, though. We had Talon being considered, but I think that's more the players having some fun with each other more than anything else.
We haven't had the mana Talon game out of Pawn for a while, you know.
I feel like he gets one.
Yeah,
It's
but
written
he
in the
did it
contract.
last summer. So he had one in spring, but he didn't get his one in summer. So he's owed one. EDG are like, yeah, we know, it's still in the bank, so don't worry about it.
Right? Maybe that's it. He needs to play Talon.
I think you're onto something, Pastry Time.
I think so.
Well, there will be no talent coming into this game, but Kenna will be the final pick for LGD.
Look at this. Put him on the desk for one day. Kicks down our sandcastle that is the Talon.
Well, we get to see a Kennen being played by Marin up in the top
it's actually
lane.
his second Kennen game of the league this year as well, I believe. So we'll see how he does. It didn't go so great on the first Kennen game, but LGD have certainly had a couple of struggles. I like what's going on, though. Lots of area control. Big imp there on the Cogmore. Great tanky engage from the jungle and support. You can kind of see what LGD want to do here.
So Zed, it's always been said you can't play Cogmore if Zed's on the field. It's always been said you can't play melee assassins if Kennen's on the field. So this is like the ultimate paper, scissors, rock battle in League of Legends. Will Marin be able to tie down the Zed after the ultimate and allow Imp to blow him up? Will Pawn blow up Imp, or will Imp just avoid him for the whole game, blow everyone else up?
Well, I guess we'll have to find out here as we do see the comps back on your screen. Should be a fun one, if nothing else.
Definitely will be a fun one. It's going to be a really exciting match between these two, and like you guys mentioned, Deft and Imp here, the 2 star players for these 2 teams coming into this matchup.
Yeah, playing the big carries, playing the Jinx, playing the Cogmore. On the opposite sides, there definitely is the ability to blow them up. Wayless is Orianna. Give him an Alistair. All of a sudden, that's on top of the AD carry. The other side of the Rift, Pawn. He's mostly responsible for blowing up that Void Puppy. We'll see who can execute on their win condition, take out the hyper carry ADs, and get them off the Rift.
Certainly can, as we're about to get ourselves in a game number 2 between LGD and EDG. we're back on a Summoner's Rift once again. Here is EDG 1-0 up currently against LGD in our first best of 3. Welcome back once again to the LPL, everyone. As EDG going to do something fun, but LGD have not drafted poorly either.
And we are going to see the 5-man fan out on Summoner's Rift from these two teams. Question is, will we see another lane swap coming in from EDG?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be surprised because they have the Nunu, they have the Jinx. They're going to absolutely rip through turrets. On the other side, Void Puppy doesn't do too bad himself. Good to see the skin synergy out of Clear Love and Deft as well. Both running the Zombie and the Zombie Slayer.
I love it. Still the best friends club, Deft and Clear Love. And I love that Clear Love's back on Nunu as well. Speaking of throwbacks, we'll see how he does. He was pretty literally terrorizing people. I guess he's got the spooky Nunu now to do it by haunting people in the jungle. We'll see what damage he can get done here to poor Xiaoxi today.
Well, Clear Love was dominating LGD's jungle just with a Graves alone. Now he's got Nunu, who is known for terrorizing the opposition's jungle. I'm really excited to see how he's going to do that.
And in some ways, it does feel like control jungler versus control jungler. So we'll have to see how that works out as Pawn is going to hang out here in the mid lane. He'll get the lane he wants. But it looks at things, Deft and Mako are towards that top side. Looks like lane swap once more here for EDG.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we'll see whether Marin's able to go to his lane successfully. You can see that they want standard lanes. Marin actually takes a truckload of damage from that red. Honestly, he wouldn't even have, like, now he's lucky that it's not standard lanes, because he wouldn't have won that lane. He had to burn his pot, and he's at half health.
What was Marin thinking there? He was just tanking up red to take one small lizard.
Well, it gives you the level 2 much earlier, but what it doesn't do is leave you healthy for laning phase. And you can see maybe he thought he could auto-attack some creeps to get himself back up healthy, but might be caught by Mako over the wall here.
No, I just feel like Marin is very unhappy with the situation. Mako is going to go check the buff once again. Xiaoxi does not have Smite. Mako might look to actually steal this away, but he needs to line this up perfectly. He does auto it, but it's not enough. Xiaoxi going to get the red, and Mako
in a lot of trouble.
Lucky to get out alive. The stun not quite there yet for Cannon. Is low, but does not fall.
So you feel mistakes from both sides. Now PYL looking mid lane for Pawn.
Imp has been left alone in the bottom lane again, so PYL does have that opportunity to roam into the mid lane. Wayless is playing this one a little bit aggressive, trying to push Pawn to the right side of the mid lane. Marin's here as well. They're going for a 4-man gank onto Pawn. Xiaoxi's here, flashes in, first blood goes on over to Marin.
And I've seen this before, Pastry Time. This is how LGD always used to deal with Pawn. Just send, like, everyone into his lane. They'll be back as well, because now he has no flash. Set Wayless up for success, see if he can carry.
We've solved the problem of what to do when Clear Love tries to invade your jungle. Get your jungle into the mid lane and get aggressive. Here is Marin going to join Imp. The Korean buddies will move down and see what they can get done on this turret.
Immediately, LGD is moving all of their members down to the bottom side of the map so they can get that push onto the turret as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, Koro takes a trip past mid lane, says thank you for some bonus CS there. As we take a look at the Keystone Masteries, exactly mirrored across the both sides of the road. Couple of Thunderlords, Strength of the Ages, Bond of Stone.
Yep, makes sense. Supports have the supportive one. Tanky junglers have the tanky ones. Damage deals get the damage ones as Deft working on the turret. Fervor not going to help him here, but the minigun certainly will as Koro actually going to join in as well for a bit of a push.
Yeah, and of course Nunu also up there, so they will be able to get a Blood Boil on that Jinx pretty soon. Will be a close thing still with the turrets, but looks like LGD will be able to get number 1.
LGD will be able to pick up that first turret, and even though Imp was left alone in that bottom lane, he is still behind in CS to Deft. This is a common trend of these two games.
Well, Marin actually swung past and took like 6 creeps. Like, to his credit, I'm not blaming him. Like, Marin completely takes that lane. Unless, in fact, he cut the wave like it was someone else's lane and took it from him forcefully.
Like, yeah, this is mine, right? No, we didn't. Not this sort of lane swap, Marin. As EDG will keep pushing. LGD did take the bottom out of it. EDG will answer in top very shortly. Nunu going to help slap that down, and that will go over. So the question is where the lane is going to go. Right now, LGD move their cog and their Alistar back to top side. We'll see what Mako and Def want to do here.
Yeah, whether they want to mirror it, of course. Alistar is going to be very aggressive in lane. Looks like they will recall, at least get a shop in. Def should have a little bit more gold, probably be able to afford that BF sword. But of course, Imp, he spikes way earlier. That is not an Infinity yet. I'll let you know, that's a Gwyn's Rage Blade.
I'm so excited. Rage Blade Cogmore. I mean, it's what we'd expect to see on 6.3. But here on 6.1, still good as Koro could be in a bit of trouble here in the bottom side. Marin getting the stun in. Xiaoxi following in with that knock up there as well. Koro forced to flash out. Cannon no more follow-up, and no one there, but Koro turns around for a bit of poke damage.
Yeah, he certainly does. Wants to see if he can continue to push him out of this lane. You can see he has support in terms of Mako, in terms of Def coming back down into the lane. So good turnaround there, but Marin still with a lot of pressure.
Huge for LGD as well, because they've sent their AD carry and support up into the top side, and they're already working on some damage to this top tower. Kora's going to have to burn that teleport to get up there.
Yeah, Kora is going to burn it. We'll get to the lane he wants to, I guess, but it seems like EDG are continuing to move their dual lane away from the standard 2v2 at this point. Pawn versus Wayless still, though. Wayless, they get a nice little early edge with that first assist from the first blood. So double drones and a fairy charm as Xiaoxi is looking for it here.
For some reason, also wants to cap up, I guess, tank up a little Raptor. Doesn't want to take that one away. Just happy to let it peck him in the back for a little bit, but no dive forthcoming. Means that they will back away.
Kulov is stuck up in this top lane, desperately trying to help Koro defend this tower. It's almost as if he's a secondary support here, whereas Xiaoxi's been left to just roam around the map.
Yeah, and you know, Nunu doesn't really care about that. He's there for his Blood Boil, there for his Snowball. So the longer he can keep structures up, all of a sudden they're going to have to mirror that on the bottom side of the map because Cannon doesn't have any wave clear. The better off EDG will be.
Well, feels like a similar start to last game here. Both teams starting to push some turrets down. We'll see which one can get an advantage, if one at all. Looks like PYL and Imp looking good right now. That was a very aggressive posture from PYL. Kora's like, please don't dive me. But not going to happen this time.
He's still a Lulu. You know, he's probably like, please dive me. I've got a shield. I can polymorph your AD carry. There's not really any way you're going to live through this as a level 4. And here we go, one more time.
Mako is going to try and make a trip to the mid lane. He's popped down the lantern. Nice play. Black Wayless is going to use the shockwave onto himself. Xiaoxi is going to try and come and defend. Wayless will be living with a sliver of health after that 3-man gank.
Yeah, so both summoner spells burn on Wayless, but you're right. Mako commits a lot. Able to get in there, and Pawn sets up a good gang. It will mean they will secure top turret for LGD. Right idea for EDG. Execution a little bit off.
Yeah, not there. And LGD are the ones this time with the turret advantage. Again, I said it felt like game 1. Isolated mid lane. Fast pushes happening from the lane swaps, but EDG got the edge in game 1. LGD pop out to an early-ish lead here, about 1,500 gold. EDG still trying to answer here in bottom lane.
Yeah, but what it does is it allows a little bit of farm back onto the Zed. So all of a sudden that lane much more equal. Def will be able to knock down this turret, equalize that at least, and the game is pretty much back to square one.
And in the first match, it felt like LGD was very reactionary. It felt like they were just reacting to everything EDG threw at them. This time, it seems like they're in the driver's seat.
The first game, they were in the driver's seat. The second was just a really good reactionary play to be able to pick up the top lane turret. So, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. At least able to respond correctly across the map. Now looking for their first dragon as well. Does seem that they want to try and be a little bit more proactive.
Yeah, macro play perhaps a bit tighter here for LGD. Definitely off to a better start as the game. Much more even here, 8 minutes in. Clearlove not able to get hyper-aggressive on the Nunu. Does have his ulti, though. He's going to poke his way by the dragon.
Oh,
but
Flash ultimate.
He's going to be late to see it.
Come on, Clearlove.
Flash consume, perhaps.
The dragon is yours.
Does know it's there. His team not quite in position yet, though. Deft actually all the way down. Ulti in. Oh, nice attempt there from Deft. Hook not going to land. Actually hits the dragon, but that will go to LGD.
Yeah, that's like when you catch a shark and you're like, do I pull it out of the water? Do I just let it be? Yeah, you know what? Have my rod.
And my boat. I'm leaving. I don't want anything to do
Peace.
with what's happening here. As Pawn pushing in Wayless a little bit more now. Able to get it under the turret, but Wayless still sitting pretty. Seeker's Arm Guard completed. Caulfield's done there for Pawn. He's going to take the Scuttle Crab away from himself. And I like the zeal here from Deft. He's going for that. Perhaps that Runan's after BF here, but you can see Ginsu's will be on the way there for Imp. He's got the blasting one in now, and that power spike is not far off.
Not far off at all. And once again, LGD, they seem like now they're the team with a ton of magic damage. Very little physical damage on the side, just a little bit from Rek'Sai and a slight bit from Cogmore as well.
You can see EDG still hanging up, but Wayless able to clear that pink out of the way. Backside and bottom, Deft farming a tad unsafely here, but level 7. Feeling pretty happy on the Jinx. Mako look for roam again mid, and EDG back with the same strategy. It's not quite 5 minutes, but just under 10. They're going to take the Rift Hold once more. And who's going to get the buff this time? I feel it might be Clearlove, but we'll have to see. It is, in fact, going to be Nunu.
Yeah, once again, you want Clearlove joining lanes, being able to blood boil people up with the stronger minion and push down turrets. So not surprised that it is the Nunu. Also, movement speed on Harold, very underrated. So being able to give that over to the Nunu means he transverses around the jungle. Should be able to get some counter jungling done as well. So I like the pick up there. We'll see if they're able to utilize it for anything good.
Imp is 20 CS behind Deft in this bottom lane. He's got a lot of catching up to do to get close to what this Jinx has been able to pick up.
Yeah, but you have to see what they've sacrificed on Imp to pick up on Marin. You know, he's a kill up. He's 10 CS up. They've put much more into the peel. Now Xiaoxi caught.
There could be trouble here as Pawn does duck himself out of the way. Wayless will not pull the trigger on the ulti, but he does get his jungler out safely.
So in the end, just a summon a spell burnt there for the jungler of LGD. Deft and Imp, for the first time really all match, are squaring off in that bottom lane. Once Gwinsus is picked up, you give it over to the Cog, but right now, probably Deft's fight to win. You can see them posturing very aggressively.
You see that Marin has picked up an interesting item build. 2 Doran's Blades, Boots of Swiftness with the Alacrity upgrade as well very early on.
Yeah, this is something that Marin used to do a lot, actually. Try and make teleport plays around the map, of course. With that ward sitting in the Krug pit, wouldn't be surprised to see him try and make one, although looks like Imp finally has that Gwinsu's Rage Blade, so he's going back to base.
Yep, should be just fine there. Does shop and pick it up, so Ginsu's online now for the Cog as Koro still holding waves up here on the top side. Looks to be going Frost Queen's Claim. Let's have the Frostfang in the inventory right now. And Def still farming things up. Looks like he's probably going to have a shop to get in as well. In fact, maybe even Pawn's going to be close to that Ghost Blade, so plenty of options as it's recalls across the Rift right now.
2 turrets to 2. Both these teams relatively even. The only kill going on over to Marin in the top lane after that massive 4-man dive coming out from LGD at level 2 in mid lane. But both these teams just have their sights set on farming as much as they can and trying to get to the mid to late game.
Yeah, and that's what confused me. You know, we look like we were back to where LGD were playing last year. Camp out mid lane, get Wayless ahead. They burnt the Summoner spell on Pawn, but they didn't go back there. That's what we expect out of LGD. Repeat visits, really smart play. Instead, they were happy to rest on their laurels, continue to farm back up. And what's that meant is a very neutral early game.
Yeah, you can see that reflected in the gold. Barely a difference in it as LGD are technically up about 200 gold. Mako.
Deft went rapid fire cannon. Now I'm really heartbroken. Thought we were going to have the goo hose versus like AoE crit.
You could still build runes later, maybe. We'll see. I'm sorry rapid fire cannon in his inventory, but we'll see what they can get done with it. Def is going to poke the tower out.
I don't blame you. There's one person at fault here.
It's Def.
It's Def.
Ruining dreams and memes.
Well, at least we'll still get to see the Gwinsu's Rage Blade coming in onto Imp. Smart's going to take a cork to the face. Deft and Mako just going to try and run around this mid lane turret. LGD are looking to try and take down their 3rd turret of the game.
Feels like the Siege still favoring LGD. I think Def is trying to get in there with the rapid fire cannon, but Imp using that range, using that Ginsu, just able to poke it out, use the ulti, get a bit of damage under the turret. Good ulti there on the Mako. Heal is popped. Mako very low after the ulti from Kog'Maw. But
remember, we added an execute to Kog'Maw's ultimate. You see how much damage it does when you're low on health. Only throws out 1 because it is very mana intensive, but that's a warning shot. Much more of that to come.
Ginsu's Rage Blade gives him a little bit of ability power as well, giving that extra damage to the ultimate that he needed. Mako almost gets taken down, cost Def the summoner spell.
Lucky to be alive perhaps, as Def did have to burn the summoner. LGD going to clear out mid though. Rage Blade going to make very short work of any waves as Pawn going to transition himself down to that bottom lane. Could be split push starting. Marin still hanging out on the top there as well. Does have his TP. And looks like Def still committed to this mid. Koro is joined up with him, excuse me. Can't get the rapid fire cannon rockets out. EDG really wants to break this mid.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they feel like they have the comp to do it. You know, they haven't brought Nunu to join yet, but they still have everything that a Lulu Jinx has to offer. Get a couple of extra pop shots in there. We'll be able to back away successfully. And Pawn, he's unrelenting. We'll continue to split push.
You're going to see that Zed split push in the bottom lane. Is spotted out by that Wolf Spirit. As we're going to see Xiaoxi and Wayless wait on this blue buff and eventually pick that one up, donating it over to the Orianna.
You hope.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Gets picked up. You can never be too sure of these things, Fish.
Yep. Scumbag junglers just love to take blue buffs away from mid laners.
Imp still back in the mid lane though. Dragging up in 10 seconds. Could be a fight around it. Good crit there from Deft. Nice little zap there as well. Collecting money is Imp though as he pops the Voiders back on.
For those watching at home, of course, that isn't just by chance. Good players do crit when they want to.
That's true.
So Deft able to line that one up, make sure he cashes in on that item.
Can confirm Deft is a good player. And EDG right now, hard committed to these sieges that they seem to have set up. Koro now back towards the top. Does have the Frost Queens completed.
A little bit more guaranteed if you have a rapid fire cannon also, if you didn't check out the facetiousness. So you see Deft able to clean up all these creeps. He has continued to farm very well, Fish, and still 30 CS up.
Sure is 30 CS up. Been doing a fantastic job in the mid lane as well. Wayless, he is up 30 CS on Pawn too. Look at the way that EDG are spread out on this map. They're sending Nunu over to the Herald. Looks like they're going to try and donate that one over to Nunu once again.
This might give a bit more teeth to their siege perhaps as they have been hammering down mid lane. Pawn though looking for Kog'Maw. This is actually a juicy target Harold does go over to
Good
Deft,
buy.
and there's Pawn going in onto Imp. PYL there as well to try and save him, but Pawn flashes in, exhaust is down. The Deathmark's not enough. Pawn with help there
Teleport.
from LGD. That's a TP from Marin, going to try and chase this one down. Proseeker not there. Marin trying to charge his way in. There's 4 people trying to kill this Zed. Marin's going to flash forward. He will get it.
Marin
Burns
going for
everything, though.
shortest teleport of all time.
And here goes Mako. He's jumping in onto Wayless. Pops that exhaust. Clear Love is still chasing on his Orianna. Shockwave only hits Mako. He is able to take down Mako in a 3-on-1. Def picks up the return kill, but it's still 1-for-1.
Yeah, and it's a tier 2 bottom turret for tier 2 top and mid lane most likely. So EDG do come out ahead, but that is just all kinds of weird across the map.
Yeah, Mako missing that hook. A rare mistake from EDG support, and Wayless does manage to get the trade. Deft working on the turret now. Will be able to take it down. Rift Herald helping out a little bit as they're going to look top, but Koro already busy.
Yeah, let's take another look at this one. Good play, but the flash means that the hook isn't able to land. Just actually missed there. Deft does go over the wall, which is a great decision, but Thunderlords here is the real MVP. Look at that damage.
Massive damage coming out. Great job from Wayless to turn a 3-on-1 sticky situation into his favor. And like you said, EDG do come out slightly ahead, picking up that outer turret and inner turret.
They actually didn't get top lane inner. It's on a low, very low health. So, you know, I thought they were going to be able to pick it up. Koro didn't do enough damage to the structure. That means that, you know, it's a pretty even trade across the board. We'll see whether the return visit to top helps us out.
Even game here as well. Gold lead pretty much dead even. 3-1 up in kills for LGD. Second Dragon does go over, so they have that for themselves now as well. As you can see, LGD equal in turrets up against EDG's. Wayless going to move back in. Does have a Charles already up. Going to try and clear these up. I like the Swifty Alacrity boots as well. We did it last game, but LGD definitely all buying the same shoes.
Well, Spawn, you might not get to see Def pick up the Ruinous Hurricane here, but probably Imp is going to pick that one up.
Yeah,
as his
see,
next
I
item.
thought that as well. And then I thought, you know, that's still the components for Rapid Fire Cannon. And I'm not going to talk about it until it's built, so...
Feeling heartbroken again by a different
yeah.
Korean AD carry player.
Fool me once, Korean AD carries. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. So, yeah, we're just not going there.
We'll wait and see. So you come down there, Fish. Is EDG still posturing around the Herald? It's actually dead. Or dying. Is he? No, he's still around, but Baron is coming up soon. As Pawn and Koro continuing the 1-3-1 situation. LGD should be able to get mid with relative ease. It's just how much damage can EDG do to the side waves while they wait. Here we are looking for a dive spot. Good wall clearing out here from EDG though. And Pawn's going to try something on this bottom side, but Koro just lets the wave crash in. In fact, I think they both have to run away now.
Yeah, massive rotation coming out of LGD right now. They're sending everyone down into that bottom side of the map. See where the Pawn goes for it one more time.
Hello, he's going to jump onto Kog'Maw here, takes him down incredibly low, pops the death mark, and will be able to take him down. PYL is trying to rejoin this fight though, as Wayless putting a lot of damage down. The Thunderlords again, once again MVP for the Orianna.
Yeah, so able to get the return kill, but you can just see how much of a nightmare this Kog'Maw is going to have. And he went Runans!
Oh my god, he does get it.
We did it!
As EDG Pawn playing very greedy, but wants to try and kill him. Does manage to get him that time. Also cost him his life, but at least he got the kill this time. But Runans, Guinsoo's Kog'Maw.
Yeah, so you just want as much attack speed as possible. I'm expecting maybe something like a Bork. Gives you very good AoE damage in team fights. You're a turret at this stage of the game. You are a sentry turret.
Well, LGD do have the components to make Imp a sentry turret with all of that AoE damage and AoE zone control. I wouldn't be surprised if all Imp has to do is just sit down and spray and pray at anyone who comes close to him.
Seen a lot of the hands off the keyboard moments with Kog'Maw, so we'll see what happens here as Wayless is going to get himself the blue. Marin clearing out topside. Does have Zhonya's done already, so as far as utility goes, he's kind of just
So
done.
it's important to note at this stage of the game, Kog'Maw can still technically orb walk during team fights. It's not to the point yet where it's like impossible and you start auto-cancelling. So Imp should be able to still be able to weave some steps in between. But really, when you have a cannon that can just ult on top of you, when you have an Orianna that places a ball on top of you, you should just be able to sit there and be able to blow people up.
Well, it's Imp. It's definitely impossible for him to do pull off the orb walking
I
in the
thought
bottom
we
lane.
got rid of that with Atlas.
So we are going to see him now push out this lane with PYL. And CRC coming down.
I like that Pawn is hiding in the brush again, and Imp checks this time, pops the ulti in, gets a look in, does find him as EDG. Collapsing around
Teleport
the dragon
coming
area.
in.
That is a TP. Xiaoxi going to move in. They want PYL. They are going to grab him. It's not the best target as Alistar will pop the ulti. but I think they really wanted Imp. Maren, though, speeding out of base with the home guards.
Yeah, you're a kind man, Petri time. Not the best target, would not be the way I would describe that. Possibly the worst target on the team to grab there. So, in the end, double teleport burn. No one really gets an advantage from that, but a bit of a fumble from EDG.
Big fumble from EDG, and Mako's been really trigger happy on his Thresh this entire game. Has grabbed him 2 kills, but that was one big mistake in the bottom lane. He made a huge mistake in mid as well earlier.
And now 21 minutes into the game, you can see just how much more even this particular one is. 21. EDG will check the Baron at least. They've got the new Jinx, so can do it at a pretty alarming rate. The Baron has been started.
Yeah, and you see straight away pings being called out from the LGD squad. They pull off. This time around, they do have a very good Baron taken comp, so smart there for LGD to be much more aware of it.
Still probably having nightmares from their earlier Baron attempt against LGD in the first match. And LGD were almost able to turn the game completely around. LGD going to try and push this inner turret in the mid lane. They will be able to take that one down. They now have 5 turrets to 3.
And Pawn still looking for something here. Hunting that Kog'Maw who's grouping with his team right now. It feels like LGD is starting to break these things open, and Pawn, he doesn't have TP. He puts a pink ward down.
Feels like Pawn's trying to be a little bit too cute here. He's actually giving up a lot of farm to try and bait the Kog'Maw into the lane. And he's sitting at like 1.5 item right now. Wayless so much further ahead. So we'll see whether this is a continued trend. Also doesn't want to show because of the Baron presence that he's currently giving his team. In fact, he's going full ninja mode. He's gone from brush to brush.
He's gone sin and high at Worlds all those years ago. As he's going to try and create something here. I'll say he's going to split the pressure up. EDG know they can do a quick Baron, and Pawn is just being annoying at this point more than anything else.
Well, Pawn is definitely being annoying here, but if you think about it, Imp has been so low pushing so many games for LGD. It makes sense that Pawn is trying to stick to these side lanes and stop him from picking up all that farm on his own.
All of a sudden, it's Kennen versus Zed, and this is exactly where they want the Zed because Kennen doesn't have teleport. He's not able to join the fight. That means there's one less peeling tool for the Kog'Maw. If they are able to bait something like a Baron, this is much more in favor of EDG as of now.
Imp has to hang out. Wolf Spirit, though, does see him. Pawn's trickery will be undone. He's hanging out for a little while. We'll see how much longer Pawn wants to stay in that lane, but he almost got a turret out of it. I think he actually... No, he didn't quite get it yet, but he's close.
Zeal has been built onto Jinx. We could potentially see a Runen's Hurricane once again spawn.
Don't do this to the man. That's not okay. Don't go full CLG on the item builds and give him false hope. We'll wait and see what happens there. His Dragon is back up in 3 seconds. EDG are going to be in position for it. LGD not able to collect their third, it seems.
Yeah, so first Dragon will finally go across to LGD. Potentially EDG. LGD looking to try and fight this one. In fact, they've zoned them off with the ball on Xiaoxi. Maren also joining.
It's going to be Clearlove trying to look to get some position to contest for this Dragon, but LGD have controlled the Dragon nicely. EDG still sitting around the outskirts looking to see if they can try and contest the fight. A Dragon is now reset. And it's looking to go over toward EDG's side. Clearlove is going to get the smite consume, and EDG pick up that objective.
Yeah, so they're able to get there first. It looked like Clearlove wanted to go into the side lane and be able to grab the turret and trade it. Instead, they don't do that.
Oh
they actually have a banner of command minion. That's off Clearlove, by the way. That's not off Mako.
I thought it was off Pawn for a second there. I freaked out, but makes sense that it will be on the Nunu.
The long con? Yeah.
Well, instead, Pawn actually going to get quite a lot of work done to this time.
Take it.
He looks like he's going to try. Maren going to zone him off it. Canamin is still getting in there, though, but Turret is going to slay it. That is so close.
He should have honestly stuck around and tried to take that turret. Instead, his team moving towards the Baron. He sees that everyone else is recalling. Maybe they try and fight here instead.
Nunu has Runic Echoes as well. Is this a little bit of an AP Nunu coming in here for Clearlove? It looks like he wants to go for some damage coming into these fights.
Feels like support Nunu almost. This could be trouble in topside. Xiaoxi caught. Flaybox down there onto the right side. The damage is good. The hook is great. Clearlove pops his ulti, and they not actually haven't killed him yet. Def will finally take him up, but here comes Maren. Ulti flash in after the TP. Clearlove locked up. Def locked up, but he's so tanky with the wild growth used in him already. But PYL is going to move, and he knocks Koro back in. That's going to be a kill onto Lulu. Imp able to take that one.
And PYL, what a good animation cancelling. Able to pole flash and then get Koro back into the team. Very nicely played there. But once again, you got to respect Wayless's shockwaves. They don't. It comes up Trump one more time. They traded 1 for 1, although EDG do get bottom lane turret.
That's right. Just take a look at this here. Mako doing a fantastic job of going really aggressive against Xiaoxi.
But it's a Shockwave, really, that cleans up the rest of the fight. You know, good teleport use from Myron here. Able to lock down multiple people with his stun. Wayless, once again, rejoins into the fight. Gets out pretty good damage. Myron able to Zonya's up. And that's what I was talking about. Animation cancel there with the flash. Able to get underneath him. Headbutt him back into the team and clean up.
And although LGD are actually able to trade 1-for-1 there, EDG still come out ahead. Smashing with...
Oh, there it is!
We have the Runins!
It's Runins.
It has arrived.
So once again, Def just has something against lifesteal on this current patch. I don't personally understand it, but you know, he just QSS.
With any luck, that QSS will one day turn into a beautiful Mercurial Scimitar, and there will be life steal in the old Def Just yet. EDG, though, did take that bottom outer inhib turret. Pressure points are created on this map, and they know they've been threatening it the whole time. The Insta Baron is a potential. As Pawn caught by a ward, he's going to slap out the blue, though, and just pop a pink ward straight down into LGD's jungle.
So he just wants to continue this pressure on the bottom side of the map that he's been able to generate all game. What he needs to be careful of, however, is quite soon, Myron's going to be able to answer him. He is picking up what looks to be a death cap next item. It's going to be a lot of damage out of the cannon.
Gold is relatively even between these two teams. 45,000 to 44,000 gold. EDG with a very slight gold lead here.
Here we go.
Look at Pawn. He's onto this inhibitor. He's trying to take this one down. It does look like LGD are going to try and respond to this with a Baron play. There is no teleport on Spawn as he's running Ignite into that mid lane. So LGD could definitely try and pick this one up. Mako gets a nice hook in onto Oriana. The inhibitor is already down. LGD are actually being pushed off this Baron. Look at this. Pawn's all the way in the base. He's going to try and end this one for himself. EDG are trying to stop the backs coming out from LGD.
What a random game. And oh, Shockwave hits her into EDG. Koro has to get his way out as Pawn is still trying to end it. Def will die as Def goes nuts. There's the triple out from Def. Gonna try looking for another Penta versus LGD. The triple is there. I think that's the Quadra. Is it going to be the Penta kill? It will be. Def gets another Penta versus LGD.
And this is why you do not give the mana, protect the AD carry comp. With the Lulu, with the Jinx, EDG come up absolutely massive. Def gets a pentakill, and Pawn will close out the game.
Solos the Nexus to get it done as Koro TB's in for a little victory lap. EDG run circles around LGD, and look at that smile on Clearlove's face. That came in everything you wanted and more. We get a Penta and an X-Peke in the same game.
And LGD, they made the right call. They went for the Baron play as Spawn was split pushing, but they just couldn't execute it properly.
Ruin's Jinx, boys.
I told you, man. I don't understand why it wasn't his first seal item. I'm telling you, it's a very strong build right now. But in the end, they're able to get it done in what was a huge team fight. 4v5, of course, with Baron acting like the fifth member. But very crisp execution there of EDG. It was a split push composition. You saw that they went with a weird Nunu build to execute on it, and it came up trumps.
I have to say, very cool stuff there from EDG. Love seeing their creativity playing much more like aggressive and intelligent macro play. We saw them try and outplay LGD in the first game. Get the early part done, and then eventually close out late. But that was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, it certainly was. And the impressive thing is that they won it in two different fashions. You know, first game, more about the picks, setting up the Ahri for assassinations. This time around, get the split push, isolate a portion of the map, be able to make sure that you're, I guess, controlling areas and always limiting the Baron potential out of LGD because they picked up the Nunu. All of a sudden, you can't really contest for that objective because Nunu going to be able to steal it anytime.
And although LGD looked a lot less reactionary in this game, they were able to dictate some of the plays of their own, and they even tried to go for that Baron attempt while Pawn was split pushing in the bottom lane. But they just weren't able to execute it effectively against EDG.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of different things were happening in that series. Definitely strong team fighting from LGD in both series, but we saw the COG, they tried to go late. They had the insurance there of Deft. I mean, it's great to see Clearlove back on Nunu, to be perfectly honest. That was just a stroke of genius.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was a really nice team comp. What I want to point out is at least LGD had a really good crack today. Like, that was probably the best performance, including their victory, against what is a very good lineup right now in EDG. So you have to think that the ongoing performance of LGD, if they can build from there, they will be much closer to getting towards their last year potential than what they were at the start of this split, at least.
I think the other thing for me is also watching how EDG were playing differently and taking different comps. The fact that like Nunu goes back to, Clearlove goes back to Nunu. The fact that, you know, he can still play the Graves and get aggressive. They're just doing a bunch of different things there. And I just love the way EDG played it out. Again, a creative team. They're starting to show some of that again here, I feel.
It did feel like EDG in both games had a plan for every single match. They went in there with a plan, then they executed it really nicely. In the first game, it felt like they weren't able to close it out very well, but they still executed their plan fantastically, and they came out tops on both games.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, you know, it was a little bit of a fumble in the first part of game 1 when they gave up their huge gold lead. Otherwise, that game would have been closed relatively easily. They had a bad team fight around the Baron area, and it all went pear-shaped from there. But you got to give them credit. They executed well. It's really, where does this team go from here? You know, they're undefeated with Clear Love on the roster. Once again, 2 good games, one on Graves, one on Nunu, showing his versatility. And it really is like, is this team as good as RNG? Are they good as QG? Where is the potential for EDG? We know they can win MSI, but can they get back to that form?
And I think on the other side, for me, the strength of LGD in that game was really prevalent. I know you guys mentioned it already, but played a super solid game, was very impressed with how they navigated around. So I guess, what do we feel like the problems might be? As we do have an MVP, actually. It is Deft. He got a Penta on Jinx. I guess he deserves the MVP.
He got no assists, though.
Greedy player.
Bloodthirsty.
Just. That's perfect. I like it.
Is it perfect?
He's the reverse James Bond. I don't know if that's good or not, but
7 double.
yeah. Looking good there. But as I said before, as far as the other question goes, LGD, I think, have done a really good job of showing a lot more, and I feel like they're growing game to game. So what do you think LGD's problems are? Because they gave EDG a good run for their money there, but they couldn't close. It feels like there are still a couple of cracks here and there.
Yeah, so let's go back to, like, I guess, basics. Their problems right now are that their shot calling doesn't look crisp, and they're not returning ganks in laning. Like, the ability to burn the flash on pawn early was, like, fantastic. That should have set the Zed so far behind, but no repeat visit. You saw Xiaoxi wanted to go for it once. It was on a back timing out of Wayless, so Wayless sent him away. And these are things that LGD used to commit on. They used to go for the dives. They used to continue to keep people down. Not keeping down the split pusher meant that they ran out of options late game.
I feel that LGD now, they know what they want to do, and they're just executing it very poorly. And it was very apparent in that game against EDG. They knew exactly what they wanted to do at every single point in the game, but the execution was just not there.
Yeah, and to me, it feels like they're still leaning on their talent. I actually like that they played Marin twice, because Akon isn't there. Like, he's definitely the player that I think the team works well with. They played with him for a bit longer, but Marin, he's a world-class player. He was the MVP of Worlds last year for a reason. I think he's starting to gel with the team a little more.
Yeah, Acorn was a short-term solution, if you want. They needed to win a game, so put him in there, inject, I guess, a little bit more of the old season spirit into them. But Marin is a player that they went out, invested a lot in. They want Acorn to be the analyst. So I understand where they're going. With 2.5 weeks off, they tried to leave Marin in for a couple of games. I'll be interested to see where they go from there. Do they put Acorn back in? Can they play 3 carries? Because we know they want to. Like, if you go out, you get Wayless, you get Imp, you get Marin. You want to play 3 carries. But can they really afford to is a big question.
To be fair to Marin as well, before the break, Marin was playing really well in lane, but he was just not able to execute teamwork in the LGD games that he was playing in. But in the last 2 matches that we just saw against EDG, Marin was playing a lot better as a team and helping his team out so much more than he was before the break.
It's sort of interesting to see how it feels like the break actually helps quite a bit here as far as, you know, getting the teams revitalized. I'm really curious to see every other team play now that we've had a break, because I feel like some of the teams you might have seen that either did well or refined or aren't doing so well have maybe fixed a couple of
Who would have
issues.
thought a team that was put together 3 weeks before the split, that has 2 new people, performs better when they have 3 weeks to play together when they're off? LGD honestly need time. Like, this is a team that has fantastic individual players. PYL, he's got so much fluctuating talent on his roster that he just needs time to be able to get them back together, get some cohesion. I'm not really all that surprised that they look better. It's about how quickly they can get better. You know, we see the same thing with TSM over in North America. We see the same thing like taking Xpeke out of Origin. Like, how much does it hurt changing up these teams, and how quickly can they get back to world-class form? Because it really is the long con now for LGD. They've stated that this roster is designed to win worlds, not fail once again. And, you know, that starts now by setting good habits and being able to get back to where you were at the end of last split.
Pretty typical EDG, it feels like, just because, you know, want to make sure that they've got everything sorted out for when, you know, that finally comes out. They made late charters in the playoffs last year. It's kind of fun to see them. But EDG, I guess, on the other side, What's their ceiling like, I guess, is my question. We've seen them do well. They've always looked good, but they kind of hit a roadblock last year, it felt like. So I'm curious how much work EDG can do now that they've started to rise.
Well, I feel that now that EDG have Clearlove back in the roster and he's playing on the roster a lot more, playing in the jungle a lot more, they just have a lot more to improve on. And even though they're already so good, they're just getting better and better with every single game.
Yeah, and the other thing is that they kind of mucked around with their roster as well a little bit last year when they went with Amazing J. That really upset because, you know, Koro is one of the captains of the team. Like, Koro and Clearlove have been there for a very long time. So I feel like that was actually a negative. It was a meta decision by EDG, and I feel it just threw a spanner in the works where it was completely unnecessary. This team, they've already proved they can be the best in the world. I mean, they won MSI against SKT. They can certainly get back there.
Certainly can, as we do see some highlights. This was great play across the board here, as Wayless did a really nice job getting out of that. But the game really just got to, again, another macro point. It almost feels like EDG don't want to actually fight 1v1, as Mako, nice to barely live there as well.
Yeah, he was really lucky there, actually. You know, good heal out of Imp. But you see time and time again, Pawn was getting aggressive in early game, wanted to continue to split push, make sure that that was a threat. He got caught out a little bit later, but in the late game, it certainly paid dividends for them.
Yep, it did. I have to agree there as well. And again, I just love how EDG is starting to play these games. It's clever stuff. I want to see what more they can do, I guess. And again, the patch has changed, but we haven't seen that many changes yet.
Yeah, well, the impressive thing is, like, let's have a look at how they won games. You know, they won with really clever, like, Rengar, Orianna, and Lulu compositions. The Nocturne was in there with Twisted Fate. Like, they've played so many different comps. Like, Def can carry, let's throw him on Jinx. Pawn can carry, let's give him something like Ahri. Clearlove can carry, let's give him Graves. Koro can carry, I'm sure he'll get a Jax game at some point. Time and time again, EDG have proven that they can beat you from every lane, and that's terrifying.
And it just feels like EDG just have so many threats. Like you were talking about, almost everybody on the team can carry, and they're just threatening every single game they go into with so many different avenues of attack.
Yeah, and again, it's great to see both these teams really grow and get really strong. Again, the limit is really how far do they go through and how strong do these teams get. We know they can win championships, but they both want to win worlds, and that's a long way off at this point. It is nice to see the LPL getting stronger. And honestly, the rest of the weekend only seems more exciting now.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, we're going to get to see the rest of the cross-group maps. That's the only time we're going to see EDG versus LGD unless they're able to make the finals this time around. And LGD really are struggling in that department. So we'll see whether it happens again. But you're right, you know, teams like WE, teams like RNG, QG, we're going to get to see them again this weekend, and we'll see what the 2.5 weeks off has really done to benefit these teams.
To be fair to LGD as well, it does seem like their shot calling has been a lot stronger. It does seem like POL has taken those 2 weeks to recoup and just figure out how he's going to shot call for the team. It's been a lot more decisive, but once again, execution has just not been very good for LGD so far.
Yeah, and it is tricky, of course. You need to get all things together, but EDG are on the rise. They might claim first, depending on the result of our next match, actually, which will be coming up relatively shortly. But in general, I just am impressed by the strength of all these teams. I think I want to see where they grow. Honestly, at this point, even after just that series, I kind of want to see them both in the final again.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see if they can get back to where they were last year, because it certainly was very impressive where they were.
Well, we'll have to find out because it's looking really strong for both these teams, but we are going to go to a break. Don't go too far away. We have World Elite coming up next. And a work. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. It is going to be a fun evening as we get right back into the action. Thankfully here. We do have a next match, of course. World Elite are going to be taking on Royal Never Give Up. We saw EDG barely 2-0 LGD, had a great looking game there. EDG struggled a little bit in game 1, able to pull it out. Game 2 looked much cleaner from them there with very creative Nunu and Zed, but it's all fresh now, boys. World Elite, taking on RNG. Two teams that have actually looked surprisingly strong. Royal still at the top of their group.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a good game coming into this one. WE, they're third in their group. RNG is first in their group right now. So we'll see whether they're able to continue their trending form. I think WE really was a surprising team for everyone. They're so young, 957 up there in the top lane. They bring over Condi from from M3, not World Elite Academy. That's a different team. And you just see so much of the growth that this team has had already in the LPL.
And these are both Tier 3 teams as well that are coming into the LPL. And they've both done incredibly well in their groups so far. I mean, like you were talking about, World Elite is 3-2 in the group. RNG is 4-1 in the group. They've been doing fantastically in their respective groups.
And it's hard to say where to start here, but to be honest, I'm actually going to start with the junglers because I think they're looking so good. MLXG, fantastic jungling, some of the best in the league until Clearlove came back in and spoiled his day. But even Condi from World Elite's been excellent as well.
Yeah, he certainly has been. The growth of Condi really has been the story of WE so far. The ability to be able to dominate the map, get picks that are strong at the moment like Rek'Sai, and continue to put out map presence has just meant that his growth so far off the off-season, start of the new season, really has been impressive.
A huge part about World Elite as well is they're now playing a lot more like a team. And by playing as a team, they'll be winning a lot more matches as well.
Yep, certainly have. It's been World Elite with a team that everyone said made these changes and, just looked good on paper, but didn't have superstars. Easy Hoon's coming over. Mata's moving teams. There are so many strong Korean players and Chinese players, but World Elite sort of made the conservative changes and have done very well with them.
Yeah, they certainly have the ability, I guess, to pick up Chinese talent really has helped out WE, but their Koreans have also really started to rise to the occasion as well. So we'll see if that is a continued trend.
Well, we are going to start on the other side. Is Royal Never Give Up here, starting out on the blue side, I believe. Looks like they are yielding the lineup we expected. We're going to start in the top lane, though. It is Lupa, and his play year to year has just been amazing.
Yeah, talking about a guy that had a shocker of a year last time around, now back on a team with Mata, has certainly looked back to his old Samsung White form, and MLXG, their jungler, he's gone from strength to strength. Great breakout season last time around. This time, looking much more impressive.
MLXG has been dominating for RNG, and here's Xiaohu, the small tiger, coming in for RNG. The mid lane has been dominating on the Rift as well.
Finally get to know what that means. I never knew. Thank you very much, Fish. Small tiger. I'm just going to call him that now. Xiaohu looking good, though. Definitely peeling back more of a supportive role as Wuxia AD carry. He's been just kind of on janitor duty, it feels like. Still a strong player, but he's definitely been reined in by Mata, it feels like.
Yeah, old mate Wux, he's had to 1v2 a couple of lanes. This guy likes to get out of bottom lane a little bit more. So we'll see if that is a continued trend, whether he has to play conservatively or if they go towards some kill lanes.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. But RNG, certainly an impressive-looking team, finally dropped a game, which was rare for them, eventually losing to IG, but they have just looked incredible so far. And RNG, 4-1, not undefeated anymore. That honor only goes to QG, but I love how Royal are looking, to be honest, and I think they'll continue here. The lineup, they're sticking to it. They've got so many high-powered subs, but they're just not going to them.
Yeah, it certainly is strange, the fact that they're not using their whole lineup. They had that 10-man squad that they brought together. Insect sitting on the bench. You look down the line, Name is on their bench. There are so many good players on their bench right now, but when they have a starting five playing that way, it's really good.
Certainly is, and we are going to look to their opponents, World Elite. As we'll click through now, 957 will be starting in the top lane. Kind of the surprise here, honestly, but he's looked quite good in the top side.
Sure has. He's been one of the star carry players for World Elite so far. He's been picking up a lot of those really strong damage champions and has been distributing tons of damage to everyone he plays against.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Their jungler also rising to the occasion. You see the Lee Sin always being good at it. There's some Rek'Sai games in there as well. There's an Elise game in there showing his diversity, going from strength to strength.
Yeah, and there's Shie. Definitely diverse there as you look through those last picks. Definitely a man with pocket picks, but is playing the meta champs as well. Shie, the potential he had, that young Chinese solo queue player, and he's certainly living up to it. Mystic, I think, as well. He had some great games last year, and I feel like he's just having more great games.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can see how much the communication helped out getting Zero into that bottom lane. You know, now they're Koreans on the same side of the map. We'll see if that is continuing to be a strength for Team WE.
Yeah, and Zero, of course, the last one there, who's been looking good. He played for Royal before, so he's kind of playing his old team, which is a little bit cute. But World Elite looking strong, and I have to say, I want to see what this team's potential is. We talk a lot about it and just how different everything is and how, you know, these teams are, you know, have the break or revitalized a little bit more. Everyone just looks a little bit cleaner. But I just wonder how far they can go, because World Elite seem like they made, again, the smart changes.
Yeah. And Spawn, you talked about how Condi's been doing really well for World Elite so far, and this is the 6.1 patch where we do have the Runic Echoes coming in. He's been playing a bit of Elise. He could potentially pick up that AP item and play a little bit more of those AP junglers and carry even more for World Elite.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. We also see the growth of Looper. That's the LPL average on your left. That's Looper's stats on the right. You can see he is above in every category. Solo kills per game, he's nearly at 1. That is very impressive in a lane swap meta, and I look forward to seeing even more good play out of Looper.
Sadly, we don't have the real good thing, which would be to see the difference between this year and last year. Don't have the comparative stats for 2015, but suffice to say he's been playing much better as we are into Champ Select now. Game number 1, our second best of 3 of this evening. It's been great to have a week 4 of the LPL back, and the LPL just back in general. But RNG, World Elite, RNG will start on the blue side. World Elite over on the red, and Poppy, get her out.
Right away, Poppy's being banned out. Still, Alistar is 100% picked and banned in the LPL. Gangplank is going to be taken away by Team World Elite. It's their first ban.
Yeah, not really any surprise there. You don't want to give that over to Loop. You don't really want to give it to Xiaohu either. It's just such a strong pick. Has too much zone control, so get it off the board. Expecting things like Lulu to follow Rise. Also a top one there. Will be interesting to see if they hit MLXG's Graves, however. That's a big one for me. Do you get him onto a less aggressive jungler early?
And if memory serves, MLXG was also playing Italy before it was cool with Runic Echoes, so definitely something we can maybe think about there as well. Alistar, though, is going to get banned, so just standard bans for the time being. RNG, 1 ban left with 20 seconds left.
It's going to be Kalista being taken away by RNG. She has been nerfed slightly in 6.1, but is still a very, very strong AD carry, and it's definitely one that you'd be wanting to take away from Mystic.
Yeah, and the thing is, you play Kalista generally to unlock your support, and Zero can be very aggressive when he wants to be. We'll see Zero and Mata butt heads in this game, so it will be very, very interesting how this one works out. It's going to be Corki that's removed away. Oh, I don't know if I like that ban, but they are hovering Lissandra right now for Looper.
They are hovering Lissandra. Lulu is still left open. Looper, if Looper does take this Lissandra, which he does, it's going to be taken away from 957.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Lulu Graves are a possibility right now for the first 2 picks, and that's pretty strong flex. You know, you can play the Graves in the top lane, you can play him jungle. Lulu can be top lane, can be mid lane, so a lot of flexibility right now for WE, and we'll see what they want to go with.
And interesting to see the priority there, but I guess Looper wants to take it. It can, of course, go to Xiaohu, who has definitely been playing a few more utility-style meters rather than the assassins or the carries. That's Looper's job, it seems like, along with MLXG.
More importantly, like, let's get it off 957.
Yeah.
I think that's what the game plan is. He's played a lot of it, you know. Fiora as well as at Lissandra seem to be his 2 most comfortable picks. So pick a good lane matchup. Lissandra does well against Fiora, and we'll see if that is something they use to keep 957 down.
Lulu and Graves will be locked in, so Condi may get that Graves in the jungle, and he may continue to help World Elite by carrying from that position. It does take it away from MLXG, like you mentioned, and Ezreal and Braum are going to be taken by Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, they certainly are. So a little bit more of a flexible bottom mid lane. Once again, so much left on the table right now for RNG. They really haven't committed to any of the picks apart from the Braum. And I like what you mentioned, the fact that also a good champion for Condi, but denies it from MLXG. Same as what the Lissandra pick is to RNG. That is what the Graves pick is now to WE.
Well, makes sense there. So MLXG not going to get it as Condi does pick it up for himself. World Elite, though, looking for picks 3 and 4 here as they try and finish their second rotation in the draft. Might just keep things safe and simple. Pretty common on the red side to flex that solo so you get to counter pick one of your lanes, or maybe even get tricky and get both. There is the Triss for Mystic, and there's the Thresh for Zero.
So a little bit of a protect the AD carry comp feel here for Team WE. You know, they've got the Thresh to keep him nice and safe. They've got the Lulu to power him up. Graves is going to offer a lot of damage himself in the late game, but you can see the team comp starting to come together.
And especially with Team World Elite being on the red side, picking up the Tristana may indicate they want to go for a lane swap, as they already have Lulu and could potentially pick up a flex last pick to counter out whatever RNG decide to go for their final 2 pickups.
Well, I'll have to see this here. At least the hover Looper is going to play Quinn once again. Rek'Sai locked in for MLXG. And Lupa still playing those carries.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, it can go to Xiaohu in the mid lane as well. Rookie had a Quinn mid game, so we'll see if that is something that they continue to flex. Giving MLXG a strong jungle like the Rek'Sai, very good for vision control and early game dominance. So Royal never give up. Honestly, they've just gone with like the most flexible comp they can possibly think of. On the side of WE, this is now very, very hard to pick lane assignments, and we'll see whether they also just go for a similarly strong meta pick or whether they try and nail this down, try and get a counter pick for that Lissandra in the mid lane.
I like it. They're just trying to play with the flex draft. You're like, you know what? You're red side drafting. No. We're red side drafting on the blue side. That is actually a thing. I believe it was played in LCK last night. We had Rumble in the jungle as well.
And if this is locked in, I will go berserk.
There it is.
Because I was playing this before it was cool. This is such a strong pick in the current meta. Top lane Rammus is phenomenal. The reason being, everyone's playing AD carries or burst mages. His W gives you so much sustain. He pushes turrets surprisingly quick in the early game as well. You take attack speed reds on him with the W, able to get some added AD in there, and you slap down turrets. Good in lane swap meta. Good ganking out of the top lane as well. You know, I could go on for days pastry time.
Feels like AD Maokai all over again, Spawn. But I'm excited to see 957 on the Rammus. Finally getting some love here in the LPL.
I want to conjecture that I never said AD Maokai was good. I said I played it. Rammus, I said, is good.
That is true.
Well, Rammus is going to be picked into 2 AD carries coming in from RNG. They have Quinn and Ezreal on their side, so definitely going to get his bang for his buck. And like you said, really good in lane swaps. And it does look like World Elite have a great lane swap team.
Well, what a fun way to kick off our second best of 3 here. Lissandra, Rek'Sai, Quinn, Ezreal, Braum for RNG, but even spicier for WE. Rammus in the top side, Graves, Lulu, Trist, and Thresh. Can't wait.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting. Imagine a sped-up Rammus powerballing around the Rift. It's going to be fun. As a coach, just shake hands. Very good to see.
Well, better shake hands because this game could get messy. Let's get in for game 1 between WE and Royal Never Give Up. And we're out onto Summoner's Rift for the second time tonight in our best of 3. I guess technically the third. Once again, pastry time. Awful at maths, but maths aside, we do have a lot of fun here.
And you know, I'm surprised you struggled at the 1+1+1, but it happens to the best of us.
I just don't know what it's like to win games, Spawn. You should check my solo queue rating. As we do have RNG vs World Elite taking to the Rift here. And top Rammus has to be the star of the show right now. It has seen a little bit of play in Korea, but finally making its way over to China. 957, not afraid to pull out the current stuff.
No 5-man fan out coming in from RNG here as they're going to go and invade and get a couple of wards down inside of WE's jungle.
Yeah, maybe checking for that early lane swap. You know, we mentioned the fact that 957 might be able to be punished early game, although if they go for a level 2 gank, maybe they can alleviate some of that pressure by keeping Condi on the top side of the map. So we'll see how it works out. But for now, it does look like standard lanes. Mystic and Zero will be going down to the bottom side of the map. Actually, Wush and Mata, they're cutting the wave.
Yeah, just having some fun here.
Man.
Just blocking that wave off. He's very cheeky, but will be standard lanes there. Looper popping up to the top. Not just yet, though. He's actually going to help the jungler, which is very nice of him. And spawn the Prophet.
Oh, catch-up mechanic. The catch-up mechanic worked. You saw it. He caught up. And they
speedy minions.
Going to try and pressure them off this.
Zero. He's going to whip that small Krug, sorry, and take that for himself.
I want to see a small grump now.
I don't. It'd just be kind of strange. Hey, what about 100-sized small grumps? Like duck-sized grumps? Can we do this thing?
Which?
Or a grump?
All right, let's do it. No, I want to. What would you rather fight?
100. Is it 100 duck-sized grumps or 1 grump-sized duck?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I think I'll go with the 1 duck, but I'll probably get bodied.
The big duck? They have teeth, man. I always say this. People underrate the value of teeth on ducks.
What about you, Fish? What are you fighting?
I'd still rather fight 1 big duck. like Small said, they have teeth. Why would you want to fight 100?
But they're Gromps.
They're Gromps. Gromps are just toads, man. You can kick 100 toads. You haven't been to Queensland, obviously. A little bit too deep, but we'll see.
Well, we reset things back in the bottom side. Like we mentioned, standard lanes as they have a peek at the Keystone Masteries. I like Bond of Stone there, actually, in the top side for 957. Nice and adorable. But Xiaohu is on that Quinn mid spawn once again. Recognize the rookie. He'd already played it. Xiaohu hanging out into the Lulu this time around. And Looper is the one, actually, with the Lissandra.
And
This is gonna be interesting.
Wow,
You see
okay.
MLG trying to jump in onto the mid laner Lulu. So we're getting to see Condi flash forward. He picks up first blood. What a great counter gank.
Yeah, and we talked about the growth of MLXG, but Condi is right behind him in terms of up-and-coming star junglers, able to recognize that that's where they'll go early, comes actually through the lane, burns a flash, and picks up first blood.
And CA played really well in that mid lane. So got the polymorph off onto MLXG right before he can knock her up.
Yeah, looking good stuff there as Condi even going to add insult to injury. He's going to take the Raptor camp away as well. We've seen what Graves can do when he starts to bully lanes and junglers. Right now, feels like Condi definitely getting the better end of that first trade with that first blood. Looper, though, pushing the poor little top Ramus in. This is maybe the part of the game that 957 wasn't interested in.
Yeah, and I think that's why they wanted initially to go for a lane swap, but, you know, he will be able to pick up majority of farm. You see, he's still up in CS there. Has some aggression in the bottom lane.
Mystic Zero just going to butt heads with Ru-X and Mata in the bottom lane. As MLSG will be able to pick up his red buff. We're still very quiet on Summoner's Rift besides the first blood action heading into the mid lane. Now we're going to see Ramus teleport up into the top lane. Has his Ruby Crystal and a Vision Ward. So he's going to be able to stay in that lane a little bit longer. But teleport blown from 957.
Looper as well also has his if he wants to rejoin, but he is going to go back. Well, there is a reprieve. He will actually aggressively teleport back into the lane. As you can see Looper hanging out, but 957 should feel a little bit healthier and safer right now. Definitely getting chunked out a little too much there in the early stages of the lane.
So I'm a Powerball maxer on my Gragas. On my Gragas.
Probably Gragas top.
Yeah, I wish Gragas could Powerball. That would be great. Fat man all over the Rift. But yeah, on my Ramus top, I am a Powerball maxer as we have a little bit more aggression in the bottom lane. Mystic tried to hold that, but was punished for it. Allows you to clear out waves, as you said, one of the weaknesses. Also gives you some pretty good slow if you want to follow up a gank there. You can't max stun, taunt. So, you know, you pick between going for something a little bit more defensive, like defensive ball kill, or the aggressive option in that Powerball.
MLG looking for his sights onto 957. He did use his defensive call. He's going to try and Powerball away. Looper is not able to claw onto him. They do get the lockdown though. 957 is going really low. Condi's going to try and jump in for the counter again. The Ramus is able to get away.
And you're about to say the best thing about Ramus. You know, he's low health. You think he's out of lane. Give it 2 seconds. The guy goes back. He's going to pick himself up, probably a Barmy Cinder. He actually goes with Boot, so he's going to be even quicker. He just flies back down the lane.
Well, let's have a check in on the minimap at 957's power speed. Back to the lane, but in the meantime, Xie could be in trouble as MLXG looking for the gank in mid lane. Xiaohu following in with a burst. That is going to force the flush, but great damage there for RNG.
Yeah, and the reason that is such a successful gank is you see the Graves hanging out in the top side of the map, cleaning up that farm. He wants to make sure that nothing's going to waste. In fact, he gets an early level 6 off it. But what it means is Summoner Spell's burnt in the mid lane.
Condi is 2 levels ahead of MLXG, and he is double his CS right now. We've talked about how he is the carry of the team for World Elite, and he's been doing so well in the jungle.
Yeah, but this is the old solo queue tactic. Like, show up late for a gank, you know, oh, sorry, mate, you have to go back to base. Don't worry, I'll shove you 2 waves out for you, collect all this CS. But he better do something with it, honestly, because if he isn't able to get an advantage, 957 is going to be very far behind. So right now, it is a lot of pressure on the Graves to be able to make things happen around the map without necessarily having CC in his kit to do so.
Well, Condi has been playing so well for World Elite in their past games. I'm pretty sure he'd be able to do it again once here. And 957, he's still even on CS with Looper up in his top lane and is ahead in terms of experience as well.
There's about 15 creeps there, mate. Like, let's not get ahead of us.
Much like the
Runans, one that
Runans,
couldn't do math.
much like the Runans, it remains to be seen. As we will check in later with Condi, as we can see Xie back in that mid lane. Did have to blow the flash, but everything's okay.
What do you know? 5 creeps up, equal in levels. You know, I don't want to like to say I told you so in the middle of a broadcast, Fish, but if you're going to insist on it.
Charlie's still clearing creeps out in the mid here as well. Does have a Hex Drinker in that inventory, so going to shake off some of that poke. And on the other side there for Xie, Frostfang as a grab there. On Mata comes out from 0, but just a bit of poke there from Mystic Whoosh. Happily clearing waves out. Does have the tier already getting that mana stacked up nice and quickly.
And honestly, a really early even game out of everyone, you know, with the exception of Condi, who is farming very well. It is just been relatively quiet. It's only a 600 gold lead, 1 kill over to WE, so you have to give a lot of that to the first blood. And we'll see if they're able to make anything happen from here.
And they are just a slight gold lead here, as we do see Zero almost gets a good hook onto Wu here. Xiaohu is level 7, so he does have his ultimate available and can roam around the map. He has picked up blue buff for himself. We have to see if that Quinn can put some pressure out the rest of the map. Condi is up in the top lane. 957 gets the call down onto Lupa. Lupa has to pop the ultimate on himself. Rek'Sai is trying to come in for the counter game, but it's too little too late as Lupa goes down to Graves.
Goes over, and a surprise he doesn't get dove, but very nicely coordinated there. Gets the early taunt, pops the ultimate as well for the extra magic damage. Lupa not respecting the power of Rammus top lane and made pay.
That was filthy to watch there, as Lysandra could do nothing really. As Xiao going to dive back into that mid lane, does use the ulti. Xie still in trouble, they're getting poked out. As Xiaohu's Queen getting nice and aggressive. Well, let's watch this again.
Yeah, so in the end, it is a taunt that goes down first. Of course, it's just a snare. You're still allowed to use abilities. Ults himself and actually flashes into the wall here. Doesn't get maximum distance out of it. So, in the end, will fall down. And a little bit too late out of MLXG on that counter gank.
And with that, Water Elite do have 2 kills to their name. They're 1,000 gold ahead of RNG, and it's as in the bottom lane. Mystic and Zero going to fight Mata and Wu here. A teleport will come down from 957. Lantern was thrown backwards, but he ends up cancelling that one. Just stays up in the top lane.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Xie also burns teleport into the mid lane, so not much happening around the map. Feels like if you can just farm up a little bit better.
Yeah, Lulu's hanging out. Still be relevant as long as he gets that farm, and Bus Queens is on the way there as Wush and Mata once again. I think knows something's up here. Zero getting quite aggressive. Looks for the hook once more. Doesn't quite get it. Wush and Mata happy to play safe here. Mata, though, has been confined to this lane. He loves to leave Wush in the 1v2. As Xiao once again popping back in onto Xie. That blinding assault is going to hit a minion wave, but Xie, constant pressure as MLXG. He's going to come for the re-up here. Xie is ignited. Xiao moving in. Is he going to look for the dive? He will harry it forward there with a vault. Not quite enough, though. Xiao is going to die to the tower hits.
That's a disaster. Like, diving Lulu, very, very rough. Getting the proc from the Thunderlords there, as now there's some aggression in the bottom lane.
Condi, Mystic, and Zero just going to try and push the tower in the bottom lane. Rek'Sai did use his ultimate to get close in case they tried to do anything funny, but it will be Condi that just ends up backing off. He might even try and take red buff away from the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai does know he's there. The tunnel was just stood on. In the end, not actually doing anything about it, so Condi will be able to successfully counter jungle. That early pressure that he got. Oh, meanwhile.
Yeah, Mata in trouble, actually. Explosive charge down. Mata taking a lot of damage. Mystic, he's going to move in for the exhaust. Almost not enough, but he does get it. Gets the reset. Hops his way out of Condi. Snipes him with the ulti across the wall.
Throws it out there. Cleans him up with the collateral damage. Fantastic synergy out of the WE lineup. This is what we're excited to see. And all of a sudden, it looks like they're ready to run away with the game.
And Water Elite are just slowly chipping away at ING, taking small kills here and there. And that was a great fight from them bottom lane.
Yeah, aggression jumping in there, shoots him back, cleans him up with the snipe. That was really fun.
That was, and Condi continuing to play like we've seen him. Again, the break seems to have revitalized everyone, and Condi right now benefiting from a little bit of that momentum. 957, he wants to go in. He does land the taunt in, but Lupa has snared him up, and no jungler this time. Lupa will get away safely.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to bait the ultimate out of him there. Make sure that he's maybe open for a gank, but not to be. In the end, we'll just return to base.
And we do see MLXG has caught up in terms of CS with Condi, even though Condi is still slightly ahead. But Condi does have 3 kills to his name now. So that Graves jungler is just going to become massive as we approach the mid-game.
Yeah, and we talk about it, right? Graves isn't your normal jungler. He does eventually turn into this massive carry. He's already doing great damages through his base, but as he picks up items, will continue to get stronger and stronger. So it is really important to be able to farm up, and it gives his team another threat.
Well, Condi going to go top once again. 957, looking a little delicious there. At about 50% health, does pop a ward down. And Xiaohu on the run once again. He's going to look for something bottom lane. The poor Ghost can't catch him.
That's how quick Quinn is.
Yeah. That was comical.
Fear me! No, I'm just going to run away from you.
Still hanging out pot. Mystic actually chunked there as a nice ulti and a little Mystic shot. There's a love tap on the way back there from Whoosh. He's going to push this lane in. They know MLXG is there because he's sitting right on top of a wall and his little nose just poked into Fog of War. So I don't think there's going to be any dice here on this particular game. Whoosh going to take the Lantern out safely, but RNG going to start doing damage to this turret.
Yeah, and we'll see if there is a response. There is a very deep ward in that lane. 957 can go for it, especially if they bring someone else in. No, looks like they're going to respect it, back away, and just clear out creeps on the turret.
Condi is trying to get down to this bottom lane as fast as he can. Sia is pushing the mid lane as well, so Quinn is stuck underneath her tower, cannot roam down to this bottom lane to help out. If they decide to go for that aggressive lane, Rek'Sai is just going to back off.
Xiaohu right now is going to have to recall. Nice little answer, is going to deny it, but seems like she has a back time. That's rude. Just pops a ghost in. Doesn't cancel the recall, thankfully. As Whoosh, cooldown boots now with the Sheen and the Tear. Able to do a little bit more damage. Mystic on the other side. Looks like maybe Rapid Fire Cannon first. Could, of course, be Runins as well. We'll see where he wants to go, but he is going to start with the BF Sword plus Zeal as Condi waltzing back into the enemy jungle. Going to collapse the tunnel, and it's MLXG that's starting to feel the wrath of the aggressive junglers here.
Yeah, he certainly is. Getting some taste of his own medicine. That must feel nice to be able to dish out as Mystic takes a true shot barrage. Here we go.
Now we're going to see Wu get jumped on by Zero here. Here comes that teleport onto the lantern from Lulu as Condi's going to try and jump into the back lines. Teleport was cancelled. A little bit of a cheeky teleport play.
That's cute. Once again, like you feel like WE, they're really thinking about how they're setting this up. They want to go one more time.
Could be problems when Mystic Low gets exhausted there. Marta going to flash him for the ulti. MLXG going to take him out as Marta actually collects kill credit. Now Marta in trouble, does hit the ulti from Condi. Shield not up, but not enough damage.
Yeah, so in the end, everyone cancels teleport. It is going to be a kill going across to RNG. They gain control of the bottom side of the map. That's a little bit of a fumble from WE, but they shouldn't lose too much tempo.
WE are still 2,000 gold ahead of RNG. They have no turrets so far from either of these teams, but 5-1 in terms of kills. W is still slowly chipping away at RNG, trying to take small advantages wherever they can.
And on the other side, it is just some wall clearing here from RNG. Shall we finally going to get that shot in? Oh, no, he's burning up. Never mind. Got confused by the animations there. He's just checking in with the CS numbers. 957, a little bit behind still. Looper doing a nice job CSing in the range versus melee matchup. And a more of Malmortius actually finished already for Xiaohu in that mid lane. Condi taking his red. And it seems like it's going to be Rod of Ages there for Shia. So pretty standard stuff. Even Mystic finishing that rapid fire cannon already.
Yeah, and that's the completed more is a little bit confusing. I mean, the passive is kind of useful in extended trades versus the Lulu, especially with some of the burst damage, but we'll see whether it really does come out trumps in the end. You can see Rammus not really going to be offering all of that much damage throughout the mid game until he gets some completed items, and everyone else is kind of physical on the lineup, so maybe Xiaohu just thinks that he's going to be against the Lulu for an extended period of time, wants to itemize for that.
Mystic and Zero setting up a small push in this bottom lane. Lulu and Graves are moving on towards the bottom side of this map, so they could potentially try and take this bot lane tower to set up for a dragon. Condi is 3-0 right now, so he definitely has a lot of damage to his name and can control the jungle. He's going to meet Xiaohu inside the jungle, gets a nice Q off and forces the flash from Xiaohu, almost takes him down with the collateral damage as well.
Yeah, and forces him off mid lane turret. They've already brought 957 down. They will be able to grab the first one of the game. See how far they want to push this one through. As now Mystic joins as well.
Yeah, strong macro play here from Elite. Condi again continuing to use those 3 kills and bully out the members of RNG. MLXG knows exactly what this feels like, as he was the first one to really do it to people in the LPL. Condi does look for the red steal again, but MLXG and Marta able to defend, but Elite get what they came for, taking out that key turret in the mid and the first one of the game.
Yeah, and they get half the turret off the health off the tier 2 as well. So in the end, a very nice push. That will be MLXG securing a red buff for himself finally. But map will return to normalcy apart from the fact that the mid lane turret was knocked down.
Would Elite 2 pick up a small advantage there? They're now 3,000 gold ahead of RNG. So once again, just slowly chipping away at RNG, making sure that they continue to pick up gold wherever they can. And now we're going to see Sia run back into the mid lane, try and stop Xiaohu from roaming around, and he pretty much has not been able to do that on Quinn this entire game.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't. As another True Shot Barrage comes out across Mystic. This has really slowed the pace down. Loop is about to organically take top lane turret, I think, and bottom starting to feel a little bit of pressure. Not much happening right now for W.
Yeah, Condi coming back in for another visit into the bottom lane. You can see him hugging that wall, trying to stay nice and stealthy, but Looper still working on it. Doesn't have it yet, does now get it, so could call their spawn on that turret going down. And if Condi just waits here and gets nothing from it...
They're pinging out a ward at the red buff. They're going to go for a play on the bottom side of the map. Trying to shove it up. You see that both the teleports are currently in base. See whether they go for this one.
Condi is able to get the sweeping lanes onto the ward. The rest of RNG do react by moving on towards the bottom side of the map.
So don't want to go for it. You see the very deep ward in the bottom half of the jungle for WE. That's what I was talking about. They sent both back at the same time, but as everyone else disappeared from lanes, decided not worth the risk.
He did call me out earlier, Spawn, by how 957 was going to be losing that top lane matchup slowly but surely, and he has been now. He's about 40 CS behind Looper. Like you said, that might impact this game heavily later.
Yeah, so we'll see whether he's able to play catch-up. It is the risk of, I guess, picking that Rammus late. Didn't really know what he was against, whether he was against an AD carry, which he would have been okay in, or the mage matchup. So we'll see whether he's able to pull it back. Of course, Rammus fairly good with low econ, has that hard CC, as well as a lot of damage built inherently into his kit. Yeah, should be just fine.
And he's gone for a little bit of a bits and pieces build here with components of everything, but
yeah, the junkyard build. You know, he rummaged through the trash a little bit, was able to pick that up where he could find it.
Well, Luva did have a look down bottom, actually walked there, but does go back top now with that TP. World Elite are going to stop the Dragon, as RNG not quite able to stop them. They do know what's happening. MLXG might look in for a steal. It does fire the Prey Seeker, but Condi able to lock that one down. So first tower, first Dragon. Objectives going World Elite's way early.
Yeah, they certainly are, but the gold lead is starting to, I guess, shrink just a little bit. Only 1,000 gold in it at 20 minutes into this game, just about. So very equal across the map. And we'll see whether it is the jungle advantage for WE that is able to secure them a little bit more of a lead, or whether it's the top lane for RNG, because everywhere else, dead even.
Everywhere else is dead even, with Looper being far ahead in terms of CS. He may be the deciding factor in the next few team fights. Once again, CS has been doing a good job of keeping Xiaohu locked down in this mid lane. He's always pushing him back, making sure he's in vision, and there's been no roaming from this Quinn at all.
Looper still in top side, looking for that Rotovators. Hasn't quite got it yet. Shia, though, does have his. So that'll be his item picked up and charging up relatively efficiently. Xiaohu once again darting between these lanes, trying to look for a pick, but Quinn been relatively capped to this lane so far. That's credit to Shia on the Lulu, despite the pressure. 1-0-1 after a bit of a flub there from Xiaohu in the mid, you'd have to say. World Elite continuing to look strong here, but a close one still. The map still feels very small.
Yeah, it certainly does. And bottom side of the jungle still is going in WE's favor, so you have to give them credit for at least remaining in control of where they are powerful, sacrificing the top half of the map as well. MLXG nearly gets caught out from aggressive ulti.
Zero's been missing a lot of his death centers in the match that we do see.
Here we
World Elite, they're going to try and take down this turret. Teleports coming in from 957 to the bottom lane. MLXG gets thrown into the team. We are going to see Mystic try to back off. Looper has come down into this bottom lane. They're jumping onto 957 now. He can take up a lot of damage, but 5 people from RNG is a little bit too much to ask for.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. In the end, it is RNG that come out ahead, and that bottom lane turret doesn't even fall. Now they're looking aggressive. WE need to respect the damage that's going to come out of this mid-game Lissandra.
Oh, and this could be a problem. Shia now maybe 1v1 by Xiaohu. No Ghost Blade to pop, so Quinn, he's going to keep Lulu alive for now. No ulti for Shia was a bit scary, but bottom tower will be the treasure for RNG as they get a nice little exchange in the bottom side. It was only 1 kill, but that's all they needed to take the turret and pretty much equalize the gold straight back to even here 20 minutes in.
It does feel like World Elite, they were just chipping at RNG non-stop, and now RNG have just thrown back a huge blow just to even up all of that gold lead. It just looked like World Elite had no direction other than just picking up small gold leads, whereas RNG, they've got their mind focused on how they want to pick up this game.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it was kind of a little bit unfortunate because Mystic thought he could get that turret, then they would have had a nice place to fight. Instead, the turret stays up. They have to kind of sacrifice their top laner. So you understand where they were thinking, but just wasn't able to be executed on smoothly. You got to credit for RNG for that because, you know, this big CS advantage. We said that it is going to be Looper that is able to impact the team fights a little bit better. And that's exactly the case.
In general, I do like the high impact teleports in top lane. Looper's perhaps a little better there. Turret finally falls. The minions able to take care of that one in the bottom side.
And Looper has definitely been that deciding factor. He locked down 957 and his team just jumped onto this Rammus. It's meant to be this tanky beast. And he took him down like he was a piece of paper.
Well, not too tanky yet, I suppose. World Elite still carrying things away. Condi on the blue buff now. That'll be donated over to Shie. He's got a blasting one, actually getting pretty far along that build, nice and swiftly. Looks like Ghostblade is going to be the pickup for Xiaohu as he's got them all and he's got those Ghostblade components and he might even start blue pushing. Got pretty good speed there on the Quinn with the ulti. He's going to sit in the bottom lane for now.
Yeah, certainly. His rank 2 ulti has been achieved, so we'll be able to get into that bird form a little bit more often, a little bit less mana. Zoom around the map, and this is the interesting part of the game. You know, Blue Ezreal starting to come online. Looper at his strongest. We'll see whether this is when they decide to group up. But you can see 957, he's starting to become immune to the poke, has a lot of defensive stats, can naturally push with that Thorn Mail. You can never underestimate, you know, 2 item Tristana, as well as the Lulu. Very good team fight comp right now out of WE.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're playing to their strength. Mystic on a comfort pick. I like the tanky pick up there for 957. World Elite can definitely start fights when they need to. As World Elite hanging out, Shie actually busy clearing some things out here on bottom side as RNG will walk past the Scuttle Crab. A little bit of vision around the Baron there as MLXG looking top at 957, takes the pink ward and pulled out safely by the Lantern.
Sia's teleport is back up, so he is split pushing in the bottom lane, and so you're going to see Xiaohu try and jump onto Mystic, gets him down to half his health. This might be RNG trying to siege this mid lane turret.
Yeah, and once again, do or do not. There is no try. He just jumps on, chunks him out. This will be RNG once again starting up the siege. Lupa looking for some harass over the wall. In the end, they will just send Xiaohu back bottom lane, continue that split push. You have to say 50% of mid lane's health. That was a pretty successful group.
Yep, blue buff Lulu is going to deter them from pushing all the way in, but nice little exchange there for RNG and some good lane pressure there as well.
Great play from RNG because it brought Sia back to the mid lane. Now they've completely nullified that teleport advantage that World Elite had for the short amount of time. 957's and Lupa's teleport will be coming up shortly.
Now Xiaohu still hanging out on that bottom side. Does have the Queen ulti ready to go. He's going to be speeding around. 957 is going to meet him though. Try and challenge for a bit of this. Yes, this is probably a bit more in the Rammus territory of things I can probably deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, you can see with the Thornmail, he can cut the wave. He can deal with the split push. If Quinn ever chooses to auto-attack him, does a lot of damage. So you like where 957 is a little bit more. Dodge the Lissandra. Make sure you're against one of the physical dealers. There are lots of them on the map. He should be able to find at least one.
Well, he's definitely found one. The second one actually is Woosh hanging out on the Ezreal, looking pretty good on the item build. Iceborne Gauntlet done, Manamune done, and transformed of course. And looks like Blade of the Ruin King, pretty standard stuff, is going to be there as Shie looks in onto Lupa, does pop the ghost, Lupa claws away. And that might just be enough. A great Glitter Lancer going to land in from Lulu, but not quite enough to secure a kill.
Yeah, and we'll see if it is enough to secure the Dragon. It's MLXG looking a little bit aggressive here. Xiaohu also in the mid lane. And I think this could be our first team fight. It's 25 minutes into the game. Second Dragon for WE. Doesn't look like RNG want to give it up. And we'll see whether it is the control that Woosh is able to create around the fight and the zone that Lupa has, or whether it's just the outright damage that will come out of that Tristana.
World Elite were doing a good job of threatening that double teleport by having 957 and Lulu split into the two side lanes, but they've now all grouped up. They're going to try and contest this Dragon away. MLXG just does a little bit of a drive-by, as now we're going to see Quinn try and jump onto Mystic. The Braum pass is going to go on once again. Mystic's being chunked down to half his health before any fight takes place.
You can see they're going to keep going in for this Dragon. It's kind of at 50% HP. It could be a 50-50. Marta is going to get grabbed up by Zero as Mystic goes in. Graves able to secure that Dragon, but Marta low with a charge on top of his head. Won't do quite enough damage to kill him, but 957 really wants something. He's speeding his way in. He's got Whimsy up as well. But he just can't find anybody to taunt.
He also had Flash available, but not willing to pull the trigger because Lupa still had his ultimate. In the end, it means that WE able to pick up the second Dragon of the game, and now they'll march down mid lane, see what they can find here.
And Xiaohu is split in the bottom lane, has to use ultimate to try and regroup in the mid lane. And look at this, Condi's going to try and cut him off. We'll meet him inside the jungle. Condi's going to try and duel him out. Does a ton of damage with his shotgun. He's blinded now, though. Rammus jumps in, gets a nice power ball. Xiaohu gets a nice jump away, but it is going to be the collateral damage that takes it now. Condi's been locked down in the Lissandra ultimate and pops the passive aside to try and get away. It's now MLXG. He's trying to get into the fight.
Well, MLXG could be in trouble. He does go down. 957 claims another victim, and World Elite are going to take a tower to boot.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we talk about it, cheating through the jungle, how risky it is, especially if you're high mobility like Quinn. Just fly through your base. Instead, face checks at Graves. Looks like he wasn't even watching the screen. Gets blown up by the Rammus-Graves combo. And Rammus is just so tanky at this point in the game. As long as he's in front of the team, there's not really all that much you can do.
Well, we actually have a Baron going on right now as World Elite are going straight for it. Zero low. Does die to Woosh as RNG going to look to counter this. Baron is low. Who's going to get it? Condi able to smite that away, but Mata bleeding there in the back lines. 957 not going to live either. Woosh almost gets himself a triple. What did we just come back to?
Yeah, so we come back to a Baron attempt. There is no MLXG on the map, so you understand exactly the thought process. We have the big tank. Let's take the massive objective on the map. They trade it 3 kills for 3 in the end because they got the 2 picks, mid lane turret and Baron. Still will be worth it for WE, especially if they can defend this turret.
And they are able to do so, as we do see Lulu and Graves get back there in time. Collateral damage actually used by Condi to deter the rest of RNG from continuing pushing that mid lane.
You can see Waterloo are going to move back over to that blue buff and start to really power up. Xiaohu is going to zoom his way down towards the bottom side, but RNG, without that Baron, are going to have to play a little bit more defensively. Waterloo don't have it on everyone, don't forget.
Well, they have it on the important
members.
members. They have it on a teleporter and the jungle. So the jungle is going to group up. Lulu split push the side lane.
And Lulu's teleport is available. So is 957's, and Looper's is down. They could definitely form some sort of split push play and try and allow those global teleports to help out the next few team fights. Interesting item pickup coming in here. Zero's picked up the Mikhail's Crucible as his first major item.
Yeah, you understand that there is one piece of major CC, and that is the Lissalt. So they need to be able to get the Tristana out of that if they're going to be successful in the team fight. So I like the pick up there. Also allows Mystic to go a little bit more aggressive with a Blade of the Ruin King. Takes the pressure off him having to QSS. So all round, really like what Zero's doing here. It's definitely an upgrade from his old school like QSS GA Thresh build that we were seeing last season. A little bit better.
Not only Mystic as well, but allows Condi to go even more aggressive. And he's 4-0-2 right now. He's a huge threat.
Yeah, Waterloo definitely looking to play with momentum. They have initiative and they will charge themselves down the top side. Very cheeky from RNG. Going to backdoor themselves on mid lane turret. I do like it.
But is this really what you want to base race? You want to base race the Tristana Graves? Because they take one in return and they're onto the tier 2 already.
Not just the Tristana Graves, but Baron buffed minions as well. They're going to absolutely obliterate this inner turret.
And that tower's dead as it gets taken out. Mata looking around the side, trying to get a Q off and stun somebody. MLXG eating shotgun shells to the dome as Condi is firing away.
Two members bottom lane as well. They want Looper.
They're not going to get Looper.
This is the day you almost caught Looper.
Well, instead he's just going to hang out and wave clear. Baron up minion's going to make it a bit tricky, but buff drops. Looper able to wave clear it nicely.
Waterloo have done a fantastic job of making Xiaohu so ineffective in this match. He's been not able to do anything on Quinn so far.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. They've nullified the roam by attacking the mid lane turret just as it was about to be put underway. You know, the double teleport also goes a mile to help out that. Even if he can rotate quickly, can get there faster. This will mean maybe Dragon being the next key objective. Very hard to siege out. Base turrets at only 30 minutes into the game, but we'll see whether that's something they want to try.
Well, Dragon up soon as Ghostblade popped. Woosh going to go in for it. He's looking for Zero, but he doesn't quite find it. Xiaohu going to storm his way in. If they can kill Mystic, that'd be a great one to pick up. The ulti's there it is. Going to take him out. Whoosh with the downtown snipers. The fight is not done. Zero is going to go down as Xiaohu gets another.
And we mentioned the fact that, you know, double teleport. Well, you have to use them, WE, if you want it.
Certainly do.
My goodness, we're just turned on something right there. He went absolutely ham. Was able to pick up 2 kills for his team, and now RNG just going to continue pushing down into this mid lane. There's nothing that 957 and Sia can do to defend this.
Tier 2 does fall. RNG not done actually, as they might even be able to break this. They're going to try and do damage where they can onto that structure, but looks like defenses are back up. Mystic and Zero up shortly. RNG, no, never mind. Going to go back in for it. Ulti out onto Chie. Condi gets tagged by a blinding assault. Looper straight into the middle is going to try and tank what he can. Does pop the ulti. Now MLXG's the one tanking his Whoosh. Looking for Gio, who's already popped that ulti. Condi uses it, and Lulu's going to get a victim. There's a second as Graves takes out the Braum, and now Looper. Looks like RNG may have overstayed their welcome. Nice little escape there, but that was way too risky.
Yeah, that was outright like disrespectful in the end. They're diving a full tank Rammus who has hard CC, a Lulu with hard CC and her ultimate still available, and a 5-0-3 Graves now. Looper goes down. RNG really are made to pay for that one.
And they were able to prove me wrong. They were able to actually defend the turret because they got them to dive them underneath that inhibitor with a tanky Rammus. They're going to get an inhibitor of their own now, or at least the turret.
Yeah, no, they definitely will stick around. This might even cost them the game. Only 10 seconds on Woosh, so they will eventually back out, but RNG, that is just an unforgivable error.
Yeah, and it's going to cost them here. Condi isn't quite the exit kill RNG wanted. They're not going to get anything apart from a destroyed middle of the base, which is not a very good prize, as it turns out. MLXG going to try and look for this dragon. Waterloo will stay to finish it. A touch greedy, but they should be able to get away with it here.
Waterloo are now 6,000 gold. So, sorry, 5,000 gold ahead of RNG. And they've been slowly chipping away at RNG this entire game until that turret dive. So Dragons made sense, because that's how they're going to try and win it. Just slowly chip away and take objectives.
Yeah, this is the turret dive. So let's have a look at it. 957. He's the person in the front. You know, they continue to try and go past him, but he has the taunt. He has a lot of damage at this stage of the game as well. Shie hits a great little lance across 4. And then, as I said, these are really, really fed members. You killed the 2 members that don't really, I guess, excel in the comp because they haven't been able to pick up the farm and the kills. Condi flashes a wall. In the end, he's able to chase as well. So a little bit of aggression there out of RNG, but very misplaced aggression.
Yeah, Whoosh even going over the wall just at the end was maybe a touch too far. RNG feel like they're showing some of their over-aggressive tendencies, and it's been a slower early game for them. Condi has really had reign on this map, sitting at 5-0-3 right now. 8 of the 11 kills he has contributed to, and he's absolutely massive in this one.
Zero is continuing with his item build of trying to make sure that Lupa is as ineffective as possible. Picking up that Aegis of the Legion, it's a fantastic pickup, I believe.
Well, we'll see how it works out. As Condi does take the Lantern out to safety. Mata tucking down a ward in that mid lane.
This is going to be Iceborne Gauntlet at 957. Do you know how big that slow
Very
is going to be?
big.
Like Summoner's Rift big pastry time. It's going to be great.
From one lane to the other?
Yeah.
From top to mid? I'm excited. Especially with the W pop as well. That's juicy. Well, now I'm really excited. Thanks for that one. We'll have to see when 957 finally finishes it, just how large his slow field is. But right now, Water Elite on the offensive. They've got the lead. Xiao, who's trying to do what he can and poke things around. But it seems like it could be Baron time for Water Elite, as it's due back up in 8 seconds.
And really, with the Rammus, there's not much risk in even starting it off. So not surprised if straight away they go for it, although it looks like they want to fight.
Yeah, it does look like they want to fight. We do see the Ghost Blade pop from Condi here, and the Ghosties are going to slow down Lupa and Mata. Zero throws out a very weird hook once again, connecting onto nothing as Lupa's going to lock down Condi with his ultimate. But that's a huge ultimate burn from RNG, and Water Elite could just continue pushing here.
Mystic going to go for it. 957 wants the target. He's gone after Jahu. He blew so many flashes going in. Now he flashes in for Mata. That's the kill that World Elite want. Condi is able to get the first one. Flash play almost there for Zero, but Mystic, he's gone in aggressive. He's got the Lulu to back him up, and he is just dishing out damage here. Went straight for the front line, but it was the right play.
They're going for the base.
Going to try and finish it off.
Yeah, Water Elite, they're onto the Nexus turrets now. They've taken now one. They're going for the second. RNG now going to try and contest their base. Look at this. It's Mystic jumping onto the Nexus. He is battering it down as Condi picks up a kill in the backlines. Mystic picks up another kill here, and they're going onto the Nexus. This is game going over to Water Elite.
And Whoosh and Zhao, who just killed themselves. They just sat there and hit the Rammus the whole time, and he was able to dominate them. Talk about hands-off keyboard time, pastry time. He's just like, I press W, come at me, bro.
Top Rammus, boys, as World Elite pick up the victory. Great looking stuff there from World Elite. We talked about it. Condi was looking good and aggressive. The team's starting to step up. The Soliners are looking great. And my God, did Condi deliver. Everything about that, from the picking, 957 playing well, Mystic on the Triss, the Protect the Triss goal. I loved every second of the game, including the end especially.
Yeah, I like the Soul Tank that we're willing to run. You know, Rammus is not something that you would necessarily expect to go up into that top lane, but the build, it made sense. He allowed himself to fall behind. They didn't go to his lane when he was weak. Instead, use him for that team fight. Use him to zone the 2 AD carries. WE played to their win conditions that game phenomenally.
And you talked a lot about how Lupo did a good job of shutting down Rammus up in the top lane. But if there was a fantastic synergy between him and Zero as well, who built fantastic items just to counter out the fact that Lupo was ahead of top lane with Lissandra.
Yeah, it was just strong play, really. Just good builds, to be honest, a lot across the board. Smart drafting again from World Elite. And again, it's so weird to think about, but RNG, I feel like they're starting to just get a little too aggressive. We talked about how good they were when ahead, but the team looked significantly worse when behind.
Yeah, so the problem with that is that they felt like they needed to make a play. They got 2 picks, and it was against a Protect the Lulu, Protect the Tristana composition. So, you know, there is going to be a point in the game where you eventually get outscaled and that you're going to lose just because of a ticking time bomb. They have the better tank. They have the better AD carry mid lane composition at that stage. So if you don't get picks and try and push the advantage, you just slowly lose the game. So I respect the rolling the dice, but that was a weird way to do it. Like, diving a turret is just not necessary.
And World Elite's win condition just looked like they wanted to continue chipping away at RNG as much as they could until that huge tower dive took place, and it was just a massive swing in control of the game.
Yeah, well, if you chip stuff away and then, like, the mountain falls on top of you, like, you just take it, right? You're a mountain at that point. So I can understand what, like, they play. Once again, they played to their win condition. They were willing to be patient because they were scaling. As soon as they were ahead, they were just willing to, I guess, blow the game wide open and take everything from them.
And again, as much credit as I gave Condi there, he looked excellent there in that game. But to be perfectly honest, MLXG had a game where he just didn't do too much. Rex has a great champion, but it doesn't feel like an MLXG champion.
Yeah, it didn't control the map, and that's what we wanted out of MLXG that time around. He didn't need to be aggressive, went for some early ganks instead of just trying to control through vision, and really going to question that because if you show yourself, Graves is one of the best counter gankers in the world. Cost him first blood, cost him a lot of pressure in the top lane as well. So once again, MLXG, not his best performance so far, but hoping he can bounce back game 2.
Condi and MLXG have been playing so well before the break, but it just looks like Condi has continued this form into after the break in the LPL. And now it does look like that MLXG just struggling that last match.
Yeah, and to be honest, with all the AP champions around, with Nidalee being stuff that's happening, with everything else that they've been able to do, with Elise being a thing, MLXG has so many champions. He's like a one-track-minded sort of player, but he's not a one-trick pony. He's got many different strings in his bow. So to go to the Rek'Sai string and be forced to play a specific way against Graves, who, like Spawn already mentioned, will just blow you up if you don't play correctly. I get it. It's a weird choice to me. And World Elite just looked all over that. The team play especially. We talked about it. The little team that could. And man, did they do it in that game.
Yeah, they certainly did. And the other thing that you really have to question about the Rek'Sai pick is the fact that against a teamfight comp didn't really make that much sense. Go for the Nidalee, play around your pick, your vision control, and just try and, I guess, destroy the other jungler.
Well, we'll see if they can change things up because it certainly was a strong win there for World Elite. Are they going to be able to sweep it 2-0 or can RNG continue their first place in the standings? Don't go too far. We'll be right back with game number 2. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. As we look at our MVP from the last game, it was Condi from the jungle, 7-0-6. Surprise.
And Condi's been doing so well for World Elite this entire time. He's been doing well this entire split, and it's just an example in that previous game of how hard he can carry on those carry champions in the jungle.
Yeah, the 4 MVPs really do tell the story of how well Condi has performed this season. 81% kill participation in that game. So have a look at him on the screen. Doesn't look too phased by it, but he did play very well.
I think any player to jungle the pants off of MLXG, given how he was playing before the break, really impressive stuff for me. So great to see them there. World Elite, though, it is always a team effort, it feels like, with them. And that was just excellent team play across the board. The conversions with the ganks, the way they were using the Graves ulti, the way they were setting things up, just everything World Elite did, they did together, and it worked out in the end with some great fights to end the game.
Yeah, it certainly did, and you have to really respect the ability to stay with the plan. It was the fact that they were a team fighting composition, and they didn't want to go away from that. The one time they did, they were punished with 2 kills, but an overcommit from RNG really cost them any tempo that was going to generate. So really like the Young T, staying with the game plan. Obviously, go out there with a purpose and execute on it well.
Yep, and that's what it did. Have a plan, look good, and here's another plan. We're into Champ Select. World Elite up a game here in this one. RNG going to see what they can do to get things going here, but the bans have already started. World Elite going to ban Alistar. RNG going to go ahead and ban Gangplank.
Once again, Alistar is still 100% picked and banned in the LPL. They are not having any of this Angry Cow in this match.
Well, Rise banned as well there from World Elite, so they will take a few off themselves. Right now, again, pretty similar to last game. Very standard bans between the two sides right now. We'll see what Royal wants to go with. They do have a ban here with 10 seconds left. And there's Kalista actually banned away, so pretty much sticking to the plan for both sides here.
Once again, they don't want to give Kalista on over to Mystic. He's been dominating with that champion in the LPL so far. And just going to wait for the final 2 bans to come out between these 2 teams. It could see a Corki ban coming out once again. He's been a dominant flex pick. And this meta has all been about picking up flex picks in the first few rotations, making sure you have something that can go into the top lane, jungle, or into the mid lane, or even now with Corki in the mix, bottom lane.
And there's Lulu banned away for WE. RNG trying to find one more here as well. Poppy was actually one of the big champions that was taken away, and it's a big champ for Lupa. So we'll see if they want to take that off the board. I do like the fact they're taking away She as Lulu, although World Elite are taking it away from themselves. Champion, though, just far too powerful, it feels like.
Yeah, it certainly is. And with everything available, you know, they're looking at the Poppy. They're looking at something like the Gangplank. Oh, actually, he's been banned away. So it's going to be Poppy or Corki. And that's probably a little bit more valuable right now than what the Lulu brings. It leaves your composition much more open. So I like the fact that that's what they're going for. Instead, RNG leave them both up and take away a strong jungler.
Well,
that does mean that RNG will be able to pick up one of those champions if World Elite picks up the other. And it does look like they want to go and take Corki.
Only one, though. And we'll see which one they want to go for. You know they've got it in the back of their mind. Lupa's Poppy, excuse me. Absolutely deadly, but it is the Corki choice for World Elite. RNG will see what they want to go with. And they actually go to the Insta-Lissandra offer. They will pick it up, but Poppy is going to be the other selection.
Yeah, and I really like that out of Lupa. Go back to something solid. You know, Quinn's still available if they go for a hard counter pick here. Mata can, of course, pick up the Poppy and use it in that support position, so it still is flexible. So, you know, RNG leaving their draft wide open one more time. They have a mid-top laner or a top laner support. You even can run Poppy in the jungle on this patch, and has been pretty telling in the LPL.
And they do kill 2 birds with 1 stone once again, picking up the strong pick of Poppy, and once again denying 957 from getting Lissandra up in the top lane.
But 957 on the Rammus, even into the list, which was not a great lane matchup. Definitely the team made it work there. 957 had some great players once more. Looks like Condi, though, does want to stick to the aggressive jungler. Surprise! Although he does go back to Rek'Sai just to troll me. Thanks there, buddy. It is going to be Ezreal locked in, though. Could be for GA, could be for Mystic. And Rek'Sai is going to join the side as well.
Surprise pastry time. He played Rek'Sai instead.
I'm so sad.
I honestly like the pickup. The reason being, with double AD, Comshi needs some peel. And the knock-up out of Rek'Sai, very undervalued in regards to that. Also, the ability to be able to shadow lanes on Rek'Sai and be able to still get to objectives like Baron, mean that you can set your Corki up for success. Corki split pushes reasonably well with the package because can traverse a lot of terrain and still get to the fights in the side lane. So, you know, I like the pickup out of Condi. We'll see if he's able to do what MLXG couldn't last game and make the Rek'Sai work.
Brahmas and Lucian are going to be picked up for RNG, so they've got their bot lane sorted out. Mata's going to save that final pick, and it's definitely going to be a flex pick, as like you said, Poppy and Lissandra, 2 very strong flex picks for the side of RNG.
Yeah, maybe even a jungler here as the last pick. That would be interesting. Give even more strength to MLXG. Hide it till the very end. Now that they've shown that it is Poppy top lane, however, Mystic, happy to grab 957, back that Rammus. Trundle support, that's a lot of disengaged flavor, but also will be really good at stripping away Looper's resistances and just allowing them to burn through him.
And this is 6.1 as well, so if they do go for the Trundle here, he can no longer bite turrets, which means the lane swap potential from World Elite is significantly slower.
He's also much worse in top lane, so it looks like it is going to get locked in, and I'm guessing its support. Is 957 going to go back to the Rammus, though? Spawn already mentioned it. Would be a little bit of a better matchup, and I like it. If you're going to only one tank, it might as well be that man, Rammus, who is locked in now.
Yeah, it certainly is very strong, so we'll see exactly what they do here. All of a sudden, they're forced potentially the Lissandra back into the top lane and a jungle. No, actually they don't. Just forget everything I said. That's in Italy.
In Italy jungle, they do take it. Last pick for MLXG. You saw Condi already thought about it. He could have taken it away. Graves was banned, but it's going to be the same matchup, but flip this time. MLXG with the aggressive jungler. Condi will have the control jungler.
6.1 Runic Echo is available. MLXG didn't have a good game in the previous match against W, but now he's going to try and step up to the plate with a Nidalee in the jungle.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a strange pick for me, however, because there's not really much siege potential that comes out of RNG. You know, low range AD carry, a little bit more teamfight oriented. So unless he gets a snowball going early, it is a risky pickup against what is still a team fighting comp. Nidalee doesn't necessarily do great against team fighting.
Almost feels like he's picking it just because he's a little mad and wants to get back at Condi for the aggression that he had. Couldn't beat Graves, so went for the aggressive Nidalee instead, as we do see the lineups there on your screen. But top Rammus back for a second game, 957. My new hero.
Yeah, and I feel this is the biggest oversight with Nidalee. You do have to pick her into good comps.
Certainly do. We'll see what Aurora can get done, because they're on the verge of dropping 2 series in about as many weeks. Let's get ourselves onto the Rift for game number 2.
And we are back onto the Rift for game number 2 between World Elite and Royal Never Give Up, as we see all the champions running out for that 5-man fan.
Yeah, going to fan out once again. We'll see exactly what RNG can get done in that early jungle stage. Condi going to eat a trap straight away. Cheeky MLXG's putting it in the very common jungler. Both Shia and Xiaohu going to meet very early on in the lane, but just a couple of friendly things. Oh, 957. Noms is, I don't know what happens to the buckler specifically, but walks over it, shows a little bit of
You crush it, man.
that would make sense. I'm used to the tiny, stupid lollipop skin, and I assume they're just eating the chocolate as they walk over it.
Meanwhile, Looper here is going to knock Condi into the wall. They're going so aggressive, forces the flash from the Rek'Sai already. Looper's going to jump over, gets the stun, first blood going over to Wu, but they're not done yet. They're trying to deal some damage to Mystic here. RNG already picking up a small lead.
And nicely done, to be honest, there. We talked about RNG wanting to be more aggressive. That's exactly what we want to have happen. Looper's Poppy pinpoint dash there to get that stun going. So great looking stuff from Looper. And I already said it, it's usually banned against him with good reason. He is an excellent carry player, particularly on Poppy. I'm curious to see about the top lane matchup, because 957, even in the bad matchup, did work in the mid to late game.
Certainly did. We'll see if it is able to come up trumps here again as we have red buff start for MLXG. Get some help there. That's going to really unlock him. You know, the early assist money means that he will be able to get a little bit more of an advantage in the jungle. But the big thing is it sets the tempo for the game. He had a bad game 1, all of a sudden a little bit more confident coming into game 2. Get some runs on the board early, and we'll see whether he's able to make it work.
We're going to see standard lanes from the 2 teams. Lucian was not able to head back to base to pick up an extra item from First Blood. But we will have Rammus going up against Poppy in the top lane. Mystic, though, taking some damage down in the bottom lane. He's going incredibly low. Whoa! Picks up another kill.
And that's just disrespect. Once again, you get to lane late because you didn't, I guess, get the lanes you were looking for. Not a great lane. They hit level 2 second. They're able to use that Light Slinger passive, get the stun down, pick up a kill. And all of a sudden, this is a nightmare for WE.
The Royal Only the Royal First Blood stat, sorry, only going up as MLXG dropping dangerously low in that jungle. 0, now level 2. He's going to have to sit out and do what he can, but Whoosh. Sorry, Mystic, excuse me, now playing the Ezreal this particular game. Just got too aggressive and killed by, as so many AD carries were before him, with the Mata Ignite.
Mata Ignite down into bottom lane. It's the first look we have at the top lane here. 957 up against Looper. Rammus against the Poppy. Sia and Xiaohu going to battle out in the mid lane as well. Xiaohu and Looper both going to take their teleports this game. 957 the only one with teleport for the side of World Elite.
We'll see if that does change the way that this game works out, because of course this time it is Xie who will be able to get around the map a little bit quicker with that package on the 5-second demand. Of course, spawns the first time at 8 minutes into the game, so keep your eyes out for that as we take another look at the Keystone Masteries.
Every time I see the Rammus top mastery, I just smile. It's so great. It makes sense. He's the tank.
Yeah, you want to be with your team. He's not a split pusher. Does want to be able to get in there.
We'll see. We'll have to see, but probably not. I would do that. But then again, I'm also not very good at this game. As Condi is going to escape his way out. Did get invaded by the looks of things. MLXG doing MLXG things and starting to kick people out of their jungle as he loves. Rex are having a bit of a rough time as MLXG is going to go into that counter jungling, jump all the way on those Krugs, hop the way back in, and double pink wards there for RNG already down. That is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're going for a gank in the mid lane. They know that it is set up correctly here. Xiaohu going to go the long way around. Here they go.
MLXG and Xiaohu going to try and jump onto this cork. He has his Valkyrie available, so Sia should be perfectly fine. He's actually going to try and return some damage on Damage. He's going to jump into the wall. Xiaohu decides not to engage on him.
Yeah, if that spear hit, they would have gone because they had enough damage to burst him down. In the end, did not land, so Xiaohu pulls the pin on it, able to successfully get out of there. But this bottom lane's still an absolute nightmare. Double the CS, down double longswords as well. Not going well for Mystic, who still has to pick up a tier. He's only going to get weaker.
Yep, certainly is. Mystic trying to farm where he can. Pushing the lane up right now, but Lucian in complete control. 2 kills already for Wishes. MLXG and Condi will meet again. MLXG, though, just going to take those camps so quickly that Condi barely gets a look in before he has to leave the jungle instantly.
Yeah, and he needs to start caring about his own jungle a little bit more. Clear out the vision in there. You see he's found the first pink ward. Needs to find the second near the Raptor camp. You see that maybe Looper's starting to gain some control of this lane, but is a big creep stack, so that will be equaled out by 957. Of course, Rammus much more effective in the shorter, melee matchups.
Look at this huge difference in the bottom lane. Wu is 20 CS ahead of Mystic now, and he has the 2 kills to boot. He's absolutely crushing World Elite's bottom lane.
Certainly is. As you can see, all Zero can really do is donate creeps as he can with the Targons. Wu's still going to start dealing damage to this turret. And if World Elite step out of line, could be another kill on the way. Mata Ignite is almost back up. I think it is actually back up now.
Mata's blocking creeps. Like, that is how much they're denying. He's using that Unbreakable. So Mystic can't even last hit creeps right now. It is an 18 CS disadvantage with 2 kills. You can see that they're going back in the lane. That's probably the turret going to fall, in all honesty. Very naturally at 6 minutes into the game.
6 minutes into the game, and RNG already have 1,500 gold ahead of World Elite. Every single lane is slightly ahead, barring top lane, which is
And we talk about the power of Braum at level 1 and level 2, and that really was disrespected this game, you know, going for a level 1 fight, committing to it, then going for an all-in level 2. Even though you know he got the assist and the kill on the AD carry, they're going to have more experience than you. You've got to be able to read these situations and play accordingly, and you feel that WE failed in both accounts.
Yeah, as a result, Mystic is down 25 CS?
30 CS now.
I can't match.
He's
There
just
we
done.
go. Once again, Pastry Time School of Maths, not one you want to attend. But Xie now level 6.
Maybe he's just a prophet. We'll see if he gets back to 25. He's at 25 now. Prophet pastry time.
I appreciate the optimism. Xie still farming out creeps here, but Xiao able to keep his distance, spam things down. Looks like there's a whole lot of farming as MLXG face plants a tree.
All right, cool. No, so let's talk about that. You actually get a slight auto attack reset when you pounce. So you can auto attack and pounce at the same time, and it resets your animation. So nearly has 4. When you go into Kuka stance, you get an auto attack reset. When you go into human, we might have to stop story time with Spawn. Nah, we're good. When you go into human form, you get one. On your pounce, you get one. And on your Q, you get one as well. So Nidalee really good at taking down wards because she has so many auto attack resets in her kit.
Groovy stuff there. There's RNG and MLXG. So that's Mata and MLXG. Where she can see bullying. Does pop the culling. Looks like Xiao is going to go in for it. Condi ulted up, and MLXG just eats him for breakfast.
Yeah, and that was Condi just, once again, not respecting. He stays in that position. Had no right to be there, to be honest. They dive him, able to get the free kill.
Mystic's getting bullied so hard in this bottom lane. MLXG now trying to jump onto him. Trundle is there to help him out as Mata's going to jump down as well. But RNG are dominating this bottom lane. He's still 30 CS behind Lucio now, and he's been pushed out of lane. He's actually stuck in between the two turrets.
Yeah. Oh. Wow. And it's really just the bottom lane and the jungle at this stage of the game. Mid, dead even. 2 assists. That doesn't really mean much. Top lane, dead even. 1 assist. That means absolutely nothing. Bottom lane, 40 CS and 2 kills. Jungle, a kill and assist in like 3 major camps. That is massive in RNG's favor.
And RNG even going to deny all of this CS away from Mystic in the bottom lane. He's level 5. Wu is 2 levels ahead of the Ezreal.
Oh yeah, Mata's playing mad mode right now. I love when Mata does this. He just gets in someone's face and wants to put a bottom lane as far behind as he possibly can. And RNG, they got plenty of space to do so. MLXG looking much comfier on the Nidalee. Surprised he didn't go to it in the earlier game, and he's even going to get a very clean red buff steal here.
Oh, teleport coming in. They want to make a play.
People collapsing, could be trouble. Packages down. Shihei! Never mind what I said about clean.
Special delivery.
Well, it's Nidalee. Gets delivered all the way to Shihei.
So in the end, that will mean double buffs onto Corki. Maybe a little bit more of a respite now, as he will start being able to bully this Lysandra around in lane. Turret wasn't taken in the bottom lane. This is something that we used to see, like Season 1-esque, where you're like, we're just going to deny you farm. Now they do finally take it. It is going to bounce back in their favor. So you have to respect the aggression once again out of RNG. A lot of pressure on She-8 now to impact the map, as I was saying. That is really, really terrifying for the rest of the team.
I feel really bad for Mystic right now because MLXG has almost overtaken him in terms of CS. And that's the jungler coming out from RNG here.
It's not getting any easier either. They're not leaving the lane, they're just pushing up, getting good vision into the jungle. They don't really feel like they have to cede anything like a freeze over to Mystic. He will be able to pick up the scraps of the CS, but that will eventually bounce back and he'll be forced one more time to fight Whoosh.
And they have the double teleport as well on the side of RNG, so that's even more pressure down into this bottom lane. Mystic has no room to breathe at all.
And Essence Reaver now done for RNG. It means that Whoosh looking good as a tier and a cull for Mystic.
Yeah, he's nearly...
the choices. He's nearly got it.
No, he can't.
How
is
it?
Oh,
50 CS.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's at 8 or 80.
No,
the number's a little one.
Yeah.
It'll be a while. That's what I'm going to say. Given that he only has 57 CS, probably can't.
I'm going to say he's not going to make it nearly at this rate. That is a I am behind, and eventually, I'm just going to farm up. But it's also I am behind. I'm probably going to stay behind. There's now MLXG looking at a Herald buff for himself. Looper will be able to take this one up relatively effectively.
Always good to get the buff onto your jungler as MLXG. We'll see what he can get done with it once he is finished. He's going to go ahead and finish it up though. And there is the jungler grabbing it up, as is per usual these days. Mystic trying to get some stuff done here. Mata going to slap down a pink ward in the back of that dragon pit. And Mystic is trying to hold the lane here as much as he can because he knows every minion he gets is very valuable.
Sure, as he needs to try and stack up that call as much as possible. You can see him just staying 4 flashes away from the minion wave, trying to use this Mystic shot to farm up as much as possible. And Wu's not making it any easier for him. He's just letting it push and denying as many minions as he possibly can.
And now pressure on Trundle. He's not really a great roaming support, you have to say. He's not even level 6, so he can't even go there and just use his ultimate to strip away resistances. MLXG going to pick himself up a dragon for his trouble. And pressure's really on for WE. You won game 1 in pretty resounding fashion. Now you're getting dominated in game 2. How do you fight back as a young team? This will show us a lot about the World Elite squad.
Yeah, I feel like we've definitely seen World Elite win ahead, know how to play from ahead, but maybe not so much from behind. It's kind of funny to see 2 different aggressive junglers go head-to-head and have definitely 2 different games. So MLXG getting the better end of the aggro into Rek'Sai matchup, which maybe means that Rek'Sai might be seeing a little bit more play. Looper, though, does use the ulti on the top side. So does 957. Tremor's on a pretty short cooldown. And just the melee's trading blows here.
Yeah, it certainly is. 957 was trying to hold it off the turret because he has a much easier job CSing that way. As now Xie going aggressive.
He's going to go aggressive against Xiaohu. Xiaohu jumps back in. The cleanse has been used from CA. He's going to try and jump out. MLXG's going to jump in, but so is Condi. He picks up a kill onto Lysandra. Teleports are coming in. 957 is using his Powerball to try and catch up to the Nearly. And it's going to be Lupo and Mano who are able to deter them from continuing any further.
Oh!
Mystic getting a kill back. Actually quite important given how down he is in gold. That's a valuable snipe he just got.
It certainly is. Able to get the mid lane. It will mean that they will be able to push this turret as well because no one is rotating there out of the RNG lineup. So some map pressure regained right now for WE. And they might even be able to just swap Corki into the bottom lane to go up against the Lucian and leave Mystic against now an ultimate-less Lissandra.
Teleport coming in behind the backline here. Marta's going to try and jump onto Zero. Lissandra's trying to claw in as close as possible. Ultimate is not available from that earlier engage. Zero flashes out of there as soon as he can.
Yeah, I really like the flash out of Zero there. Don't give anything up that you don't have to. Maybe a little bit aggressive there going for it. But this is the ultimate Mystic. Not the Mystic shot, but the true shot. And it's true to its name.
Certainly is. MLXG mid-pounce. Dies coming out of the Raptor pit. Feels bad, man. As the fight does break out, we'll pop back in. Mata getting shredded down. 957. Able to collect that. And there's another target. MLXG is the 1-0. Gonna chomp him down and take it. Shie still firing away. And RNG being made to pay for these aggressive positions against the Rammus.
And we said this. The top side of the map wasn't affected. Play to the bottom side of the map. They are so weak at this point in the game. You have a tier Cull Ezreal, and you're trying to fight the Corki Rammus combo. They come up huge in that fight, and all of a sudden this game is back to nearly even.
RNG was so dominant on the bottom side of the map, and MLXG was doing a good job of controlling objectives, but once again, World Elite are playing like a team, and that's how they are clawing back into this game.
And we mentioned this about Nidalee. You don't want a team fight with her at this stage of the game. You haven't got any tank stats. He hasn't even got something like an Abyssal Scepter to kind of make him pseudo-tanky. Once again, Liz flying in here. Not really much going to eventuate. And I feel like RNG twice have got really keen in a game, tried to make a play, and it's been the wrong play, and it's come back to bite them.
Yeah, it's definitely been World Elite's team play that's been able to punish the RNG aggression, but they're going to continue going the way forward. Feels like RNG only know one way right now, is to get aggressive as often as possible. They will get the red buff steal. Whoosh actually able to claim it.
But I like that. Play towards the bottom side of the map. We've already said Ezreal isn't that strong. He's 50 CS down. Sure, he got a little bit out of that, but you should still be stronger. You've got a completed item on Wushin right now, and he's still a level clear. But they go back towards the middle of the map. Mystic going to be able to freeze up that wave, and he's just clawing slowly but surely his way back into this game.
Looper and 957 are going to butt heads in the top lane. Look at this special delivery coming from Sierra. Looper immediately backs off. A little bit of a instinct there to know that the Corki's not in his lane. He does have his package available. Teleports are down from the two top laners, and even Xiao Hu's teleport is down, so no huge map rotations can come out from RNG just yet.
Instead, he'll just hang out there in mid lane. Blue buffs are plenty. As Shie still looking for that top side. He honestly will take on anyone he can find. He does see Marta. Going to start firing the rockets away. Shield goes up. Package goes out. Shie has to escape from that situation.
It was expiring regardless, and he just wanted to be able to get something with it. In the end, all that something is a little bit of damage onto the support player, but you got to respect it. And still, this bottom lane being frozen, all of a sudden they're splitting farm in the top lane. Whoosh rotating up there, seeing if he can get a turret, but lots of support. You have to say that this mid game, after what was a dominant start of RNG, has started to balance itself.
Poor Mystic's finally been able to get a freeze for himself down in that bottom lane. Lucian moving up into top lane means that they have control of the Herald area. And they also can try and contest that top lane. Which is a nice damage coming out from CA onto MLXG, taking him down to half of his health.
You did say that he had to perform given the kills that he's gotten, and he certainly has. 1-0-4 right now. Only got the one kill to start the snowball. With the Trinity Force is on. I do like the Swifties choice as well. And he is doing damage to these squishies. And Mystic, he's playing catch-up. Gauntlet actually might be completed now. And it's
That's
not
honestly
quite all
all
the
he
way there,
needs.
but yeah, it's good.
Yeah, like that. Honestly, like the damage won't be there, but the idea is there, right? Control the team fight. And when you look down, 957, this is so cute.
957 looking to try
They've
and get
got like
the back
3
seven
members
to
up
Wu.
there.
Mata's coming up as well. Here comes the True Shot barrage as well. He's going to try and get the taunt, not able to do so. Will flash early. Conti will be able to flash for the knockup. He's going to jump onto Wu. Teleports are coming into this top lane as well. Lucia's going to get taken down first by Conti as Loop is going to try and jump onto 957, but runs into a pillar.
So we did see the Pillar Poppy combo where even though it's Zero's Pillar, you can still stun people into it, but now she is in the top lane.
Could be trouble here as Shie still poking away the missiles. In fact, really everything from the Corki. Does a hell of a lot of damage right now. MLXG trying to hunt somebody. Condi, he's going to get looped as he gets him straight into the wall with the Poppy. Condi getting low. He's going to live. No, not quite as Poppy able to take him out. But MLXG just getting shredded here. The Corki Rammus is going off. Looper just can't quite defend. He will have to flash out. And Chie's on a rampage almost as now Xiaohu going to move his way back in, but Waterloo doing a nice job zoning.
He's cut off.
Needs to be a bit careful. Xiaohu wants it. He needs to kill. Great taunt there from the Rammus. Ulti in there from Ezreal. Looper finally slays the beast, but Mystic now coming in for cleanup.
Lucian's
Xiaohu,
back.
though, doing so much work, and everyone is off the respawn right now. Whoosh is here. Can they get anything more as Mystic is going to try and get out of the way? Looper actually could be in trouble. Mystic's forced to flash out the culling. Not quite enough bullets. He's going to be the one there as now Xiaohu going to leap forward for the last kill, but doesn't find it.
And that is such an extended trade that in the end actually goes in RNG's favor 4 for 3. That was insane. Whoosh died, respawned, rejoined, and got a kill. That is a long team fight.
Waterloo just overextended too much in that fight. There was no reason for them to be trying to dive in between those two turrets after they got the initial kills.
Yeah, just go for the turret. Completely agree with you. Let's take another look at it. So 2 kills have already gone down at this stage. They're able to pick up a little bit more. You know, Xie in their face. This was very nice out of the Corki. But after this, they should have just backed out. Like, go back to the turret. You know, you've got a creep wave there. Just push it in. But instead, they continue to extend Xiaohu with some really good pressure. Actually, we're just going to go back and watch a freeze in the bottom lane. After that, you know, able to get a good Liss ult. Whoosh rejoins the fight, picks up a couple extra kills.
I feel like we got the meat of the situation as Xie has to get out of the way. Zero actually the one slammed right into the terrain. That's going to be a kill onto Xiaohu. Lupus Poppy once again starting to really pick up.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. It needs to because 957 was starting to get ahead in that matchup. So Poppy now getting back into it is only a good thing. Xie tagged. Mid lane turret going to fall.
Now Pickens are going to allow RNG to push down the mid lane. They pick up the outer turret and now rotating in towards the top lane. And then Mystic has been stuck in the bottom lane. So they have a small advantage whenever they try to take an objective up in the top side.
Blue buff though is going to get contested. Xiaohu looking for it. Finds Xie. That's a good target. Damage is there. Looper going to follow up, but it's not quite enough yet. Condi moving into Xiaohu. Xie, sorry, going to keep firing away. Good ulti there. And Mata as low as 957 is doing work. He gets the kill, but he is going to finally fall. Looper able to get the Rammus kill there, but Xie is still alive. And Mystic, does he have enough to try and do something here?
Yeah, Looper is too big. You see the respect being given to them. Zero is now here. Has his ultimate so they can maybe look to fight.
Dissipates instead. Can't quite catch him. Mystic, just not enough pep there.
And normally Bluebird Ezreal is really good at cleaning up those type of fights, but because of how far behind Mystic is, there was absolutely nothing that he could do to the low health champions on the side of RNG.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit difficult to watch the 1-2-3 Ezreal try and get things done at this stage of the game. But the good news is he's only 20 CS down. That was like 40 CS at one point in this game. And he has been able to pick up some assists for himself. So the gold is slowly coming in, but just isn't there yet.
Yeah, not quite at his 2 items, which at 20.5 minutes is a little slow. Whoosh. Already with 2 with a pickaxe there as well. So building in towards item number 3. Nice and quickly. Hex Drinker for Xie, though. Needs a bit of defensive stats, mainly against the Xiaohu burst. And it really is back on this Corki. Waterloo have been able to make the plays together, but still playing from behind here. About 4,000 gold down still. A shower on the Lissandra starting to do work, and that Zhonya is not far off.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And as soon as he has that, all the control goes across because you can keep yourself safe whilst ulting up a key priority target. It's going to force early QSSs out of what is Mystic and Xie. They already don't have enough damage to win these team fights. Even more pressure now on 957 to be able to get work done. They were looking for an overextension out of Xiaohu with Rammus, with the package. They don't find it. Instead, we're just going to have people jockeying for position and vision around this map.
It's 9-9 in terms of kills. Waterloo have done a good job of trying to stop the bleeding from that bottom lane, but RNG have been dominating by picking up as many objectives as they can while keeping that bottom lane locked down. 3 turrets and 2 dragons and a couple of Rift Heralds as well.
And here we go, maybe a teleport play. You see the Lissandra hanging out. There it is.
Yeah, he's going to go in for it there. Nice teleport around the backside. Waterloo getting greedy for this tower. Could cost him as Xiaohu. He's going to pick a target. He goes for Mystic. Going to blow him up as MLXG gets the spear in Xie. Packages out to safety as RNG is still funneling in. Zero got low already. 957 about to get stunned up here as Condi does find a double knockup. Whoosh a little too low. low. Zero trying to take him out, but Whoosh will live. Shie knocked up there by the Poppies. He gets stunned out by Brom, but he fires away.
957.
Gets a kill on to MLXG. And 957 doing work. Takes out the Lucian. Now Condi going to go for the 1v3, but it's not quite enough.
Condi, get in there, buddy. 957 just bodies 4 members, and Condi's hanging out on the other side of the wall. That's not good enough. It means that RNG will be able to pick up an ace for only 2 and push in and try and get even more work done around this map.
RNG's backline took so much damage by standing on top of the package as well. They almost turned that 4-on-5 team fight around.
Instead, it is going to be a tower, I think, taken. Xiaohui, nice dodgy out of the way of the Ezreal ultimate. Looper is able to take that tier 2 in mid, and that's the real story of the gold lead. 4-0 up in turret still for RNG.
Yeah, and now it's out to nearly 8,000 gold. Looper, 0 cares in the world. Let's take another look at this. We said the ability to be able to ult a primary target and Zhonya's will win them a team fight. Here it is, able to get that done. But you're exactly right. Look, standing on top of that. Watch when 957 goes in. He's able to get so much work done along with Shie, and they're honestly controlling the whole fight. 957's in here, doing so much work, and Condi's just chilling on the other side of the wall. Really a little bit of miscommunication out of the WE lineup, and good capitalization by RNG.
Yeah, Looper playing well. Going to go in onto Mystic, though, and maybe caught out. Teleport burnt there for Looper, but a worthy pick attempt there onto the Ezreal. Doesn't quite carry him enough distance to the wall, though. But RNG still in the driver's seat. Massive gold lead now after these last few trades. 8K up in this particular game. Dragon back up soon. That'll be their third if they can get it. And Orderly still looking to play together, but playing at a gold deficit always behind, especially when you feel like you're the team fighting team in this situation.
Yeah, but they do have some solace in the fact that, you know, they have 957, the big tank. On the other side, sure, Looper's going to mirror some of that, but Zero will strip away a lot of the resistances. So there still is that feel of a little bit of pressure on the RNG lineup, especially because there's so much standing gold. One mistake will cost them a lot.
Looper is down in this bottom lane. His teleport is not available. This has given Water Elite a good opportunity to siege this mid lane turret, and they aren't able to end up taking it down. Xiao is looking to try and get a flank down in the back lines. Looper is now inside the jungle. He's going to jump in. 957 gets a good taunt onto Xiao. Mata will be the first to go down. Looper's jumped to the back lines. Look at Wu. He's all the way in the front, but now he's got nobody to auto-attack as Sia's going to Valkyrie onto the Lucian. He gets taken down, though. Wu is still left alive, and somehow he does end up going down to the Torn Mail, but RNG trade 2 for 3.
Yeah, it is 2 for 3, and they can't really get much off it. They give up a turret. Huge wave in the top lane. Huge wave in a bottom lane. I'm going to say that's probably as good as it gets at this stage for WE. They just need to stop the bleeding, as we keep saying. That is mission successful right now. Gold League doesn't go any further. They don't give up much in response. And this was honestly just Looper going to town on the back line.
And look how Wu just jumps into the front line here. Great positioning for Water Elite to zone him out. But then Sia just jumps in on top of him, which prompts MLXG and him to take him down. And the Thorn Mail coming in from Rammus is enough to take down the Lucian when he's at a sliver of health.
957, man.
He's
I
huge.
look back and he's massive. He's almost carrying these team fights at a massive gold deficit. RNG might not have an answer as we move through the rest of this one. They are going to try and take this Dragon, though. World Elite don't look like they're in position to contest, but as I say that, Woosh coming back in. Could actually be a decent time for a World Elite getting frisky.
Really nice pillar there, actually, out of Zero. Will mean that they have to peel off temporarily. They'll probably still secure this. There's Xiaohu one more time looking for that engage.
Looking for that flank there. RNG going to try and get it. It is going to be Condi smiting it away. Zero is zoning the list, but 957's taking poke in the front lines. They will disengage at World Elite, get in, steal the Dragon, and get all the way out.
Yeah, so that is the first Dragon picked up. You got to give credit to Condi. They're going in for the smite. He was at a level disadvantage, but able to get it done.
Teleport is down for Looper once again, so Water Elite have this small opportunity to try and shove out the mid lane, which do effectively now going to try and rotate around and clear out some wards. The rest of RNG, they've gone back to base, picked up a couple of items for themselves, and Italy now has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter and a Rod of Ages along with the Runic Echo. So that's a pretty AP-heavy Nidalee from MLXG.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he also recognizes team fight, need some HP, need to be able to dive in there on the back line. So really nice there for MLXG to recognize what the win condition is. I kind of feel sorry for Woosh. He needs lifesteal and armor penetration. He's gone with the armor penetration first, but he still can't really afford to hit the Rammus because of the return damage that will come out.
And if he is forced to hit the Rammus, it will end very poorly for young Lucian. So 957 still the glue that's holding the team together. Honestly, watching this, it doesn't feel like they're that far behind, but we can see the goal. I know exactly how far down they are.
Yeah, exactly right. I also want to talk quickly about Merc Scimitar and why it became much better against Thornmail users. Not only does it give you the lifesteal you need, it gives you the MR you need. All the damage returned is magic damage. So it was kind of the double whammy. It's why we don't see much Thornmail anymore. Not only does it scale off armor, which is really hard to pick up at times, QSS kind of negates a lot of the usefulness as it comes to late game.
Well, as it stands, Whoosh still going to be pushing some things down here. Looking nice and strong there on the Lucian. Does have his Lord Dominic's regards all finished, but like you mentioned, life's still not there yet. Looper nice and tanky though. As RNG continuing to play forward in this map. They know they have a lead. Seems like they're starting to group a bit more and see what they can get done with it. Looper especially hanging out on that top side with the TP ready to go.
Yeah, now the TP is back up and available for Looper and Xiaohu. RNG can once again put on that global map pressure by splitting around. Sia does have the package available.
Oh, this is dangerous. He needs to be careful. So does 957, to be honest.
957 needs to be a little bit careful as we are going to see Xiaohu jump on top of him. Does about a third of his health in damage before just backing off to farm up the rest of the minions.
I'm actually really curious by Xiaohu's build. Is he going for another Rod of Ages? Is he going for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter? Is he going for a Burning Face? Like, that is a really weird Ruby Crystal.
It is. You know what? We'll leave Xiaohu to tell us in just a second here, because I agree, it is a little odd.
Because they're the components of Leandru's Torment.
Yep.
Sorry,
Maybe.
that's the item I was talking about. Yeah.
I had you covered. Now the rest of the world knows. I mean, maybe against the tank, we'll have to find out, I suppose. I like what's happening, though. I dig it. It's stylish, if nothing else, from Xiaohu. Effective? Not too sure yet.
It is.
I'd like to pick up a Mikhail's Crucible once again coming from Mata here on the side of RNG. That would be really helpful in destroying the taunt that 957 can dish out in these team fights.
Yeah, I agree, because that's really the only hard CC they have, right? So that's a lot of the pick potential, especially if it is someone like Whoosh, who's very mobile as well. Able to break that will be incredibly important.
And there's Leandris.
Hello.
Right on cue.
Burning Face.
Spawns sick item component knowledge. Comes up trumps once again. I am curious to see the next team here for RNG.
And you know, it makes a little bit of sense because he doesn't have much magic resistance. No one's really going to stack it against what is a lot of AD damage at this stage of the game. And wow, that's a big gold discrepancy in the top lane, actually. 3,000 gold when 957 is that farmed is actually really, really credit to how well Looper has played this game.
Certainly is. Like we said, Looper, very strong poppy. As 957 does actually hit the 3 items. Didn't have them in the last little exchange. Xiaohu was doing damage to him, but going to be quite a bit tankier now with the Spirit Visage. Condi and Mata having a scuffle in the jungle, though. Condi going to kick Mata out of that side of the jungle.
And that's what it is, you know. They're both as tanky as each other, but Looper, because of the extra gold, has the bonus ability to take someone out of a team fight as well. He has the offensive flavor at the same time. So you can't completely disregard this Poppy. It's not full tank. Has the Iceborne Gauntlet, has the Hex Drinker that will go eventually into a more of Malmortius.
And it's been the story of both these games, really, where it's been how effective it is 957 when Looper is ahead. And in this game, Looper is ahead by a metric ton.
Which is equivalent to about 3,000 gold.
Yep,
You're
there
correct.
you go.
So yeah, I like that. I like where we're going with this. And once again, Looper heads back to base. We'll see what he can make happen with the teleport play. They're out of blue trinkets, which means RNG will start up the Baron. This is going to force a face check at the least.
I'm the only one now that's not allowed to do math on the desk, but probably a good thing as RNG are going to shred this Baron down quite quickly. Zero.
Here comes
Could come in
Rammus.
for the hero steal. True Shot barrages in. Condi looking for it there as well. 957 going to move his way in, gets the double knock up there from the defensive Boko. Who's going to get the Baron? The Condi. No, actually kills Marta. That's not the Baron.
He's got it.
The Baron is going to go to him as well. World Elite are making a game of it. Whoosh eats a massive amount of damage as the rest of the team's going to try and take him out. Xiaohu taken out by 957 as Mystic somehow got out of that like Houdini. Now Looper is going to get chased
Mystic go over
down.
the wall. Take him out.
There's only one left. Mystic being the hero. He does go in. The Baron up minions will help.
Oh.
Looper going to slam him into the wall. Don't be a hero. That costs you your life. But Looper with the Baron up minions is going to get taken out. That's the ace for RNG.
And that is actually a huge shutdown, and taking everyone off the map means that now WE are going to be able to capitalize. Huge death timers. And let's take another look at this. This was awesome.
Mystic wasn't even in this fight to start off with, Spawn. It's going to be RNG just tunneling onto this Baron. 957 just jumps in. He's going to lock everyone down inside that pit. And it's just going to be Connie that finishes off the Baron.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of misprioritization because, 3 members leave the Baron pit. Looper should have. He zones everyone. But everyone else should have turned around and either burnt the Baron or killed the members in the pit. And they do neither, and they pay for it.
Certainly do. They get ace tier as Mystic with a bit of help from
I
Baron.
like this play. This is a great play. I don't even care that he died.
I don't think Lupa cares either, given the way he played it. But Condi, with mainly help from his new shiny Baron buff that he stole
The
from
reason
RNG.
that's worth is a 240 gold shutdown to everyone on the team. That is so much gold. Mystic 100% makes the right play there. Should he been a little bit more patient? Probably. He knew that Looper wasn't that far away, but that's how you got to play. If you're going to get back into the game, you need to play aggressively. 4,000 gold, the difference now at 32 minutes in the game, that's absolutely nothing.
Given the deficit we saw only a few minutes ago, very impressive from World Elite to bring it back with, again, the strong team play. 957, though, starting to become my new favorite turtle. Looking so great on this Ramesses. He's going to be top tower.
One more
Mystic
time.
looking for something
He got
good
Looper.
slow onto Looper. They might just be able to disengage. Powerball out. Never mind, they're going back in for it. They want Xiaohu 957.
They've split the team fight. This is absolutely massive.
Yeah, nice and frisky for it there as Zero is going to zone people away. Condi, pretty tanky. Xiaohu going to try for the re-engage here, but that's going to be Condi moving his way out. 957. Locket pop there, and World Elite might go back in here.
Now going to go back in. 957 is trying to jump forward. Looper pops the ultimate. Will be able to knock 2 people back. They've split up World Elite for a short amount of time, but it's just been a back and forth exchange.
Yeah, the problem was he knocked back 2 of both the AD carry and the Trundle, and then they were like, but the 2 people at the front line are still really tanky. We don't think we can kill them in time. Instead, they're going to give up this turret eventually. True Shot goes top lane. That's going to push it even harder. And WE all of a sudden have pressure points everywhere on this map.
Don't forget they've got the Baron buff. They have so much they can do here. As Xiao off to the side, trying for almost a desperate flank, it feels like. MLXG starting to tickle these tanks with the Nidalee Spears. And 957 zoning everyone away. You shall not pass. Gandalf Turtle says no, does taunt him up. That Xiao can't actually follow him, but Looper, he's going to dive in onto Condi. Mata taking too much damage in the front line. They will take the support out. Xiao ultis himself
Looper
to
is
stay
massive.
alive. But Xiaohu's still going to try and make it work. MLXG and Looper are going to dive back in. Looper traps 2 in the W. That's a double kill in there for Wuxia. Has to turn and fight, but he can't get it done. 957, though, gets the kill on Xiaohu.
It took him a long time, but he gets a solo kill in the backline. He even stood in the ultimate and was just like, you will come out eventually. I will find you, and I will hurt you.
957 had some crazy turtle senses to know that Xiaohu was waiting inside that blue buff. By splitting away from his team, he was not able to help Mystic or Seer at all during that team fight.
Look, I'm not saying it's the best decision making, but he did get the kill. So that is where in solo queue you're like, yeah, actually, team, what happened? I killed their mid laner. I'm the top laner. Like, what are you guys doing? Like,
Well, right now, RNG are taking the middle of their base. So Inhibitor looking real unhealthy as it is going to fall
they
his
still need to
Zero.
respect the Rammus, though. He's going to fly out here. Has the home guard boots. Zero, he's no slouch either.
957 wants it, but I don't think he's going to get any today. Oh, maybe. I tell a lie,
MLXG.
MLXG.
Oh,
Oh, no! He got taunted! Didn't make it over the wall, and McKay also by Mata will save him.
And look how big that Iceborne Gauntlet Slowfield was. That's a whole Wraith pit, man. This Rammus, I love it. It is so good.
957 with the unconventional top lane Rammus pick. Even though he might not have helped too much in that team, but you're right, Spawn. He's definitely giving out all the worth thumbs up right now. See here, he's picked up the package on Corki now, so he could potentially make a global map play. The teleport is down for Looper, but Xiaohu's teleport is back up, and he is going to be split pushing up into top lane, joining the team fight if he has to with that teleport. The rest of World Elite's going to try and work on this mid lane.
And because of how the current meta works, because there isn't really a designated split push, apart from maybe Looper on the map, mid lane is really the least efficient inhibitor to take. People just push out the mid lane. They use it for vision anyway. They're always going to congregate in that area. Is much better to take a bottom or top lane. But because of the wave control that WE had in that fight, it wasn't a possibility for them to take.
No, certainly wasn't. And RNG will take it, but you're right. We saw EDG earlier today come back from that same problem. I think actually LGD almost come back, but you're right. It's not that big a deal here. Just a central control point as Shie slapping down some minions. He is massive. And that's a blasting wand in Shia's inventory.
I think he's
wonder where
actually going for avoid stuff because of the amount of magic resistance that has been picked up by the AD carries and stuff. He still wants to be able to burst through them. And remember, about 45% to 50% of the damage Corki does late game is magic. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes with that.
Half of his auto attacks are magic damage, and all of his spells deal a ton of magic damage as well. So it's quite good for him to pick up the magic resistance shredding item here. But looking at this, you mentioned earlier that the Schemata is a really good item to pick up against a Thornmail. And now you can see that Lucian, he's picked up a Bloodthirst and he's got the QSS in the making.
Yeah, exactly right. So going to get enough lifesteal to live through what is a return damage. Has some magic resist to help with it as well. Like the direction that's going. We also have a 6-item Poppy in the top lane. Looper is absolutely massive. So across the board, once again, gold irrelevant at this point. Just stop looking at that. It's a way to keep score, if nothing else. But these team fights really are turning into something special. And it really is Looper versus 957 at the moment.
And I love it. 2 top laners, one tanky, one very tanky, I should say, going at it. 957 been impressing me so far, but Baron back in 35, that's the biggest thing to catch on the map when it does respawn. Dragon also there as well. Condi did manage to stymie some of that by stealing one away, so 2 apiece means we're probably not getting to Dragon 5 this game. Look for the pressure that RNG can put out. Look for those big top laners, and look for Baron when it comes back up. 15 seconds away or so. And these team fights, you already said at spawn, boy, are they exciting.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's very interesting to see how these are going to go in future. Xie actually needs to catch up on some items. He's falling a little bit behind at this stage of the game.
RNG is still 6,000 gold ahead of World Elite. 5 turrets to 3 right now. Dragons are even 24 to 20 kills here. Mikhail's Crucible is back up for
And it
Mata.
was a Void Staff.
Void Staff being picked up. Mikhail's Crucible back up for Mata here, so that major item is back up on off cooldown, so you'll be able to deal with the taunt nicely from 957 to the next team fight.
Yeah, and really it's if MLXG gets caught now. If he dives in, gets caught, gives him a little bit of a heal, allows him to hop back out, also breaks any of that CC that 957 is willing to lay down. So once again, really like the pickup out of Mata. Smart build here. On the other side, though, Zero, he's just trying to be his own frontline presence, of course. With that Grasp of the Undying, does a little bit of damage at this stage of the game. We'll see if he's able to make any of it stick.
I like it. Nice and cute there as RNG are going to take this Dragon very clean. Pretty free there, MLXG, with a bit of help from Lube, but not that he really needed it, able to take that. So Dragon 3 for RNG. We'll see if that pops up in.
And movement speed's pretty huge for Poppy. You have to say that, you know, with the Boots 3, the ability to home guard in, they're actually pinging a ward. Assistance required, apparently, right now, out of both the teleporters.
Lucian sold his QSS and picked up a Death's Dance instead.
That's interesting. Gives him 40% cooldown reduction, so I like that hot component of it. However, it's a little bit strange because there's not much burst damage unless you, I guess, count Corki in that regard. And here goes the double teleport.
Yeah, they're going for it again here. RNG going to try and make a play.
Not worth.
Orderly have to group back up. No, not at all. 957. Oh, maybe caught out, but he's so tanky. They're going to burn everything on him. But
Wow,
they got tanky. MLXG comes up with a burst, and now it's a 4v5. Xie getting locked up by Mata on the other side. Barely misses getting stunned by the Braum passive.
I am
And where
so
did the turtle
surprised
go?
they burnt through 957. That was all 5 members hitting him. Actually, 4. I lied. Mata was around the other side of the map. Inhibitor does respawn, so they will be able to contest this Baron. But 40 seconds, they don't have the Rammus. This is on a knife's edge.
It feels like they were able to lock him down while he was in the Powerball, so he was not able to get the defensive stance off before that fight.
Well, we'll have to see how this fight goes because it's 4v4 kind of with the Baron helping. Mata very low, but Looper is very, very threatening. They will disengage off the Baron and going on to Zero. The Baron getting low. Condi.
He got it.
God, he stole it again. And World Elite going to move in to collect the team fight. She has already got a couple of kills. Looper is low, but Whoosh is ripping through people in the front lines. 2v3, but Whoosh is still fighting, but he gets taken out by Zero. Xiaohu getting so low as he pops
Look
us on
at bottom and
he'll
top
go
pastry
down.
time. Huge creep waves across the map. As soon as he spawns, 957 can teleport to 1. That is huge death timers. And all of a sudden, RNG, once again an aggressive play, may have thrown.
If World Elite win this, Condi needs that MVP once again. 2 Baron steals in a game and completely turning the game around for World Elite. They're pushing on into the base pastry time.
They're going for it. World Elite, they're going to break here. They're going to try and end the game, I think.
They're going to end it.
Death time is
That's
pretty
done.
long. It's only
That's
Mata, but it looks like there's nothing left. Braum, he just can't defend this. The turrets are going to mount, and World Elite's incredible team play might win them the game.
Look at MLXG's player cams. He cannot believe it. Once again, they don't keep the Rek'Sai out. Nexus will go down, and WE 2-0 RNG.
And what did we say? The little team that could, with exceptional team play, team fight the pants in miracle situations to beat Royal there. And you said already, MLXG deflated.
He's furious. He is so mad. Like, look at the look on that guy's face. If looks could kill, his computer done.
Well, might have to get that one replaced then, as the players will shake hands. World Elite can probably barely believe They get the sweep there. Royal were close to forcing a third, and they had momentum, you have to think, coming into that third game. You can see the hugs, though, coming out between the players. Lots of love and respect there. But Lupa's Poppy does not lose often, and that was quite a dramatic way for it to happen.
And Condi, he was the absolute beast of both of those two games. He's been doing well this entire split, and in those two games, he was almost the huge carry that Water Elite needed, and they really were playing like a team to pick up the victories in both games against RNG.
Yeah, they certainly were. Water Elite take a bow there to the crowd. What a game that they were able to pull off there. And once again, got to look towards the top side of the map. Got to look toward 957. Got to look towards Condi, because they were the two rocks. One, like, kind of nearly even literally a rock in that game that were able to pull it through.
And it really felt like it was a battle between 957 and Lupa, where Lupa will always get ahead up in that top lane. And it was really a matter of if 957 can do enough while he was behind Lupa to impact the game.
It was just crazy for me to see how much work he was doing. And even though they were 8,000 gold behind, I think, at one point, 957 was still almost winning them team fights on his own. Like, I know Rammus is a thing. It was a thing in LCK in Korea. It's now a thing in the LPL. But 957, he's cottoned on, and I want to see more of it. It's just so much fun to watch.
Hey, let's wait a second. It was a thing in Oceanic solo queue a very long time ago, pastry time. Top lane Rammus is a legit pick. And it was just that thing that they needed. As long as you're playing solo tanks, the likes of Nautilus, the likes of Rammus, have always been really good pickups because they have repeatable CC, they have a way to lock down a priority target, and you saw time and time again, he was just able to get into that backline and wreak complete havoc.
I really love the decisiveness of RNG in that final team fight, whereby they were able to lock down Rammus and destroy him in a matter of seconds, but they were still not able to pick up the Baron power play.
And it's a decision making, right? Rammus gets taken off. All of a sudden, you think that you can win that team fight. But in the end, why would you go for a neutral objective, allow it to be stolen away, when you can just siege down? You have in Italy, you have the ability to dive with your Poppy, with the Lissandra. Go into a lane, shove down a turret, at least control your minion waves, because time and time again, RNG looked to make the aggressive play, but it just seemed to always be the wrong one. When they were team fighting, they should have been setting up around objectives. When they were going for objectives, they really should have been poking down structures.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the whole way through, it was just a thing where RNG, you could tell, were only trying to do one thing at a time. And I said it, they're like the team of one way. They're very aggressive. They love to go forward. Behind, not looking so good. Got ahead even in game 2. But if you only have one style, that starts to get predictable. And I think Water Elite exploited that.
Yeah, it certainly did. And the other person I'm going to throw a big question mark at is MLXG's Nidalee. You know, the ability to take an aggressive jungler, that's perfect. Like, let's go towards it. But the fact that, you know, it wasn't exactly what they were looking for because it wasn't a team fight, it really hurt them.
Well, you can see today's results here. 2 O's in both our games in honestly fairly surprising fashion. Water Elite able to get that one. Don't forget that EDG did get it as well. We're going to check in with the standings. So Group A did change today. Water Elite actually claimed sole possession of second with Snake still to play a game. QG, of course, on top of that as well. But in general, first cross-group play, strong-looking game there. Water Elite looking good.
Yeah, they certainly are in the top of Group B. It will be Edward Gaming now as Royal give up. Drop that game, of course. EDG still have that game to play against IG.
EDG still do have that game to play, and they still look absolutely dominating. And I don't even think it was EDG not looking too strong there. It felt more like LGD were trying to step up to the plate, but it's just not enough to take down those giants.
Yeah, they elevated the game a little bit. LGD, you have to say that was a step in the right direction, but EDG just still look like they're right back on form. So, yeah, got to give credit to MSI winners EDG. But LGD, like, if they can find any semblance of form, it will be a good thing.
Couldn't agree more. EDG, always an exciting team. Love watching them play. Awesome stuff there. And Clearlove, you know, still on point. I love that we got a couple different champions now from him. Graves in one game. Nunu and the Zed there from Pawn in a very creative little game to beat LGD. LGD definitely growing in power, but EDG, they always ascend, especially in the regular season. Still looking so strong.
Today just really felt like the battle of the junglers in both of those matches. We had Clearlove, we had MLXG, we had so many fantastic junglers today that it just impacted the game fantastically.
Yeah, and that really is a meta right now. You know, you can transfer power anywhere you want, and the ability to give it to a jungler just is something a little bit surprising, and it really is letting these Chinese junglers step up. I like the fact that top lane, you know, you can play the carries. We've seen Quinn, we've seen Lissandra. You can also play the tanks. You've seen Nautilus, you've seen Rammus. Really is a flexible meta right now, and the teams that grasp it the quickest will be the ones that come out ahead.
Yeah, and I like that, you know, we are seeing adaptation is a patch change. We sort of expected things to get a little different here, and it has been. the top rammers, finally a thing. It's kind of cool to see things being shake up here. We are going to check out the MVP. It was Condi. Excellent prediction there from Fish. And with 2 Baron steals in one game, you probably deserve it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a pretty easy prediction. I'll give him some credit. Like, good job, mate. Like, able to get something going with that one. But if I stole 2 Barons, won my team the game, I'd probably want the MVP as well.
Oh, he definitely deserves it. Those 2 Baron steals were absolutely pivotal to how they won that game.
So much fun there. Love how that was all going. But again, especially in our last match to watch, World Elite, just love it. They're growing as a team. And for me, I guess the question is on RNG. This is the team that was doing so well, but I feel like a lot of the momentum's been stopped. We talk about the subs. Maybe it's time for a few of them to come off the bench.
That's what I was going to mention. When you have pretty much an all-star team, like a team that most have been to Worlds sitting on your bench, when do you actually make that decision of we're going to change something up? Because, with the likes of Inset, with the likes of Name sitting there on the bench, there is a potential to be able to change it around. They do have to juggle their Koreans very, very carefully, but this is a team that you feel... I'm not willing to give up on the starting 5 yet. I think they still have 1 loss in them, but if it does go shaky, expect people like Name to start coming off the bench.
Yeah, I think for me, the other thing is talking about meta. That was probably the most important thing that you guys highlighted in that last few games. I feel like RNG were very good when they knew how to play the patch, and now that it's changing, I think teams are going to start to shift around. And for me, I have to look at QG playing later this weekend. It's too early to call yet, but if they can't adapt, if teams can't adapt, they're going to start falling behind here.
And RNG really felt like they were trying to play the patch very well. We even saw them pick up Nidalee with the Runic Echo, but just wasn't effective enough for them to pick up the game against World Elite.
And that really makes me question the Nidalee pickup, right? There are some really good Nidalee players in the LPL, but is it that trap? Is team fighting too important? Are structures too valuable right now to be able to pick it up? Is CC really key? We've seen Graves had a lot of success, but he's a little bit more durable than Nidalee, especially in the early game. So I think good Nidalee players will still go back to it, but I'll be interested to track the success across the LPL.
Yeah, and again, we talk about a lot of different things. Champ pools in particular. Xiaohu not quite getting it there with the Quinn. Again, I keep coming back to it. It just feels like RNG haven't quite ironed out some of the kinks in their game. And again, once they get out of the style and break out of that shell, looking good. On the other side, though, if World Elite are treading on team play is their big thing, and they can play adaptive, like I already said it, 957 is my new favorite player. Aluka was a fan favorite, but 957 might just be carving his name.
Well, you were talking about team play for World Elite as well. World Elite, they really did play like a team. They had their bottom lane Mystic so far behind that he had to buy a cull, and the fact that they were able to compensate for that and eventually pick up the game shows how well they work as a team.
Whoa. Let's backtrack a little bit. What's with LPL casters and the fan of WE top laners? I had to put up with Atlas's weird obsession with Aluka. Now I've got the man down the end of the desk talking about 957. Very good play. I'll give him that one. Did impress me tonight. And the Rammus stuff, I kind of dig him as well.
This is why I blame you, Spawn, for loving the Rammus top too much. Now I'm also in love with the Rammus top. Rumble Jungle, who knows? Could be on the way. Could be a thing that we'll see. But again, strong play across the board. I like that the play's opening up. Love seeing Jinx again from Jeff, which is always nice to see. And it was just a joy to watch. I was surprised we only had 4 games, to be perfectly honest, but just great fun.
Yeah, it certainly was. 2-2-0s was certainly good to see out of the LPL. Maybe a little bit more consistency out of the top teams. Good to see the emergence of Team WE. They've always been a big team within China. Whenever they have more success, it will be a lot nicer to watch. It's kind of funny. We got to see EDG to win. We got to see the team that was WE. Now EDG, they won a game. Now WE able to pick up their set as well. That will be an exciting final if we're able to get it. The old favorite team versus the new fan favorite in China will be interesting to track.
Certainly would. And of course, don't forget, it has been Fish's first day on the LPL as well. So Fish, I do have to ask you, how's it been?
It's been fantastic. It's just absolutely bloody games, and I absolutely loved it.
Well, it's been awesome to watch. It's been great fun to cast. Don't go too far away, but we are done for the evening, unfortunately. Guys, it's been great to have you, but it's only day 1 of week 4. Join us tomorrow at the same time for more week 2 LPL action.